From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929. Support for this program is provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit Public TV, the Kresge Foundation.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit Public TV, among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving. We support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Visit dtefoundation.com to learn more.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us for Detroit Public Television's coverage of the 2022 Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm Christy McDonald. It is a full day here at the beautiful Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. You hear a boisterous parlor going already this morning. Coming up this morning, Steve Ballmer, owner of the LA Clippers, discusses the role of business and sports as unifying forces in fostering civility. And then later on today, a session exploring the future of women and diversity in the post-pandemic corporate landscape. And then this afternoon, Governor Gretchen Whitmer gives her keynote address. All right, well, we're just going to get started here this morning. Michael Rafferty, the CEO of New Detroit, is joining me to kick everything off on this Thursday morning. Michael, it's good to see you. I know you haven't been here since 2019, and it's kind of a reopening and a reconnection with people 2 years after the pandemic, or kind of, I think we're still moving through the pandemic. But what have some of your connections been so far in conversations with people?
Oh, it's been, well, for starters, first time back, like you said, since 2019. It's culture shock,
I think
re-entry
so.
shock, that sort of thing. So it's been nice to see people who I haven't seen in years and who I've known for decades. So that's outside of the two-dimensional Zoom space.
Yeah.
But because there's been a lot of change in policy and leadership across the region over the last couple of years, it's really nice to get to know sort of the freshman class of folks. So yeah, it's I got to say I started realizing yesterday that sort of the extroverted muscle can get atrophied.
You're not used to it. Exactly. You've got to work it back up again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's very interesting. But you're up here and with New Detroit, and New Detroit is a longtime organization that it works on racial equity and understanding. And there have been a lot of sessions up here talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I think some of the work is really understanding that there is a problem coming out of the last 2 years and looking at the disparities in healthcare and between communities. And we've seen the rise of white supremacy in this country. And we're really at this point where so many forces are converging at once. And when we talk about making big decisions about how to move Michigan forward, race and understanding is right there at the foundation of it.
Absolutely. Michigan and Metro Detroit are great examples of innovation, great examples of diversity, and also great examples of where we have a lot of problems and a lot of work to do across the country and globally, quite frankly, around things like racism. And I'm really happy that there are people like Sandy Pierce who really do take this seriously, and there are business leaders who have really been focused on not just the moral imperative around creating equity, but acknowledging that there's a business case too, and it's a win-win if we address some of the issues that are facing us.
So what are the conversations that you're having right now, and even just addressing that? Look, we have a problem, and we have bias, and when we don't get to the root of this, and we don't actually admit it, and feel that we're in a safe space to say, gosh, yeah, maybe I have made some decisions or unconsciously or consciously that have affected people, and I haven't helped diversify my workforce, and I haven't been part of the solution. It's okay to have those conversations.
Absolutely. It starts with the conversations.
Yeah.
First, it's important to acknowledge that racism is systemic. It isn't just the symptoms where you see disparities in income and wealth, in education, attainment, in health. It's like metastatic cancer, right? And when you think about how Michigan and the rest of the world, are layered, quite frankly, it starts with people, individuals, right, who come together interpersonally, and it exists. Racism exists in both layers, then institutionally, and then systemically. And the only way to really address that systemic issue, that multi-layered space, is to start with the acknowledgement: I'm a human being and I have bias. I'm a human being and I have opinions. These opinions can negatively impact the person I'm speaking with, and they can negatively impact the systems that I'm in charge of. And fortunately, again, back to some of the leaders that I've spoken with here, a lot of them are open to that kind of conversation now. I think one of the things we have to do in 2022, having come from 2020 and 2021 and seeing disparities in health. I mean, 40% of the deaths early on were Black Michiganders, and when we make up 14% of the population. That kind of acknowledgement, should be eye-opening, but it shouldn't be something that gets less attention over time. It shouldn't be something that ends up getting replaced by another flashpoint moment in the media.
Right.
So, one of the things that I think 2022, all of us should be doing, isn't looking at 2020 as history. It's happening now, right? And continuing the conversations is important.
So tell us about some of the programs that New Detroit is working on right now, and some of the initiatives, and what you'd like to see happen in the next year or so.
Yeah. So we have taken a multi-pronged approach in the last couple of years, trying to be bolder. For a long time, and still the mission of New Detroit is to create race equity in Southeast Michigan, but you realize you can't create a solution in one small geography when it's a global issue. So we have begun to partner and develop networks across the country, and we're moving ourselves into having opinions on race and racism globally. We have statements and opinions about what happened in Buffalo and what needs to happen around gun control, right? So policy is something that we're really deeply committed to and interested in. Aside from doing research that sort of identify the problems and identify the solutions, we realize we have to change hearts and minds with that information. So it can't just be research sitting on a shelf.
Yep.
So putting the information out there that lets people know not only this is where we are, but this is where we have to go is part of it. Using that platform of changing hearts and minds to advocate for policy change is definitely part of what we do. But once you change hearts and minds, it's almost like, as a doctor, you can't just say to somebody, you're sick, and walk out of the room. You have to give them a prescription.
An action plan, or
exactly.
Something. What can you do, or how to be part of it?
Exactly. Here's the intervention. Yeah. And if you need help getting across the street, here we go, right? So we've been building curricula. I'm very happy to say that we're soft launching the Just Institute, where we've built out a series of intervention tools based on verticals. So Just Care is for healthcare. It's not just bias training, but it's acknowledging that when you as a patient go into a hospital, all of the people who you interact with, all the way up to even those you don't, the billing department and governance, the board members, your care is going to be based on what their opinion is of you. And so we've built this intervention out for healthcare professionals that we hope is going to end up making hospital systems not just more welcoming, but more equitable and more just. Same thing with health or with hospitality and retail. We built something called Just Place to make public spaces more welcoming. And the hope over time is to have as many verticals as possible within this Institute of Services.
It's a deliberate and a conscious choice on the part of business and hospitals. So you talk about hospitality to engage in this way. And I'm so glad that you're able to be up here and talking with people. You also, New Detroit, you're going to be having the first annual Racial Equity Conference.
That's right.
Tell me about that and the power of getting together on that.
So having come to Mackinac as long as I have, I realize that this type of confluence of people can be very powerful. And we realize that a lot of organizations like ours have annual events, but we wanted to intersect just a gathering of people with our mission. And this October 13th and 14th, we'll be inviting folks from across the country to come to Detroit and understand our responsibility and what we should be doing to achieve race equity. it's going to be a group of well-respected and well-renowned national experts and leaders on various topics of, the intersection of race and healthcare, race and the economy, race and education. So I encourage you to take a look at our website and our social media for more information on that. But we'd love to see as many people as we can, because we all have a responsibility here, and I think it's an event like that helps us understand where we are and what we can do.
We absolutely do, and of everything that has happened in the country over the last 5 years, and here we are in 2022. Give us a sense of what you hope and what you think that we have the opportunity to be able to do at this time.
So when I look back over hundreds of years, I see hundreds of years of oppression. I see hundreds of years of lack of equity. But I also see moments in our history when I don't look at race and racism, where I see major leaps forward that happen very quickly when the right motivation is there and when the right investment is there. We got to the moon very quickly when we said, let's do it. Mm-hmm. So when you say hope, I've got this very deep hope that my children, I've got a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old. My hope is that when they're my age, they haven't inherited racism. They haven't inherited this challenge and this problem. That might sound, a little bit, too forward thinking.
It does.
Especially given the history we've got. But that's my hope. But just like how we got to the moon, we have to take it very seriously. We have to be very intentional about it.
We have to do the work.
We do.
All right. Michael Rafferty, CEO of New Detroit, thanks so much for joining me. It's good to see you.
It's great to see you,
and we look forward to seeing the conference in the fall.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And we'll be right back. Stay with us.
What's different now, 2 years nearly after the death of George Floyd, and all these promises that got made about change in the workplace, change in the makeup of the workplace, change in the dynamics in the workplace? They were big promises when they were made. Are they being fulfilled in 2022?
I think it's still too early to tell. I can tell you, though, there has been some progress since the whole George Floyd situation, if you will. We have noticed an increase in terms of the number of DEI positions, over 100% increase in those types of positions were being filled. We've also noticed an increase, generally speaking now, we've noticed an increase in the resources being allocated by major organizations in this space. But in terms of have the total objectives and have they been totally fulfilled, it's still too early to tell. There's a long ways to go.
So to me, the thing that matters the most in the workplace is the actual diversity of the staff, right? It's great to have leaders who care about diversity and equity and inclusion and hire consultants or even full-time employees to work on those issues. But if their workplaces themselves are not diverse, then it kind of defeats the purpose, at least for me. Talk about how much talk there has been about changing the dynamics, and then how much of the outcome that we've seen become different, especially in C-suites, right? Executive suites all over the country still are places that it's hard to break into if you're not white.
And that's where the gap is. We're still seeing that gap, at the senior management level. They will talk about diversity. There were commitment statements that were certainly put out right after the George Floyd situation. But if you look at the statistical data, the majority of the C-suite level positions are still held by Caucasians. And that, and a lot more as you filter down into the organization, you will find some diversity at all levels of the organization, but it does not sync up where it needs to be at the senior level. So there's still that shortfall at the senior level. And it's been statistically proven, there was a study by the Boston Consulting Group, that if you have a diverse senior leadership team, you have an opportunity of generating 17% more revenue, because people want to do business with people that look like them. So it's one thing to talk about diversity, but it's another thing to actually have diverse leaders and then let that filter throughout the organization and engage all the employees throughout the process.
So I also worried when George Floyd was killed, and there was this real surge in attention to DEI issues, that it was happening at the same time that we were dealing with this awful pandemic, which of course we are still dealing with. It looks really different today than it did then, but it is still really shaping a lot of the decisions we make and the ways we live. And I guess the reason that made me worry was that something like a pandemic is a disruption to people's businesses, is a disruption to the workplace. And I know from experience that even the best intentioned workplaces and managers who are committed to DEI issues fall into the trap of sidelining that when there are other things, that need to be dealt with, right? And the pandemic challenged businesses in financial ways, in management ways, and all these other things. And I worried that the DEI issue would get buried at least a little during the pandemic. I wonder if we have any idea at how well they navigated that.
I think, again, as I stated at the top of this discussion, it's still too early to tell.
Yeah.
Here's my concern. You are absolutely spot on. And with the pandemic, it's a natural excuse to say we have other things to focus on. I would argue that this is another reason why you need to focus in this space. And because if we don't, you're missing out on business opportunities, okay? And I think the fact of the matter is, if we continue to keep our heads in the sand in this space, organizations are not going to proceed. My other concern is, just, as it relates to the pandemic and people watching their budgets, a lot of the DEI practitioners that are going into the organizations still are not getting the budgets to implement what they need to do. So now the pandemic becomes a logical excuse to say, let's redirect our resources into other spaces. Someone inside the organization has to be strong enough and really challenge the leadership of the organization to say, we still need to invest in this space. And the way that we need to invest in this space is to have the right people in the right boxes and to have the financial resources. Now is not the time to cut the budget in this critical area.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm Christy McDonald. So glad that you're joining me, and I'm so glad that this person is joining me at the desk right now. It's Matt Elliott. He's the Detroit Market President of Bank of America. Matt, it is always good to see you up here at Mackinac.
Thank you, Christy. It's great to be here.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of really interesting conversations and I think connections coming out of where we've been the last couple of years and finally being able to say, all right, how can we all work together again once we've removed our silos of just trying to get by these last couple of years, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the conversation has been around how do we come together? You know, when we think about that at Bank of America, we have this belief in our company that we drive things through the power of and. Like we can deliver for shareholders and stakeholders, and we can solve big problems. Like we can help drive down barriers to mobility for communities of color. But that and thinking is where solutions lie. You know, if you want to stay in the or, black or white, Republican or Democrat, you stay in the problem. If you really want to move things forward, and I think Arn has done a wonderful job of that with the conference,
right,
is driving things towards an and.
And I think that's what's really interesting about where we are in Michigan right now is because it feels like we have several really large global issues with the state that is going to need cohesive thought from a lot of different places when it either comes to emphasis on education, talking a lot about diversity and equity and inclusion in our workforces, and that, of course, it makes moral sense to have all different kinds of voices at the table, but also the call for it makes economic sense to diversify our companies and make sure that more people are included. But it's finding that sensibility and that common ground with a lot of different people and saying, look, we have a chance here now with an infusion of money from the federal government coming out of what we have just experienced to make some big changes here in the state.
That's exactly right. And I think what's important is for everybody to get centered around a common set of principles.
Okay.
You know, so for example, Launch Michigan around education. The work that I'm going to talk about later today that I've been a part of with this organization called the Blueprint Group, which is an organization that's designed to help create some framework to think about equity as we drive, racial equity forward through the lens of how does it work in economic development, how does it work as we develop the city, and so it needs to work for Black captains, it needs to work for CEOs and everybody in between, and it's all based on this idea of we can drive forward economically and to be inclusive. And in fact, there's no other way to do it.
So talk to me a little bit about that work, because it's very deliberate. It's not just saying, okay, well, we'll think about that as a corporation. It has to be ingrained in culture, and it has to be a continued driver and led from the top. Talk about some of that work.
Well, the work has been, for me personally, very rewarding, enriching, and challenging. Because what we have to first and foremost acknowledge is that there are systems that we all live and work in that drive different outcomes based on your racial profile, that based on your zip code, based on lots of different things.
Yeah.
And so it's those systems that we need to come together and change using data, using facts, so that we can agree on the path forward. And this is why Gallup, for example, the Gallup organization is going to help benchmark some data that we can use and track our progress, and also agreed on a shared sense of experience. So it's that data, as well as this, the real lived experience of our residents and our friends, that sort of informs us on our progress. And it's going to take a walk to make happen. But I think first and foremost, acknowledging that these systems need to change if we want to have better outcomes for all of us. We need better educational outcomes. We need better employment outcomes. All those things are driven by systems that, frankly, you and I control. These are the systems we've created, and it's our job to fix them.
You know what, I just had Michael Rafferty from New Detroit on here and talking about that, and really just coming to the point where acknowledging that there is bias, that there is racial bias in systems, and acknowledging that, yes, it's okay, it's there. So now how are we going to tackle it? And that anecdotally, you can't say, well, that's never happened to me, so I really can't understand that. When you talk about having data and using this a shared set of facts, and then along with anecdotally things that are happening, it's a powerful combination. And it's the real conversations that need to happen. And sometimes that's very scary for people to drop down their guard and say, I do have bias.
It is. And interestingly enough, Michael's on that same group. He and I have had this conversation about bias. And it's one of the reasons why the first point of some of the things we believe as a group is that systemic racism exists. He and I actually put that bullet point in. The thing that's interesting, though, is that that conversation needs to work for people who experience it every day. And as a guy who's, a 55-year-old white guy from DeWitt, Michigan, I don't experience every day except through the experiences of friends and folks who are close to me. But we have to be able to, in rooms where maybe people of color aren't present, be able to talk about how it exists, but also how it affects you. The fact that we have bias, just because I may not experience in my day-to-day life, it does affect us all as residents and Michiganders. Because if we had more people who weren't living in an experience or a system that's biased, they'd be more successful, which is we'd be more successful as a state. We're all connected. And I think that's, again, goes back to this concept of and, not or.
It also, I think, makes people feel heard. I mean, that we are at this point now, people can finally feel heard and understood.
Yes.
And I think that is powerful coming from the top. And when you're having these conversations with other business leaders, especially now here at Mackinac, which is, it's ripe for this, what are they telling you?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that, as it relates to being heard, that I think is really important is this idea of being able to have some information, some facts, and some ideas that I can walk into a room and I can speak for the Mike Rafteries and the people that he represents, people of color in the neighborhoods in the city of Detroit, who I don't personally know, but I can speak for them when they're not there. That's sponsorship, right? I've been on the receiving end or the beneficiary end of people who have sponsored me when I wasn't in there. And it's really important, I think, for all of us to sponsor each other in whatever format that takes.
And I think, also looking at when you are in staff meetings and when you have middle level management, and then you have people that are just beginning in their careers, to be able to see people in positions that they can emulate and see themselves in. Diversity, whether it is women in the room and people of color, that it is more important than ever that people can see that and the encouragement and the trajectory and say there is a path here, and getting more diversity in the room and different voices.
Yeah, one of the, I think, obligations of leadership that we have is we have to understand the shadow that we cast. And that the things that you allow in your culture, the things that you do in your culture really set the stage for what's allowable and okay. And so if you're, a leader who is inclusive, you're as a leader who is sponsoring people, you're as a leader who makes sure that voices are lifted up that maybe historically haven't been, that starts to create a culture of allowing and of people being seen and heard. And that is a powerful thing. We know, at our B of A research, we know that diverse companies make better decisions, they're better run, they're more successful. That's sort of the business case. The human case is, if you want to be a great employer, if you want to have a rich experience and be successful long term, you have to have everyone's voice at the table. It's an and not an or.
So let's switch a little bit and let's talk a little bit about business and the climate, the investing climate in the city of Detroit right now. People being access to capital. Kind of give us a little bit of a look at what things are like right now.
It's a very interesting moment because on the one hand, when we look at our own Bank of America consumer card spend data and our own account data, frankly, the American consumer is in a better shape than they were pre-pandemic. So people have more money in their bank accounts. The people are spending more money. So that's a positive thing in terms of keeping the economy going. On the other hand, the complexity of the current global economy is really amazing. So you've got rising interest rates, you've got the war in Ukraine, you've got all kinds of inflationary factors regarding the constriction of supply, of food, of energy, you name it. These are all really complex things to try to manage through. What I've been really impressed with is the fact that there is just a general sense of optimism on the part of most of our clients. I cover a lot of middle market and lower middle market clients in the state of Michigan, and they're continuing to invest. They want to grow, they want to hire, and I think as long as they can continue to see their way through, we're going to support them 100%, as will everybody else in the financial community. But I think the biggest thing, though, is for us to try to get as much visibility as we can into the clouds that seem to be on the horizon.
Yeah. I want to remark on something. I get the paper, I read the Free Press and the Detroit News every day, and you always put an ad in. Bank of America always sometimes has a full page ad just talking about, you've talked about diversity and equity and inclusion. And today I just want to remark that it was about the mental health of your employees. Can you tell me, Matt, a little bit about why you decide to do that? I think just in such a public way and declaring what you like your workplace to be.
Sure. Well, being a great place to work is a core part of our business strategy. Our strategy is called responsible growth. One of the 4 tenets is you've got to grow sustainably if you want to be successful. And a big chunk of that is you have to be a great place to work. Because in its simplest form, a business like ours is 200,000 people connected globally by computers. There you go. And it's not the computers that are all that special, it's the people. And so making sure that we are trying to be a great place to work and that people can bring their whole selves to work is a big part of what we do. And so what we find when we talk about the way we run the company is that resonates with a lot of folks. And so we're happy to share how we do it, ideally so that we can learn from our others as well.
Right.
But a lot of the things that we do around mental health, because really it starts from the inside out. So we say you have to put your own oxygen mask on first.
Right.
So making sure that you're taking care of mental health, your physical health, and that extends to your friends and family as well. If you can do all that, you can bring your whole self to work. Obviously, you're a better employee, but also you stay more connected to the company, which is one of the things we want to do. We want to keep all our good people for as long as we can.
I was going to say, and grow and retain talent, because that is one thing that all companies are fighting for right now is that talent pipeline.
Number one priority for all businesses, including ours. In fact, we've got a great program that we call Pathways, that we recruit from low to moderate income areas. And we use organizations like Year Up to help upskill and reskill people. And we welcome them into our company as apprentices. After a short period, they become full-time $22 an hour employees. And so what we do is solve an employment challenge. And we also help drive employment in low to moderate income areas that we know are overrepresented with unemployment. And they're also tend to be communities of color.
And you are targeting directly that middle wage job, which is not a low wage. That is a living wage that then can grow to home ownership, can spark a trajectory in someone's life that is truly life-changing.
Yeah, that's right. Our lowest wage in the company is $22 an hour. That's $45,000 a year if you're working full-time. And we're on our way to $25 an hour by 2025.
Matt, it is always good to have you here, and you talk about a range of things, and can't wait to see your panel this afternoon. And thanks so much for the time. It's always good to see you.
Great to see you, too, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Matt Elliott from Bank of America, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
One Detroit is all about community-based journalism that creates understanding in our region. We see the community as the experts and not us. What we try to do is really take the position of someone who's listening deeply and listening for understanding. We try to create segments that really speak to the depth of the issues that people are telling us about. Watch One Detroit, Thursdays at 7:30 on Detroit Public TV.
And good morning and welcome back to our coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm Christy McDonald for One Detroit, Detroit Public Television. This is the 12th year that Detroit Public Television has partnered up with the Detroit Regional Chamber to give everyone an all-access pass to the Mackinac Policy Conference, to the conversations, the sessions, and then we have conversations right here at the desk and the parlor of the Grand Hotel. It's getting a little loud in here, which means the morning is really kicking off here. There's been a lot of conversation about mobility and talking about EV and battery production and manufacturing here in the state of Michigan, bringing those businesses here to Michigan instead of other parts of the country. There's also been a lot of conversation about diversity and equity in the workplace, getting more women back in the workforce. You know that millions of women left the workforce in the last 2 years of the pandemic. And there's also been a lot of conversation about what are the biggest issues that we need to face as a state and what's the consensus that we need to get to move everything forward. Remember that you can see all of the sessions here from the Mackinac Policy if you just go to onedetroitpbs.org. We will have them for you on demand, and we will be streaming live for the rest of the afternoon. Some of the sessions yesterday included Mayor Mike Duggan talking about development in the city of Detroit. Also, Ted Koppel started off the conference yesterday and talking about the media and trust in the media. John Meacham also spoke. He's a presidential historian and Pulitzer Prize winner, talking about faith and hope in our democracy. This afternoon, you're going to watch for Governor Gretchen Whitmer. She will be giving her keynote address. And as we get things started this morning, we're going to be talking about a to-do list. Remember, we had a Mackinac Policy Conference in September of 2021, and that was the first time since the pandemic that everyone was able to get together back up here. It was a little bit of a smaller crowd, but there is actually a to-do list, and for that, we are going to go to the main stage right now, and the chair of last year's conference, Wright Lassiter, who is the CEO of the Henry Ford Health System, with that to-do list.
It's always really nice when you pay people to populate the first 3 or 4 rows. This one cost me a little more than normal, but good morning, everyone. So last September, I had the honor of serving as the chair of the Mackinac Policy Conference. I was really proud that Henry Ford Health and the Chamber set a new standard for hosting large-scale events safely in the middle of a pandemic. And you see much of what we did last year incorporated into this year's conference. Last year, our dialogue focused on reimagining a healthy Michigan by doing 3 things: by accelerating our COVID-19 economic recovery, by advancing racial justice and equity, and by investing in the health of people and communities. At the end of the conference, we released a to-do list of action items. And so as part of our accountability, we want to just replay for you how we've done since last year. Our first to-do item, as you see on the screen, was to bring together business, philanthropy, civic, nonprofit, and government to accelerate data-based collective action to close racial and social equity gaps throughout the Detroit area. The Chamber is one of the initial stakeholders in establishing the Racial Equity Blueprint Group, which aims to make the region a national model for closing equity gaps and increasing access to opportunities for Black Detroiters. The Blueprint Group was launched by the Skillman Foundation and is working to create measurable and systemic change across our region. It's designed to recruit leaders committed to racial equity and to help them better use data to inform collective action. We'll create a central regional data portal that will analyze and share all of the region's data assets. Related to this effort, the Chamber is also bringing together the Gallup Center on Black Voices to Detroit to inform the new data center. Detroit will be one of the first cities in the country working with Gallup to launch a local survey on the experience of Black Detroiters. Collectively, they'll use that data to drive new collaborative action initiatives in the city with the goal to increase equity and to improve outcomes. At 1 p.m. today, on this very stage, Sandy Barua, our Chamber CEO, will be in conversation with the Executive Director of the Gallup Center about the work that they're doing with us. They'll discuss how this work is being incorporated and being coordinated with our existing local data and how it will help drive collective action around shrinking racial equity gaps. Our second to-do is to support measures to help employers deploy strategies to reduce the impact of COVID-19 on community health and on our regional economy. We all saw COVID's impact, particularly for neighborhoods and businesses that lacked key infrastructure, such as reliable broadband access or water service lines. The Chamber's advocacy team worked with state legislature and the Whitmer administration to shape a supplemental appropriation budget to ensure that federal relief funding helped communities and businesses get back from the pandemic. With Chamber support, much of the $4.7 billion in supplemental bills included historical investments for water infrastructure and replacing lead lines. That bill also provided millions of dollars for parks and recreation, broadband access, homeowner and rental assistance, coronavirus recovery efforts, and last but not least, support of our local governments. Our third to-do focused on helping businesses understand how COVID has permanently changed our work life and the workplace so that employers can adapt and successfully prepare for the changed environment that we're in today. Throughout the pandemic, the Chamber has served as a trusted source of reliable data for the business community and the region at large. And it's distributed that data pretty broadly throughout the region in various ways. The January Detroiter magazine explored how to manage the workplace as COVID evolves, from pandemic to an endemic, and touched on key issues from vaccine mandates to mental wellness and support of our talent. The Chamber's State of the Region and State of the Education reports included data reflecting how the pandemic impacted our economy, our industries, college enrollment, talent pipeline, and our workforce. The Chamber's also continued to conduct statewide polls of registered voters to provide insights on Michiganders' perceptions of the economy and to inform statewide decision makers and media reports. And then finally, our fourth to-do was to ensure that our Mackinac Policy Conference this year contained a robust representation of bipartisan elected leaders. And as you know, having leaders from both parties on the island and engaged in civil conversations and discourse about how to move Michigan forward has long been a trademark of our Mackinac Policy Conference. And given the current polarization across our country and across our state houses and Washington, D.C., it's more important than ever that the Chamber be proud in continuing to provide one of the premier places where statewide bipartisan dialogue can occur. We're pleased to report that this year, more than 70 legislators, including 23 Republicans, are expected for this year's conference. Also attending are Republican candidates for governor to participate in a debate, which I hope you'll attend this evening. And we've also hosted 2 bipartisan policy announcements. Last, we want to capitalize on the Chamber's education data assets, such as our State of the Education report, to encompass the type of research highlighted by Dr. Raj Chetty last year. In this year's State of the Region and State of the Education reports, the Chamber incorporated data reflecting the relationship between race and upward mobility and demonstrating the role of higher education in economic mobility. The Chamber is also partnering with a nonprofit Year Up to create career track internships for community college students and is launching a pilot program with Henry Ford College. This effort is designed to help ensure equitable access to economic opportunity and justice for all young adults, no matter their background, their income, or their zip code. In fact, if you're looking for the latest work in this area, there's a session at noon today in the Brighton Pavilion about the Chamber's work with the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation and the Ballmer Group to improve community college outcomes here in Michigan. In closing, I'd just like to thank you all for being here today. Thank you all who engaged in last year's conference and who are partnering with the Chamber on the efforts that I just described. As this conference is highlighting, our civic role continues to change. And as we are all being asked to step in new and different ways, I hope you'll agree with me the Chamber is doing that very significantly. I truly believe that we can overcome any challenge that we face if we as attendees focus on doing it together. Thank you very much.
You're not done yet.
I'll give you this
All
thing.
right. So we want to.
Can I just say that this time of drinking first thing in the morning is new for the Mackinac Policy Conference, and I'm glad to participate in the process.
Yeah, it was really just, frankly, for the conference, it's just an evolution, not a revolution when it comes to having champagne in the morning. Well, listen, good morning, everyone. We want to take a moment, Arn and I, to celebrate and thank our dear friend, Wright Lassiter, for all that he's done. So I'm going to start, then Arn's going to follow, but I would love to say that when I first met Wright Lassiter, it was on the basketball court, and we were engaged in, huge duels, and, he was trying to block my dunks, but as you can see, that was not the case. The first time I met Wright, first of all, I didn't know who he was because he hadn't even moved here yet. We got seated next to each other at a dinner, and our conversation focused on, wait for it, tires. Yeah, long story to that. But obviously, at that dinner where we talked about the validity of all-season versus winter tires over the course of dessert, I would have no idea how important Wright would become, not just to this community, but to myself personally. Wright certainly, in his role leading Henry Ford Health, has been a transformative leader on a national scale. And I think our friends from Henry Ford who are here today will validate that. Wright has also been a leader nationally, being the chair of the American Hospital Association, on the Federal Reserve Bank Board of Chicago. His leadership has extended into community groups all throughout the region and the state. Even though he only arrived here 7.5 years ago, he has been a transformative leader. And Wright didn't give himself nearly enough credit for his leadership of this conference last year. Having the CEO of Michigan's premier health organization right at our side to guide us through how to handle the relaunch of the Mackinac Policy Conference in really uncertain times, having to reschedule it, having to kind of reformat it. Wright, you did so much for us as a chamber, but more importantly, you've done so much for myself, learning from your leadership. You and Kathy have become such good friends for Lisa and I. So everyone, a toast to Wright Lassiter and best wishes for everything moving forward.
Should I go? I'll say just a few words. I do probably, but I don't need tissue for this because Wright got me to become the chairman of this conference. So, and I didn't know what he was sucking me into at the time, but I'm still up here to give him a congratulations and best wishes. So Wright and I met 7 years ago at Detroit Homecoming and formed an instant friendship. And that friendship led to us making a deal a year or two later to create the Sports Medicine Center and our headquarters in Detroit as we moved the team downtown. And I have to say here, for the Detroit Pistons, we wouldn't be downtown without that partnership with Henry Ford Health, the premier medical institution in the city of Detroit. Thanks to Wright. They've been an incredible partner for us, providing us incredible health care, advice, counsel. During the pandemic, we wouldn't have gotten through with all the NBA rules without the help of Henry Ford Health and Wright's leadership. I have to say, though, we became so close that people around Detroit started referring to us to Detroit's version of twins. And I'll let you decide who's Schwarzenegger and who's Danny DeVito. Wright is our #1 fan. He has seats. He's our Jack Nicholson. If you know who Jack Nicholson was for the Lakers, Wright Lassiter is Detroit's Jack Nicholson. He sits right by the bench. He's in our huddles. He's giving the team advice. He's patting them on the back. He's encouraging them to play harder. The key thing is, Wright, you have to keep your seats. You can go elsewhere, You have to keep your seats and be at those games. We're counting on you this year.
All right.
But anyway, Nancy and I became such close friends with Wright and Kathy. It's going to be hard to see him go. We'll always remain friends. We'll be following him wherever he is. We love him. We love Kathy. We wish you the very best. And
Appreciate you.
yeah, love you. I need a gummy dance.
I would just say thanks. He's the one that's supposed to be emotional. But, you know, it's I never imagined that I would ever live in Michigan, and thanks to Sandy Pierce, who harassed me out of California. It's been the best experience of a 30-plus year career. Most folks probably don't fully appreciate how much I love Henry Ford, my team, many of which are here, and what I've been able to do. So it's been a privilege to be here, and I will miss being around on a day-to-day basis, but I will not be far.
Yeah.
So thank you all very much.
Man, I love you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session is how COVID-19 and social change altered the role of CEOs. Please welcome Linda Apsey, President and Chief Executive Officer at ITC Holdings Corp. Wright Lassiter III, President and Chief Executive Officer of Henry Ford Health. Cindy Paskey, President and Chief Executive Officer of Strategic Staffing Solutions. Garrett Rochow, President and Chief Executive Officer of CMS and Consumers Energy. And to moderate the discussion, Rick Albin, political reporter at Wood TV8.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Take a moment to thank the Chamber, because it is always a pleasure to be able to come up here and talk with people who have the insight and the knowledge, that know some of what makes our businesses tick and some of the challenges that we face. For me, it's always a learning experience, so I appreciate the Chamber putting together this great panel, and once again having me be a part of what is a really, I think, very successful meeting here on Mackinac Island. We should give the Chamber a round of applause, because they've done a great job with a really quick turnaround. So the question that we're going to examine is the changing role of CEOs. Now, for those of us who aren't CEOs, and I must admit I remain surprised I haven't been asked to be, but there's still time, and I'm open, by the way. But we might not think about it, because we spent a lot of time during this conference talking about the changing roles of how do we find people to work? How do we attract talent? How do we keep talent? How do we have to engage with employees? A lot of that's changed for a lot of you in your businesses, but the role of the CEO has changed too. And we're going to look at this in two pieces. We're going to talk about how it's changed post-COVID. And then the second half, we're going to talk a little bit about how it's changed with a new social awareness in our country, and I would say around the globe, and how corporations and CEOs in particular may be addressing that issue. So I'm going to start with you. Talk a little bit, if you would, and please describe your business for anybody who might know, and talk a little bit about what your role as a CEO is like today that is different than what it was like in February of 2020.
Great, thank you, and good morning, and thank you, Rick. For those who don't know, ITC Holdings, we own, operate, manage the high voltage electric transmission grid throughout most of the state of Michigan and 6-7 other states across the Midwest and Great Plains. So for those of you who heard Ted Koppel speak yesterday, he was obviously addressing our industry, our business, so certainly keenly interested in his comments. So certainly, yes, I mean, the role of a CEO has drastically changed. And I know we'll get in a minute to, certainly some of the social awareness and social justice issues that certainly, we now all have to consider. But I think specifically maybe a little bit of perspective just on sort of from a COVID perspective, certainly as a CEO and for all of us, right, unprecedented, making decisions that certainly we didn't have playbooks for. And so really, connecting, if you will, your business fundamentally to your values. And certainly in our business, we operate high voltage electric transmission equipment. Safety is our number one value. And so much of our focus and our efforts around safety of our employees, safety of our community, really helped us, I think, effectively manage through the pandemic as we kept coming back to COVID, or we kept coming back to safety. What I would say is, when you kind of look at what were our other values about being better together, and certainly as a CEO, biggest concern is we sent everybody home during COVID. We still had responsibility to operate the electric transmission grid 24/7. And, at that time, right, it really was, how do you continue to operate, do it safely, keep people protected from COVID? And so what was amazing from my perspective, and I think that really has now sort of transcended everything that we do, but certainly as I think about being a CEO, really coming back to that being better together. Even though we were apart during COVID, being better together. We, for example, we took over a local hotel for our transmission operators. We basically, other than the manager of the hotel, it was strictly our control room operators. And we did that. We sequestered them for the better part of 6 to 8 weeks. We kept them away from their families. They had a hotel room, and then they went to work. They were around no other people. We sequestered a chef to cook for them. We sequestered the security personnel, and we kept them in a bubble for the better part of 6 to 8 weeks. But what was amazing was the other employees, right? They left families at home, right, in the early days of the pandemic. They left families, they left young kids at home, and our other employees stepped up to take care of their families. And I think through that, I think what we've taken away, what I've taken away is, when you're in crises, right? And, we all know, right, COVID, we all have different perspectives, different opinions. What was so important, I think, was, using crises to bring people together and really connecting it back to our business, our purpose. What do we do? What are we responsible for? And that guides, our decision making. It guides who we are, how we show up in everything that we do. And so now, when I think about being a CEO and how my role has changed, I connect back to, our employees and taking care of each other, taking care of our communities, focus on safety. It's all about, sort of being one collective team in what we do, but at the same time, recognizing, we all have different perspectives and different opinions. And while I might have my own beliefs and opinions, I recognize those aren't everybody else's. And I think COVID really brought that to light from a CEO perspective, is that, you have to engage and you have to connect. And I think in many ways, COVID brought us closer together in connecting, and sort of as a CEO, ensuring that you have to be always listening and connected to your employees and everything that they're doing so that you can make the best decision for the overall team. And that has continues to transcend so much of what we do and how we think about the work we do.
An interesting perspective, and it almost gives us a bit of a silver lining to what has been a very difficult period of time if you've been able to engage more with the people that you work with. I mean, right, in your situation, I can't imagine what changed running one of the major health systems in the country and having a pandemic. That must have changed where you were as a CEO quite a bit.
So I'd say yes and no. And so, to some extent, because we're in the healthcare business, it simply required us to lean in even more, and in some ways more broadly than we might have done before. So in that regard, that wasn't much different in the sense that we were used to managing crises. We were used to managing issues that sort of called us to come together. I think what was different, however, is that not unlike Linda, with our 34,000 employees, we did have those who were not in the clinical space who went virtual. And so we created this sort of we had this bifurcation in the workforce of those folks who who are delivering care or directly supporting those who are delivering care that were still in the workplace versus those who weren't. Our organization, being a healthcare organization, I think probably had a higher expectation than in other industries around the connection of values to mission and purpose. And to some extent, the voice that the organization would have on at least some social issues. I think what was very different, though, was the expectation that voice should be louder, that it should resonate more broadly, and that some of the public health work that we were called to do at times put us in positions that we might not have been used to previously, because those things might have been expected by state government, local government. Now those burdens were being thrust upon organizations like Henry Ford and the other health systems across the state and the nation. And then clearly, there was a demand for more transparency out of my office and our senior leadership team. And I think that was something that was unique and an opportunity. And I say it's an opportunity, not a challenge, but there was an expectation for more transparency because there were so many decisions being made at times so rapidly and sometimes without complete information, especially early on in COVID. When you think about, what's your primary responsibility? Well, it's protecting the core. That means you're making sure that your team members are safe and that the environment is a safe environment. And early on, we didn't have a lot of answers. And so we were making, at times, decisions that we thought would create safety. And the staff wanted to understand why, given this invisible threat that we were facing. And then as more data came out, you'd have to pivot quickly and make another quick decision. And so there was a demand for more transparency because there were more decisions being made, frankly, sort of centrally than might have been in normal course, and certainly more rapidly than in normal course. And so that required a level of transparency. And then I would just say maybe the last thing I would highlight is that the COVID crisis demanded more humility. Because we had a number of conversations I did with members of our senior team and our senior team collectively about we don't have all the answers. And so we need to be more willing than normal to try something and be okay with the fact that it didn't work. And simply acknowledge it didn't work and then change course rapidly. And when I had that first chat with our chief human resource officer about our staff are facing challenges they've never faced before. And so your team is going to face challenges they've not faced before. And so maybe for the first time in your career, you should talk to your team regularly about we don't have all the answers, which means we need to be more humble about the prowess of the senior team, because we are generally always expected to solve problems. And the presumption is the solution you put in place will solve the problem. And there were times when the solutions we were putting in place didn't. And so that's where sort of the interconnection between humility and transparency was really important to be able to sort of acknowledge. We did a survey a few months into COVID, and we were expecting great results about all the amazing things that the senior team had done to support our team members. And we heard some positive things, but we heard a lot of, there is so much changing and you guys aren't communicating enough because we don't know where all these changes are coming from. And so I said to the team, I said, so let's not get defensive. Let's just take it as an opportunity and just know that our organization is under more stress than maybe it's ever been, which just requires us to function differently than maybe we ever have. And so our best efforts may not be good enough, and that's okay. Let's just keep trying, and let's keep acknowledging what worked and those things that didn't, and then pivot on those things that didn't. And so I think a lot about, if you think about sort of the two major things that maybe COVID pushes us to do as CEOs, and that's firstly to sort of protect the core, and then secondly to think about how you have to pivot the organization for a new normal. And so we spent a lot of time in that protecting mode, but needing to sort of acknowledge that we've got to be more transparent than ever and be humble.
Great thought. The changing role of a CEO has got to be interesting because you talk about humility, you talk about coming together, you talk about transparency, talking about being able to pivot. What if you have to work with 16 countries? We talked just briefly before you came out here. And it's not just dealing with changes and regulations here. Tell us about your business, what you do, and about that global impact and how your role has changed.
Wow, thank you. We do IT and information consulting. We're a little over 30 years old, headquartered in Detroit. Our international operation is close to 25 years old. It's headquartered in Lithuania, and from there we service 16 countries. And so part of what didn't change is we've always been a very lean, flat company. We have thousands of employees. And I've been a very outward-facing CEO who's traveled and communicated. So we drew upon that immediately because that was what our team expected, our consultants. We have, years ago it used to be a spreadsheet, now it's an automated spreadsheet, but we can tell you by country the labor law, who the prime minister is, who's all of those things, how do you do those things. So we added COVID as one more category on that. And we took it in such a way that it will be ever changing. But when you work internationally, labor laws are ever changing, treaties are changing. When administrations change, whether it's parliament or things happen. So we already have that mindset that this will be the most important thing we now have to pay attention to, but we have to look at it the way we have everything else. And we were very, very honest with our team. And Wright knows this. He was gracious enough to let me interview him for our annual meeting this year. He was the most quoted individual in every single town hall that I did, and every communication that I did. He was, in addition to Paul and myself, the source of comfort for us three all around the world. But we were also very honest with our team. We said, okay, we haven't been through this before, so we're going to make this up as we go along. And many of you have been with us a very long time, and we're going to ask that you trust that we will make it up the right way, and we'll tell you when we're going to change. The challenge we had is that our customers are all A customers. They're energy, finance, and healthcare. So many of our consultants couldn't work from home. They had to be forward deployed. And we had to hire hundreds of consultants that April that were going to be forward deployed and equipped. Not just with technology, but masks. And we were able to figure out how to do that. But I think the reason we were able to do that is it played against the strengths that we had as a company for 30 years. So my role really didn't change. I didn't feel like it did. I felt that how I had always been CEO, this is what I did. And I will tell you, we were released to travel in May, and I traveled that first day to an operation because it was so important to us that if we had consultants that had to be front line, their leadership should be front line. So there was a core group of us that had permission. We were in our office every day. If you called corporate, the person that answered the phone could FaceTime and say, "We're here." So it wasn't easy at all, but it was a reminder for us. We have a very high retention rate, both with our overhead team and our consulting team, and it was a reminder for us that the manner in which we've run the company for 30 years, we had no idea that the payoff would be that we could keep people working. They would trust us enough when there were no answers to just keep their heads down, to do their jobs, to call if they needed help. So it intensified my role, but it really didn't change it.
Gary, you have, like everybody here, folks who have to go to work every day that can't work from home. So when COVID came around, you have this big organization that's spread out across the state. How did it change your role? How did it change, if it did, change your approach? Because you don't get to miss a beat because then all of our lights go off. and that's not good.
Building off a little bit of the other panelists here, it was truly just leaning into our values. And one of our values is caring. And we talk about it, it's a word. We think we demonstrate it, but we really had to lean into that and be part of our safety. Before the pandemic, just a little story for a moment. Before the this is in March, before the shutdowns and other parts of the pandemic really took off, I was up at one of our service centers in West Branch, Michigan. And this is an electric service center. And if you've met our line workers, they're very tough individuals. These individuals, they go out when the wind's blowing, when it's storming, they're up on a pole, they're in a bucket. They work with electricity, an invisible hazard, every single day. Same with our gas workers, invisible hazards, they work with them every single day. So we had this briefing in our service center, I was talking with the crews, and then after, I had individuals come up to me and say this: I'm not concerned about COVID, but my daughter, she's immune deficient, and I'm worried about her. Another individual said, I'm not worried about COVID myself, but my elderly parents live with me. And here are these people that I've viewed as really some of the individuals that go out in any conditions, and very rugged individuals that serve our customers. And again, work with invisible hazards, and here the unknown was concerning. At that point, I knew as a leader, the game had changed. Because we weren't going to be able to stop serving electricity or serving gas. That was not an option. So how were we going to ensure and really care for those individuals? So they feel comfortable and confident to be able to go to work and not worry about their daughter or their elderly parents. And that was, it changed the way we thought about the pandemic from that point forward. And just how we brought ourselves into the conversation to care for our coworkers, make sure they went home safe every day, whether that was safety supplies. We spent all our bucket trucks home. We had to get special permits. We had to work with the Michigan State Police and the state of Michigan to be able to run those trucks on different roads. We did all kinds of things to keep our coworkers so they could be separate, but still come to work to serve our customers. And so that piece of caring was really important. And then to build off what Wright said, this genuine, we had to up our communications, talk more, but just being transparent. There's an expectation that CEOs and senior leadership teams have the answer. And they just tell us the answer, you've thought about it, you've done all the detailed analysis, just let us know what it is. And we were in a time of unknown, so being transparent, being humble. 40% of our workforce is union workers. And to connect with them, I brought in union leaders onto some of our calls because I knew they would relate with the union leader quicker and faster than maybe they would even relate with me. So it has to be set your ego aside and just approach this with humble transparency, because we got to move the organization, we got to move quick in terms of a pandemic.
It's a great insight from all of you, and all of you have a little bit different takeaway from that, and I suspect the same will be true with the second part of our conversation. In our nation, and I said earlier, I think globally, but particularly in our nation, the social awareness, social justice issues that have come to the forefront have been different in a number of ways, but it's different for CEOs. Because, and I say this as kind of a blanket statement, which is not going to apply to all of you in the same way, but perhaps in the past, as a CEO, as a big company, you might have been more comfortable being quiet, not being part of the discussion. But that's not possible now, because it is a broad discussion that involves you and your company's values and the way you approach some of these issues. I don't want to get this too pinpoint, because I want you to tell me, and I'm going to start with you on that end, we'll move back this way. How has that changed your role as a CEO and the way your company approaches engaging, social engagement?
Let me offer a little context too, and not to digress too much, but if you take the event with Disney in Florida, I think you can say, and you hear people that's a DeSantis issue, that's a Florida issue, that doesn't happen in Michigan. The reality is it does. It happens in Michigan. That pressure which you're communicating and sharing with us in the question is very real. And we've had it within the company where you have coworkers who expect the company to respond. You have outside influences that expect the company to respond. But you also have people of influence and power who are saying, if you take this position, we're going to make it really hard for your company. That exists here today in Michigan. So the pressures are very real in that CEO role. The way we've looked at it as a company is really twofold. And the first part's going to sound a little bit formulaic, but bear with me just for a second. One of the things we did about a year ago was look at a matrix of how we look at social type events. And so that we could really, think about how we engage as a company and how it's not just a point of view of the CEO or the senior team, but how do we engage more individuals and leaders in that conversation. That matrix we're really trying to empower the organization, because often in these social issues, personal views start to come in as well. So that matrix offered a way of objectivity in the discussion. Because we could see this is how we related to this event, how will we relate to the next event. And then two, it looked at how do we have a thoughtful and measured response. Right? In some instances, it may just be a letter or a communication, an email that we want to have with our coworkers. In some cases, it may need to be more. But again, it allowed us to take a step back, not get into the emotions of what's taking place, and have a thoughtful response. So that's one thing that we've done. The other thing that I think is really important and what we've tried to exercise, and I've tried to exercise within the senior team as well as the CEO, is often when there's a social event, there's a pressure to pick a side. You're either this or you're that. You're anti or you're for. And often in that moment, in a social event, we're dealing with the symptoms. And what is valuable from my point of view, is how do we have a productive conversation where we can get to the root cause? Often there's systemic issues, and we need to bring people together to have those conversations. And so occasionally we get pulled one way or the other, but how do we get to the middle where we can have people work together? Because then we can get after the root cause. And so that's a lot of where we spend our time and focus on some of these social issues.
I'm going to ask each of you to keep it about 3 minutes because we can't let the panel run long, but I'd like to know how this issue has impacted your company. Again, you're dealing with it around the globe.
So we have traditionally over 30 years, we've been pretty vocal. I think a lot of people in the room would agree with that. But we do have an org chart. It's an upside down triangle. It's the only org chart I see in business that never changes because it's customers, consultants, and community at the top. I'm at the very bottom, as I should be. I service my leadership team. They service the field. They service the whole reason why we have a purpose. And so when we're pushed to respond, asked to respond, called out because we haven't responded, the thing that I start with is, as CEO, my number one priority is to make sure that S3 is successful in every place in the world that we do business. Because when we're successful, we create jobs, we make money, which gives us resources to influence, to support, and to care. And if we choose to not speak on an issue, it's because I feel the environment will not allow us to speak on an issue and have our opinion be respected if it's not agreed with. And I will never make a statement on an opinion that would hurt the ability of S3 to be successful. No matter how passionate I am personally, I'm a CEO responsible for 1,000 people that need to stay in those jobs, and equally responsible for customers that depend on us to have those individuals stay on their jobs. So you have to, and when you're around the world, a statement that I would make in Lithuania is probably not going to be received the same way that it would be in the Philippines. So not only do I have to look at the environment that we're in, but I have to remember that my first job, not as Cindy Paskey, not as a Detroiter, not as a Lithuanian, my first job is CEO of a company that employs thousands of people. It's to keep them in those jobs and to service the customers that trust us to have that talent there. And then within that, use our success and use our resources to see where we can have a voice that will make a difference in how we do that.
Right. Has it changed the way you function as a CEO and consequently within your large organization as people are more interested in social justice and social awareness?
Yeah, so I think the short answer is it has changed a bit. Not unlike what Cindy just said, as the CEO of Henry Ford Health, my job is to ensure that we accomplish our mission. And the three most important words of that mission is improve people's lives. And there's a little more to it, but that's the three core words. And so we can think about that narrowly, or we can think about that broadly. It can narrow just in terms of delivering healthcare, or more broadly in terms of things like equity and justice. And then so my thought is, and then our rules of the road then ends up being our value system. And two of our core values that relate to this, compassion and respect. And so I think the short answer is our organization has expected my voice as the CEO of our organization to be louder in the last couple, 2-3 years. And to some extent, I antagonized a bit of that expectation as I wrote a letter of reflection to the organization after the George Floyd incident. And the question that I asked our organization is, are we doing enough? And a commitment that I made to the organization that we would really spend time critically talking about, are we doing enough, including am I doing enough as a leader of the organization? And if not, we'd do more. And so we, through conversations with leaders across the organization and the board, made a commitment that we needed to do more. And so our board adopted a new strategic plan that sort of elevated our efforts around not just diversity, equity, inclusion, but we, for the first time in history, added justice to our efforts and had some very comprehensive conversations about what's our role and how do we ensure, if we want to take on a broader social justice voice, how do we ensure that it doesn't distract from the core, which is ensuring that we deliver high quality health care in a compassionate way to anyone who we can service across the state. And so it's caused me to just frankly think more critically about how and where I spend time, how we communicate transparently to the organization what things are important to us. And not unlike what Garrick said, that oftentimes it's not about necessarily taking sides, but it's about determining what is the problem to be solved and advocating for a solution to the problem, as opposed to we're going to pick side X or side Y, but we're critically focused on the problem at hand. Just a quick example, I sent a note to the CEO of St. Francis Health System in Tulsa this morning, where there was a shooting with 5 individuals in a clinic. And so one of the things that we're spending a lot of time on is how do we address this issue of violence in America's hospitals? And it's not necessarily an issue of gun control per se or amendment this or that, but everyone can agree that there shouldn't be shootings in healthcare facilities, or there shouldn't be violence against healthcare workers. And so how do we advocate for solutions to that without necessarily presuming that it's a Democratic or Republican issue, but it should be a bipartisan approach to eliminating violence in America's hospitals and health systems. So, one example.
Great current example. So we're really tight on time, so I'm going to ask you to do this in about 2 minutes, if you can.
Sure, great. Yeah, look, I agree with all the panelists in terms of sort of the perspective, and I couldn't agree more. I think we have to be thoughtful and measured. I don't think we have to weigh in on every single issue. Our employees, our communities are reflections of all of us. And, when you get, I think, if you start to take sides, you're going to automatically isolate let's just say 50% of the population. However, corporations do have a really important role. And I think, with the George Floyd incident as an example, corporations have really leaned in and we are making a difference. And, I'm a big believer, actions speak louder than words. And I think it's much more important what I'm doing, what I'm leading, my team is leading. For example, on inclusion and diversity, we're all on a journey. We've made substantial progress in terms of, our focus, what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that is much more important than my name on a headline in the newspaper in terms of what my opinion is. And so I really believe actions speak louder than words. And, but there is a space, there's a place, right? We are reflections of the communities we serve, we're reflections of our employees. And, I do think we can make a big difference around these, equity and social justice issues. But it comes back to what are we doing about it, not just what we're saying about it. And that's, kind of how we've thought our way through how to be engaged, involved as a leader. We haven't really touched on it here, but certainly I think the last 2 years has taught us all to be much more empathetic, to shut up and listen. And so, really engaging with employees, listening, being empathetic to the different perspectives, and then finding your way, through being an empathetic leader has really made a difference for me personally, but for the organization as well.
You all have made it a pleasure to shut up and listen for the last 30 minutes because each of you has such a wonderful perspective and it comes from a different place. I thank you for spending your time with us, but more important, I thank you for bothering to think about these things, because for all of us in the room, we have to deal with them in some way or another, and maybe you've given us some tools. So thank the panel, thank the chamber, and thank you all for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session is sponsored by Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. Please welcome Steve Ballmer, co-founder of Ballmer Group and owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, and Arn Tellem, vice chairman of Pistons Sports and Entertainment and chair of the 2022 Mackinac Policy Conference.
This is very exciting for me. I'm honored to be sitting here with one of Michigan's favorite sons. I don't have to say this, but I'm going to say all these things. Former Microsoft CEO, owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, and founder of the Ballmer Group, the one and only Steve Ballmer. When I asked Steve if he would come back to Michigan and attend this conference, he didn't hesitate. I sent him an email, and I figured I'll never hear from him. Within less than 10 minutes, he responded and said, I'm in. Steve has never forgotten his Michigan roots. He's a true Michigander, and his Midwest spirit he's never lost, and it shined through his remarkably successful business career, helping to take Microsoft from a startup to a tech giant. In 2015, after he stepped down from Microsoft, he founded the Ballmer Group, and he continues to give back.
Co-founded with my lovely wife, Connie.
I wasn't going to forget you, Connie, I promise.
Sorry.
I'm married to a strong partner, too. I understand.
Sorry.
And his philanthropic commitment to Detroit, their philanthropic commitment to Detroit, and in creating opportunity and impacting communities through economic mobility and promoting efforts that promote safe and stable families, education, and career opportunities. I'm extremely honored to call Connie and Steve friends, and we are really fortunate that our paths continue to cross in the NBA. Steve's a true innovator. He's always operated on fact-based decision-making. And I gotta say, his energy and passion that he brings to everything that he does always engages and inspires. He grew up in Detroit and Farmington Hills. He's a graduate of Detroit Country Day, and he attended the Michigan of the East, Harvard. It's great that he and Connie are here to share this. We're thrilled to have him back here. And I want to also acknowledge Kylie Mitchell-Wells, the Executive Director of the Balmer Group for Southeast Michigan. And I have to say, Kylie, we just went to Akron, Ohio to see the I Promise School together with a group of business and civic leaders. She is fantastic. You couldn't have someone better representing you here in Southeast Michigan. So let's start at why are you here? Is this your first, Mackinac, is this your first time in Mackinac? I know you grew up here in Michigan.
Yeah, it's actually my third time, despite having grown up in the Detroit area. 1961, before most people in this room were born, we made a family trailer vacation up in northern Michigan. Our youngest son went to the University of Michigan, and on the saddest day, the day you go empty nester with your last child, we dropped him in Ann Arbor, came up here, and had a hell of a time.
Well, I wanted to share a little picture of your youth.
Oh, God.
Do you remember that guy?
I do remember that
I think that's
guy.
your high school graduation photo.
It is.
From Country Day. And I wanted to ask you, there was lines that Paul Simon wrote in a song, I think it was The Boxer. You know, after changes upon changes, we are more or less the same. So looking back in your youth, your formative years, I wanted to know how it shaped your life, what you took from Michigan growing up here with your family, and just growing up in Michigan, and how it, affected your, impacted your life going forward.
Yeah. No, I actually, as a child, had we had to move. My dad was with Ford. My dad was an immigrant from Switzerland. My mom grew up in Detroit. And so we moved with Ford on one occasion, came back, and it was great. You could say I didn't know much else, but I'd lived someplace else, and I loved it here. We started in Oak Park, wound up in Farmington Hills. I went to Eleanor Roosevelt Elementary School, which I think is a yeshiva now. I went to East Junior High, and I worked at Franklin Hills as a caddy a couple summers. Took some classes at Lawrence Tech. So I feel pretty deeply grounded here. Besides the fact my mom would tell me many stories of the old days, like learning how to drive in the Eastern Market, which today would sound like kind of a crazy thing, but her dad would take her out there and they'd try it in the parking lot. I will say things have changed. When my mom was sick with cancer in 1997, we came back and we drove around and saw all the houses she had ever lived in as a girl, down on 12th Street, on Linwood, on Webb. When I came back after my mom had died, maybe 10 years later, every one of those houses had been vandalized and torn down. And the city has changed. I remember very well the riots in 1967, and yet I feel the city is, I'll say the area, because I grew up in suburbs, obviously. I feel this great sense of renaissance, no pun intended, in Detroit and in the area, and that makes me really happy. I know it's hard, it'd be a big comeback effort, but I'm so pleased to see Detroit coming back.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about that was when you graduated college, before you ended up at Microsoft, did you consider coming back to Detroit and working here?
I did, absolutely. I worked a couple years, went back to Stanford to business school, and was trying to decide kind of what to do between summer of first year and summer of second year. And the then president of Ford, Don Peterson, had gone to Stanford Business School. So I sent him a note and said, can I talk to you over Christmas? I'm curious about the auto industry. So I was talking to him about potentially coming back to work at Ford for that summer between first and second year. And then I got a call from a buddy of mine from college, Bill Gates, and it detoured me some off of the Ford Motor Company route that I was considering.
And you left business school early. You didn't finish.
I did. I dropped out after that 1 year.
So when you were making that decision, was the offer so, I guess it had to be so compelling? What was the thought process when you said weighing staying in school versus grabbing the offer immediately and going to Microsoft?
Yeah, I don't think we have many college-age kids here, but so I'll say something that'll probably offend all the potential parents. It turns out that dropping out of school is not as bad as they tell you. You know why? You know why? Well, forget my experience. They'll always let you drop back in. So, it's a low-risk way to try entrepreneurship, truly. Although I know most parents probably, my dad didn't believe it. I told my dad, who was an immigrant, never went to college, yeah, Dad, I'm dropping out of business school, isn't that great? And my dad was not a happy camper. But Bill was the smartest person I'd ever met. I knew they were world leaders in this new thing called software, because there wasn't much of a software business, and this new thing called personal computers, and obviously that revolutionized how people work.
So before you made that decision, had you not had that relationship with Bill Gates, and did you have other interests or other goals that you were sort of looking at before going into the tech area?
Oh yeah, no, I that summer I was looking at Microsoft, Ford, an insurance company, consulting, and investment banking. I'd even tried. I actually know Arn's wife, Nancy, before I ever knew Arn. We worked together at Microsoft. But I actually spent a summer kind of sniffing out the movie business even.
As a screenwriter, right? You were thinking of screenwriting?
Oh, no. I can't write at all.
Okay.
No, I wanted to be a business guy.
Oh, okay.
I have a very short attention span, and the movie business seems like it'd be a good.
Oh, okay.
Basketball is good for people with ADD also.
I'm going to fast forward. I'm past Microsoft. So you stepped down as CEO in 2014, and the Clippers came up coincidentally for sale that year. Which became part of your next chapter. You bought the Clippers in later that year. And I remembered Nancy and I had dinner with you in Los Angeles right after you took ownership of the Clippers. And it was a fascinating dinner. You talked about your goals in this next chapter of your life was one of obviously building a successful basketball team, but you had many other personal goals. And one of them was philanthropy. And you and Connie founded the Bomber Group a year later, I think in 2015. Talk about that, how that came to be, what your interests were in philanthropy. I know that evening we talked about one organization, City Year, which I think you and Connie have been big benefactors of, which we also support here in Detroit. Talk a little bit about City Year, but just talk about just how you and Connie came to that, why the Bomber Group and what your focus was going to be and why then.
Yeah, Connie had done some philanthropy in Washington State, starting with foster kids, and had broadened out. And I retired, and she said, "All right, dude, it's time to dive in with me." I was a little tired. It's a long story, but suffice it to say, I didn't prevail in that discussion. And as we thought about what to do, the thing building on what Connie had already done and my interests, there are people who have, and I'll just call it, no real shot at the American dream from the day they're born. And it's not because who they are or what their capabilities are, but by the circumstances of their birth, whether it's dysfunctional family issues or lack of good education, it's just not possible. And there's plenty of data that supports that. And that's not fair, at least in my estimation. I don't know how the world solves poverty or some of these other issues, but every kid deserves a chance. And we decided that would be what we focused in on, and that's what came under this rubric of economic mobility, which is as broad as you can think. I mean, we are a mile wide and an inch deep. We view that as our strategic value. And why philanthropy? Look, we were blessed with a lot financially. Things worked out great at Microsoft, and it would be, in a sense, irresponsible if we hadn't picked something of this ilk to go do. There's a couple new areas that we're considering, but we're anchored in this notion of giving every kid a shot.
Right. And talk a little bit about City Year, because that was the first organization we talked about that night, and I think Andrew Stein may be in the somewhere sitting here, and who ran City Year here in Detroit, now works for the national organization in fundraising. So why City Year? What did it mean to you and Connie? And
yeah, and I'll focus. We have, I think, now well over 300 grantees now. But City Year, and I don't remember them all. I might have as a younger man, but I don't remember all now. But City Year lodges big. They are so effective going into schools, supporting kids, supporting teachers in the school, helping kids in ways that, the teacher doesn't have time. Teacher just simply doesn't have time to work in enough depth with kids. And this kind of additional school support is what City Year does, and it resonates perfectly. Obviously, they're not going into Birmingham public schools. They will go into less affluent schools. They work with kids who need that kind of help. And it would be characteristic of a number of institutions we support, but we started out actually supporting nationally. We support in Los Angeles, obviously now in Detroit. We're active in addition to nationally in 3 places. Seattle area, which is where we live, Los Angeles, which is where we have our basketball team, and Detroit, because it's the place I grew up. Connie grew up in the Northwest, so Seattle's close to home.
Great. I wanted to talk a little bit, as we continue on your philanthropy in Detroit specifically. You also have, I guess with Kylie, developed a close relationship with the Detroit Regional Chamber, and you're really collaborating on a number of different initiatives regarding education and growing talent in this area. So maybe you can talk a little bit about those efforts and what you're doing.
Yeah, specifically with the Chamber, we've had a mutual interest in getting kids to get degrees. And so whether it's with Detroit Drives Degrees, the Hazel Park Promise, the Detroit Promise, which work to make sure people are funded through at least 2 years of school, the Michigan College Access Network, that has been a joint passion with the Chamber. We've provided grant money to those institutions, and it's been one of our chamber-based focus. We've got a project now with SEMCA on workforce training for opportunity youth, kids 16 to 24 who are out of the workforce. Another one that should be of interest to the Chamber, by the way, given the focusing on employment. But the specific work with the Chamber, I think, is very important, very valuable.
No, it's great. It's a great partnership, and obviously I know the Chamber values this partnership tremendously, and looking forward to doing great things with you going forward. And speaking of that, because it seems like you've had a strategy of really looking for key partnerships, and making sure the partnerships are really structured in a way that they're working with government, business, that you can leverage a lot of opportunities. So go into sort of, as you identify organizations you support, you and Connie, how you pick them and how you evaluate them and determine whether they're going to be successful.
Yeah, I'll give you just a couple examples. There's an organization based in Detroit. It's an amazing not-for-profit. It's called Sevilla. And Sevilla is I'll call it a software design company. Now, but what do they really do? They've worked, for example, in partnership with the Michigan State Department of Health and Human Services on re-engineering, redesigning. They don't do the software, they do the human design of the application form to sign up for benefits programs like SNAP or food stamps as it's sometimes called, unemployment benefits, Medicaid. How do you make it easier for somebody to apply and get approved? And I think they took the application down online, but from here to here, the time in which somebody can get approved from their benefits, the quality of customer service they get has really improved, so fewer people fall, if you will, between the cracks, but they work in partnership with government, as an example, in order to get their work done. Well, I talked about this stuff with SEMCA and workforce issues that they are working on out Wayne County, which I think is another good example. There's an area in which we have a lot of passion, which is community violence. I can't imagine, because I never grew up in a neighborhood where there was violence, but there are places a kid goes to elementary school, and you have to be very worried about getting to school and violence in the schools. And we've seen a lot of stuff in the paper of late, but that can be an everyday thing for kids in some neighborhoods. And we were approached recently by a group of 4 not-for-profits, the Health Alliance Violence Intervention Group, the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, Cities United, I won't remember the name off the top of my head of the 4th. They want to help stem the kind of shooting violence that we see. And we're not on this side talking about police activity, we're talking about community. And they figured out there's a very small percentage of people who shoot or get shot in most tough neighborhoods. And if you can focus in on that in the right way, good things happen. So for example, let's make sure we approach somebody who's been shot right there when they're in their hospital, them and their families. How do we use that to provide support, to tamp down retribution work? How do you put gang outreach workers into neighborhoods so that they can be part of tamping down outreach workers with the gangs who are basically ex-gang members? How do you work with police in this network? If it's a small group of people, how do you identify them and provide case management services? It's a cool thing, because if you can reduce the amount of violence, and of course, disproportionately this happens in poorer neighborhoods, good things can happen. We supported them nationally. They'll be coming here to Detroit to find partners to work with in the Detroit area. And I'm just super excited about community violence and the opportunity to partner with the Detroit Police and the other institutions. There's a project that we were excited about. I think we funded at Sinai Grace now Hospital with workers who work right there in the hospital already with shooting victims. And so I've got a lot of enthusiasm, for example, about that and the application here in
And who brought this idea to you about dealing with gang violence? How did it all sort of emanate?
We have one of our, in this case, the woman who runs, as Kylie has the job running all of our operation here in Michigan, we have a woman who does the same thing in Los Angeles. She and one of our other folks were approached by these folks. Super interesting concept. We said, well, you really have to be able to spread nationally, but why don't you start in Detroit and LA, because those are places with which we have affinity. So that's how it came about.
You sort of alluded to sort of data-driven analysis as you do sort of your granting. And I'm fascinated by, you started usafacts.org in, I think, 2017. And to evaluate the government spending, taxes. Just tell us a little bit how that got started and how it's worked since its inception.
Well, I guess I'll complete the story about our philanthropy. I said to Connie when she said, come on, get involved, I said, nah. Government takes care of all those issues. And of course, I told you who prevailed, but as many people do when they're on the sort of opposite of the argument, I said, I'm going to prove this to her. I'm going to figure out how much government is really transferring wealth and helping in these issues. And I started looking for government data. That's the definitive data. How does government spend its money? Then I got interested in how it raises money. Then it gets you interested in whether government is getting good outcomes with its money. And I started to say, what do I need? And as a former CEO of a company, what I really wanted to see is every company has to file something called the 10K report with the Securities and Exchange Commission. There's no fluff in it. There's no forecasts in it. There's no hope for the future in it. It's just the facts. Here's my company, here's my numbers, here's what we've accomplished, boom, 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 boom. And there's no frou-frou. I wanted one. I wanted to read that document to understand. It didn't exist. And so I said to myself, I wonder if we can create this kind of thorough, comprehensive, comprehensible document, factual, no forecasts. People can, there's an old line, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but not everybody's entitled to their own facts. Well, what happened in the past is factual. At least in things that you can characterize in numbers, they are factual. Write them down. So we set out to do that, and we did. Now, if you want to understand government in the country, you have to understand not federal government, but state and local. If I asked you, for example, who paid for Grand River? Who paid for Grand River Avenue? Was it the county? Was it the city? Was there any federal money involved? So if you really want to understand government, you have to look at the totality of federal, state, and local governments. So we put this thing together. We published the first version in 2017. Now we publish an annual report like Company does. And then we've gotten into producing a range of content. Our COVID data, county by county, was used by the CDC early on in the pandemic because we were doing a better job of data collection than others. And so we've built out a range of visualizations, content. I want us to be the definitive source of content, and I want to be an organization that can bring the history, the facts of what has happened. And I like numbers. I am a numbers person, and with respect to all government officials in the audience, politicians like to grab a number out of context and make a point. And D's, R's, everybody independence, everybody likes to do it. Heck, I do it in my personal life sometimes. But if you say to somebody, hey, we're doubling the budget. We're going to double the budget for this department. Let's say total government spends whatever, 100. And you say we're going to double. And then everybody, oh, double's awesome. But if you say to somebody we're going to go from spending 1 of 100 to 2 out of 100, that is numerical context. You can still decide you agree, you disagree, but it is more helpful. Yeah. And that's where we were. Sorry, I got a lot of passion.
No.
It's fine. But that's where we came from, usafacts.org. Thank you for the promotion, but I'll give it again here. And we've seen some real interest. We had over 20 million people come visit us last year.
No, but I think it's critical. I think it's critical in this time, and I was just curious if it could be helpful. We have such a big issue now in our society of alternative facts, fake news, conspiracy theories. If this can be utilized by our public officials in a way where we can use facts as a basis for a civil discourse and not get away from all the other things that are out there that we're getting all this false information.
Yeah, I did something that's sort of emblematic to this before COVID. I did a session with the U.S. Senate, jointly, bipartisan, supported by Senator Romney as well as Senator Schumer. We had about 25 senators come through, which is quite remarkable because people are interested. They are interested. Now, people may go their own directions, but people are actually interested in anchoring discussion. I'm going to read you a quote just because I love it. People like to point back to the founding of the country and our government, and people will point to free speech and gun ownership and the Bill of Rights. There's two things people often don't talk about as much. From the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if you think about for example, the kids that were shot last week, their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that's of course a tragedy for the kids who were shot and not. But the quote, which relates directly to this notion of facts, comes from James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution, which I think is relevant. And I brought it just so I could read it. A popular government without popular information or the means of acquiring it is but a prologue to a farce or a tragedy or both. And a people who mean to be their own governors, in other words, a democracy, must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. They knew from the start. Madison did. The notion that our Constitution says you have to have a State of the Union address. This notion of the importance of facts and information for people to govern themselves, it is essential. And we will do part of our life.
I hope our legislators are in this room listening.
Yeah. So I'm passionate about it. I think it's fundamental to our democracy and
as important as the rule of law. We're running out of time, and I have to, there's one topic we have to talk about is sports. We can't end a conversation, at least with me here and you here.
Go Clips!
Yeah. Go Pistons.
Oh, and when they're not playing the Clips, go Pistons!
But I wanted to ask you just about your experience and maybe contrasting it. You now own the team 7 years. What's the difference in owning a sports team versus running a company like Microsoft? Give us your have you enjoyed the experience? What's your thoughts on it?
No, it's great. It's specifically great in that it's sort of like being a super fan. It's not quite like being at one of your kids' games, which is always sort of the most passionate basketball experience, but you get the passion. It's actually a very complicated business. The business side is complicated, and the sports side is far more complicated. I get as complicated spreadsheets on our salary cap situation as basically anything I got at Microsoft, as Arn would know, and I like that about it. We're building a new arena in Los Angeles, which is a lot of fun. I have more points of view on what makes for a good sports experience, even than I did what makes a good software product, which is a lot of fun. The one thing that I guess I really appreciated more, business is very accountable. Quarterly results, a lot of accountability. If you want an experience understanding accountability, own a sports team. Every 24 seconds, our players can get a grade. Every 24 seconds. People talk about transparency. There's radical transparency in sport. There's literally almost nothing that I know that our fans don't know. They can look at the same analytics, the same statistics, the same games. So in terms of transparency and accountability, if I'd been doing this when I ran Microsoft, I would have gotten tuned up. Business talks about accountability. You talk about accountability in basketball, one of the top things that you'll hear coaches and players talk about is holding each other accountable. And that doesn't mean just saying, oh, are you okay? It means, God darn it, you need to stay up with this guy, or you need to ask for help.
Right.
And it's real time. And so this notion of having hard conversations, of being accountable, of getting results, you really learn a lot through sports.
And do you think there's more attention on you as an owner in this than before in Microsoft? What about the public aspect of it? Because it seems like my experience in sports has been every day is, you're covered, it's in the news. Fans are so passionate about it. So how would you say that for you, that experience? Has it been different from Microsoft in that regard or no?
Well, it's obviously different. Connie would say probably it's more with basketball. I would have said, you have to understand, software as a profession is the number 2 profession in the United States by numbers, and across the globe even more. And there's a lot of software, both fanboys and haters. Just like you'd have it, oh, I love Windows. Windows sucks. And at least among that community of huge numbers of tech people, I got that same scrutiny, but it wasn't like the person on the street who will say LA's bad and much worse than Detroit in this way. We've got 2 professional basketball teams, which means not everybody in the city cheers for you.
Right.
That kind of, I hate it. And I would probably have to admit, we haven't won any championships and those other guys have. So we're like, we got to be the number 2 who just tries harder. But that gets you a different kind of attention too. It's a little different public posture, I would say.
No, and I have no doubt you're going to get there very soon. You have a great team, and I know with your passion, they're going to be a contending team for a long time. I think I'm getting the signal that they're going to start playing music soon, like the Academy Awards. I wanted to thank you and Connie for coming back, spending time here. Your passion and commitment to Detroit is unmatched. We so appreciate you being here. It was an honor for me to be here with you. You're a dear friend. We want you to stay involved. I know you will. Thanks so much for you and Connie being here. Kylie, it's great. Thank you so much.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
So the Empowerment Plan is a nonprofit organization here in Detroit focused on ending the generational cycle of homelessness. And we do this by employing individuals from shelters to produce coats that turn into sleeping bags that we give out globally to those in need.
I feel like when you get hired here, you can trust that when you get here, they're gonna take care of you. They are your backbone. So if you need some help or you need someone to fall back on, ask for help, they are here.
All I can think about is where I was before I got here, and I never want to be back there.
Our goal is long-term and permanent stability, where one bill or one unexpected expenditure doesn't send them back to where they were before.
Well, I was in a relationship, abusive relationship, just out in the streets, lost. And I was squatting in one apartment building. Eventually, I moved back to my parents and I got pregnant.
I couldn't get no job. It was just hard.
I didn't have a support system for my kids. I didn't have nowhere to stay.
This is more than a coat, and I know everybody says it, but it is. It's individuals coming in with so much to give and not really been given opportunity to do it. So in the last year, we were able to move from a 2,000 square foot facility into a 21,000 square foot facility in the West Village of Detroit. This expansion allows us to not only grow the work that we're doing with the coats, but expand the impact that we have on the people we employ by having an on-site classroom and a production facility in the same spot.
They helped me get my GED. Then that helped me grow into being a woman and a better mother for my children. I'm going to school now to get my GED. I'm working again, and they actually trying to help me finish my certificate for my nursing and start another nursing class.
It feels good to empower each other and to know that another female party that went through the same thing you went through.
So I'm now employed with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
We've been able to see people moving out of the shelter even faster, leading to long-term success. That's the path that we want to put people on. We want to help them use us as a stepping stone into something greater.
I felt very happy, like somebody gave me a chance. At the time, I didn't feel like I had a lot of support or luck on my side.
When they come together, it's a family that merges, and they're unstoppable. It's contagious. I want to see EP everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Veronica Scott, Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Empowerment Plan.
Hello. I'm glad that video played in between as a buffer. It's a great couple of guys to follow. It was very intense, and they also said a lot of things that I'm also going to touch on, which is really interesting in talking about kind of impact of generational poverty and growing up in the system and what that means. And so also a few things have changed since that video. That video was done in 2019, right before COVID and the pandemic. So first thing that's very different you'll notice is my hair color is very different.
was blonde it was blonde for a little bit, and then that changed in COVID. Also, some other things that changed in COVID that we've seen over the last 2 years. So approximately 50% of the people that we serve, and we're primarily focused on hiring individuals from homeless shelters, individuals that have experienced potentially even generations of growing up in a shelter, family member after family member in the same system. And then other individuals that have fallen back because of one thing. You know, they lost their job, potentially lost their mode of transportation, house fire, somebody ends up in a shelter. So we focus on hiring individuals that have dependents that are in shelter. And what we've seen in the last 2 years is that right before the pandemic, about 40–50% of the people that we serve had experienced domestic violence. The survey we did a year ago, 100% of those that we've served have actively experienced domestic violence or had experienced it recently. We had also partnered with a group out of New York that distributes our coats. They used to serve approximately 1,500 families a week out of a house in Queens. Now they serve about 4,500 families a week in Queens from the same house. And that household size that used to be 6 people per household, every person coming there getting the food for that one home, now is 11 people on average during COVID. And at the same time, all of our shelter partners that we heard from across the nation were saying they had a backlog. We all of a sudden had a very hard time hiring. And we're like, what's going on? And all of our shelters had said, well, we reduced our occupancy due to COVID. We used to have 4 people in a room. Now we can only have 1 family. So that means that shelters across the world went from 4 people per room down to 1, potentially 1 and a child, which reduced the number of people we could hire by 75% on average. And so how that impacted us in a couple ways. First, we really tried to assess vulnerability. If domestic violence was so high, and we heard that from everybody, we track vulnerability over years. So we do assessment called this VI SPDAT. It's something that shelters use to immediately assess, all right, we only have X number of beds. How do we triage and get the bed to the person that needs it the most? And they track the higher your vulnerability score, the faster you get a bed. This is an assessment that we do longitudinally to see if this person is becoming more stable and less vulnerable over time in empowerment plan. And what we've seen also in COVID is that no matter how much money you made, that vulnerability score went way up. And now it's beginning to creep back down. And so what we've done is we've brought on-site therapists on, so they're there consistently, because it's about the whole person. It's not just about the income, it's all of the things that have to do with mental health, physical well-being, emotional stability. All of these things go into the ability for somebody to come to work every day. And then the other things that we've seen, after that, we also did a road trip with General Motors. They sponsored, got into a Suburban and went to 8 cities and distributed hundreds of coats to all of these partners. And so we could see the impact of the individuals in person. If I could get the slide back up, I'll show some pictures on there. So you can see actually one of the guys in the corner is, we went, of course, happened to be driving in a blizzard of all things, had no idea of driving the Suburban for, I think it was about a month of driving across the Northeast to hand out these coats. And one of the things that it's really impacted us is that it's impacted hiring. So if shelters reduce occupancy, it takes us a very long time. Where are the people that we know are in need? So on top of that, those 75% of people that couldn't get a shelter bed, where are they now? Where are they going? Where do they have to turn if shelters don't have any opportunity or beds available for them? And so what we've seen is that they're now going to housing partners. They're going to housing first programs. They're going into Section 8. They're trying as fast as they can. And a lot of individuals are now sleeping in their parents' basement, or they're doubling up with other family members. They're sleeping in their car. It's very hard to get that number. It's very hard to count that. It's very hard to reach them. So what we found is that now that we've shifted to not just hiring from shelters, we're working with all these housing programs, we now have a ton of individuals that need jobs. But at the same time, because all of those individuals are displaced, the demand for our coat that turns into a sleeping bag went through the roof. We are making 10,000 coats this year. Every single one of them are sold out. We also haven't, thank you. It's weird because our fiscal year starts in April, so the fact that we're already sold out means there's a lot of people in need. And there are 8,000 more people on a waiting list. We have 1 year out, 2 years out, talking to people, seeing how long it is before we can get them coats that they need. And now that we're partnered with these housing programs, they are referring people to us. They see us finally no longer as this class project of mine from college. I'll get into how this started in a second. But they're seeing us as part of the broader solution. This is not just kind of a cool, weird thing that's happening in Detroit or in West Village. They're seeing this as an ability to really get the metrics for the people that they serve. So we are getting referred individuals because they know that if they go to Empowerment Plan, the person that they're referring is going to be different than traditional workforce development. They're going to be with us for about 2 years. They're going to get paid to learn. So they may be there 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, making coats, but they only spend about 60% of that paid work week making our product. The other 40% of paid time is dedicated to that domestic violence support group. It's dedicated to GED, driver's training, mental health support. So you're getting paid to get your GED on site during the work week. Because what we found, there was a study done recently that said in order for a single woman to get out of poverty, she had to go to 72 different organizations. That is impossible. I can't even think of 72 different organizations. So we bring that network to one location. We don't want people having to scatter themselves across the city to get out of poverty. Why do we make it so hard? We have to reduce those barriers. So that's what we see ourselves as. So it's not a class project from college anymore that I started at CCS. It has grown into something, thank you CCS group right here. It has grown into something much more than that, where people are moving out of the shelter within 4 to 6 weeks of working with us. Not a single person has fallen back into homelessness a year out of the program. And thank you. And people are really using us as a stepping stone from being in the shelter, from being in a housing program, into jobs that pay almost $16 an hour plus benefits and more, into amazing career opportunities that are now out there across the city. So the biggest challenge that we have right now is, we're 10 years old. This is much further along than I could have ever imagined a million years ago at CCS making coats in my grandparents' basement. At this point, there is demand that is completely unprecedented. We are trying to hire as many people as we can and work with all of these incredible organizations that want to refer us talent that can't seem to get to those amazing new jobs out in the community. They're not making it into the interview. They need time to get stable. And so we want to hire those individuals, and we also need to make coats because that demand, those individuals, especially, we've talked with organizations in Ukraine, how do we help individuals that are displaced around the globe? And that's what we really need your help with. So I know everybody in this room and everybody here do a great job of hearing about a problem, hearing about a challenge somewhere in Michigan, and really wrapping your arms around it. So I invite everyone, if you want to come and see Empowerment Plan in action in person, do what John Fickney did with Microsoft, or come with GM, or do what the Lions rookies do every year and come actually learn how to sew alongside of us, or see the work that we do in action and really support creating more opportunities for our most vulnerable population, because they're going to be incredibly affected over the next few years. So thank you guys for having me. Thank you for standing in the chamber. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session is The Future of Women in the Post-Pandemic Workplace. Please welcome Jeanette Abraham, founder, president, and chief executive officer of JMA Global LLC. Joy Harris, president and chief operating officer at DTE Gas. Nancy Tellum, executive chair of Echo and co-founder and chief executive officer of Bass Blue. And to moderate the discussion, Rhonda Walker, anchor at WDIV TV4 NBC.
Good to see everyone. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. We have a powerful panel here. I can't wait to get into the conversation. And of course, first we want to talk about that women in the workplace post-pandemic. A lot changed. 170,000 women left the workforce during the pandemic. So the landscape has changed. I think, Joy, I want to start with you at DTE. What changes happened during that time the last couple of years?
Yeah, so obviously, we're an energy provider, right? So we continued to serve our customers throughout the pandemic, but we had to figure out how to do this in the safest way possible for our employees and then for those that they served. So obviously, much like everyone else in the country, those that could work from home did. And our frontline employees, they were continuing to show up every day and commit to the services that we needed to provide to our community. But I can tell you that since that time, we're reestablishing what normal means for our company. And we have a hybrid work environment. Again, our frontline employees are still coming to work every day and still going out in the field. But our office employees are spending less time in the office, and they still have that flexibility. But we're trying to be very thoughtful in how we bring them back and making sure there's a purpose for us to be in the office and that our employees appreciate that. We did not see a mass exodus of our employees from the workplace.
And that's interesting because you have a lot of face-to-face in people's home contact, which is the one thing that you were avoiding during the pandemic.
That's right, and we had no choice. And so we had to equip them with the right PPE so that they could go inside. We had to educate our customers around how to distance themselves from our employees as they perform their work. And then we had to, pivot when the situation called for it. So it was a challenging circumstance, but I'm happy to say and very proud of the work that our company did, not only for our frontline workers and for our customers, but also for the community in general.
Women at DTE, the balance of that, frontline workers and in the office. When I think of DTE and people out working on the line, I typically see more men than women. What's the diversity there?
Yeah, so I would say on average, we have fewer diverse employees in the field. In the office, it's no different than this geography. I think it's 25 to 35% are women. But what we're doing, though, is encouraging particularly young women to get involved in the skilled trades. We've got the Tree Trim Academy in the city of Detroit, where we're encouraging women to be a part of that Tree Trim Academy. It's a readiness program so that they can enter the skilled trades. We're also engaging with students, a place where I'm really passionate about, STEM in general, and making sure that we reach those kids early and expose them to the sciences so that they can get interested, much less prepared for, taking on STEM careers when they become available. So I'm like stomping for STEM all over the Detroit area.
How are you doing that? You're in the schools, you have programs?
Yeah, we have programs. We are participating in FIRST Robotics. We support organizations like DAPSEP, Detroit Area Pre-College Engineering Program. We have Girls in STEM. So we're trying our best to expose young girls early to STEM education and just get them interested in experimenting. And then making sure that they get the enrichment that they need so that they can pursue STEM in college.
Nancy, I want to bring you in to talk about your perspective as it relates to this new environment that we're in post-pandemic and women particularly in the workplace.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think during the pandemic, I think it had the biggest impact on women. There was a requirement of being at home, and it all fell on women's shoulders. Now the question is how do you bring them back again? And what I've seen, there are a lot of women who either are, during that period of time, started really reevaluating what they want to do. And there's a silver lining to that period of time where you really had the opportunity to reevaluate if it was really the job you wanted to be in, whether you wanted to work more at home, since that was also a possibility. So I actually think that this is really kind of one of the most exciting times right now, because the way in which people are working have changed due to technology. Depending on your skill set, you can really design the kind of job that you want. And for others, I think there's a greater opportunity, and certainly what we're trying to do at Boss Blue is really present and offer up programming, people who can inspire others and give guidance to those who are looking for a new path.
So talk about Boss Blue for those that aren't familiar with this new space, this new club, if you will, specifically for women in Detroit.
First of all, Rhonda, I don't like to call it a club. I want to highlight the point that it's really, the door is open. There are no requirements other than to pay a membership fee. And it's a nonprofit. So the whole idea of it was really to create a safe and welcoming space for women. We've been really very intentional in making sure that the community of Boss Blue is very diverse and inclusive. And along with the kind of everyday opportunity to come, you can work, you can exercise, you can meet others. There are, at night, thank goodness we have a liquor license. That makes a whole big difference.
We're looking at the space right now here on the screen.
But even in the afternoons after work, people come and have a drink and listen to jazz and just give an opportunity for people to really connect with one another. But most importantly, with respect to our programming, it's really an opportunity for people to feel that they can grow their educational seminars, and really an opportunity really to discuss the harder issues that we should be discussing. I mean, throughout this whole week, we've talked about bridging the gap, being authentic, showing empathy. And honestly, those are these key qualities that are really part of Boss Blue.
And also just this ability to be able to connect maybe that CEO level with someone who's just in the front door of arriving in a company and actually being able to interact, where that interaction would be almost impossible.
Correct. I mean, we have at this point, which is surprising, over 650 members. And when you sign up, and when you sign up, you're, as you mentioned, they're CEOs, they're people who are women that are just starting out in the business, or trying to figure out, entrepreneurs that are trying to figure out their direction. And what's great about it, we have a mentor matching and a member matching program. So literally half of the women who signed up raised their hand to be mentors. The other half, surprisingly, raised their hand to be the mentees. So we have these programs that we can connect people with each other, which again, whether it's in Detroit or any other city, it's really hard to do.
600 members in less than a year.
Yeah.
Shows the need there.
Clearly. It's really exciting.
I'm sure, Jeanette, you would have loved to have a society of women in your predominantly male industry of automotive. You've obviously been impacted having a manufacturing facility with the pandemic, with the supply chain issues. I mean, everything that we've had an issue with has hit you. Talk about that perspective as you lead.
Well, it's been rather crazy, as anyone might suggest. I am a warehouser. I am a just-in-time warehouser at my company for all goods and services that are required for the OEM. And I'm responsible for the quality, I'm responsible for maintaining the inventory, which brings you into the issues that were in our face with this pandemic. I buy a lot of product offshore, and my container costs went from $5,000 to $25,000. take it or leave it. And my customers are saying, take it. And so when you run a business, you really have to be aware of your finances, the needs, what needs to happen, and you have to rise to the occasion and figure it out. When you're an entrepreneur, no matter what kind of business you have to figure it out. It's new. We had never been in a pandemic before. On March the 24th of 2020, Gretchen says, shut it down. And we shut it down because everybody had to shut it down because we were in the midst of something that we didn't know how to handle. But at the same time, my customers are saying, no, you can't shut it down. I need my product. And so until everybody shut it down, we actually were away from March the 24th to May the 26th. Now you can imagine that is 2 months of losing revenue, still having to pay the rent, paying your employees, deciding for a few weeks maybe you should go on unemployment, getting a PPP loan, all of these nuances that said, regardless of the situation, you have to make it feel and look invisible. And I'm really proud of the fact that we did it. I have an employee staff of less than 10 people. And many of my employees have been with me from the beginning of this journey. The company was founded in 2001. And the good news is that I didn't lose anybody. Nobody got sick from COVID. But I had to start developing those sensitivities and empathy, as my cohorts here have discussed, where you have to find inside of you, if it were you, how would you feel? Have we lost anybody in our families? You know, what has happened to you that impact your ability to just keep it moving? And so I had to listen, be focused, and pay attention, and be autonomous in people's needs. I could only let one person work from home, but only for a short time. You have people in your company that doesn't even want to get a COVID shot. And so you have to be concerned about your employees. So this hat, this big hat that most CEOs have to wear, felt heavy at times. But through your employees, a lot of people will tell you that employees are our biggest asset. We're only able to do what we do because there are people who do what they're supposed to do to make the company look really good. So you have to have a listening ear. You have to talk to your customers, and you better have a relationship with them. Everybody needs to understand what it is you're going through and what it is you're trying to do collectively to make this situation get better and hopefully eventually go away. Now, who could have imagined that after all this time, we're still struggling?
Yeah.
We're still struggling. You know, first it was an anomaly. Like, this happened when, 100 years ago? Who would have imagined that in our lifetime, that something like this could occur? And so the good news is that we shift. You know, when you're a leader, whether you're a CEO or not, you shift. You shift and rise to the circumstances, and then you try to problem solve. And you better not try to do it by yourself, because that empathy that we all keep talking about is a collective of what you do for your next steps. It makes people comfortable, it makes them understand that you care, and it makes you feel like you're not in this all alone. And so being in the automobile industry, you know, I started when I was 16 years old as a high school co-op student. And so I have been in automotive for more than 50 years. And it's amazing when I look at myself. I was like, girl, really? 50 years?
That does deserve an applause.
Yeah, thank you so much. But honestly, I live it and I breathe it and I teach it. There are so many things that we learn about whatever our journey is in life that you kind of forget. You don't dismiss them, but they're always there. And when emergencies rise, it just rolls forward. And you have an opportunity to use your best practices in your toolkit to achieve the things that you thought were never possible. So we made it. We were able to come back to work. I lost some revenue, but to be honest with you, it was one of my best years. And I didn't have to suffer. My business grew. during that time, which was quite an anomaly. But it's all those relationships. When people believe that you can do what they need for you to do when they need it, they'll call on you. And it's up to us to make sure that we maintain a level of consistency that supports that feeling. Because you don't have a good relationship, it's hard. It's hard to prove your point. You must have it.
You touched on your long, over 50-year career. You have been able to get your foot in the door in an industry that many people would like to be in as a minority-owned and female-owned Tier 1 automotive supplier. Talk us through how you were able to navigate that and get into kind of that old boys network.
Yeah, definitely it was. If you guys can imagine, I know I'm telling on myself, but I think I look good for my age, so it doesn't matter.
That's true.
But thank you. I started at GM when I was a 16-year-old co-op student. And I was a senior in high school, and I worked my senior year there. And just through showing up, being consistent, listening to my parents who didn't have nearly the opportunities that were presented to me, I was able to take those 9 buses a day, if you will. I mean, I really did. That's not an exaggeration. To get to this job and to get back home so that I could be in this learning curve and learn as much as I could. So after I graduated from high school, of course, I wanted to go to college, but nobody in my family had been to college. I would be the first. And so I had a really good HR guy that says, I want you to stay. I want you to take this position. I'm going to talk to you like you were my daughter. Now, I didn't understand that that meant relationship at that time, but it truly did, because profoundly he said, well, look at it like this. All your other friends who are going away to college, they're probably going to have student loans, and you won't have any. We're going to pay for your whole education. Now, my sacrifice was to go at night. It wasn't a horrible sacrifice. I was still achieving some goals to make me a better person. And so I never had another job in my life. I've never been unemployed. I worked for GM for 32 years. So at age 48, somebody said, I've been watching you. Back to relationships, right? I've been watching you, and I really feel like I'd like to have you partner with me in a manufacturing business. And
leave GM, your safe place after 32 years.
And I was like, I get paid every 15th and last day of the month. What are you talking about? It was such a risk. But it's really my faith in God that really allowed me the courage to take a step. Because there's way more in our lives that we're able to do if we give ourselves a chance. Right. We're fearful, but knock fear down. Don't let it control you. I left for a $30 million job to be the majority owner, and we grew the company to $50 million. It was during my tenure there, which I did for 8 years, that I founded my own distribution company. Because I looked at the balance sheet, which my mentor taught me, and I said, wow, I pay $1.5 million annually for somebody to do this for me? That's a good startup business, right? Yeah. And so you have to believe that you can, and you have to have good mentors and create good relationships. The favor that I was able to achieve in this white male-dominant environment was one that people began to appreciate your ability when you are consistent. Demonstrate who you are. There is no point in your life that you can't do this, whether you're my age or if you're my child's age. It just doesn't matter. And so, Rhonda, that's really how it happened for me. People would say, oh my gosh, she takes 9 buses a day. It just demonstrates your ability to do and to be. And regardless of all the things that happened along the way, even in I was sharing with someone today, you'd sit in a meeting and you'd have this great idea. Sometimes you'd be afraid to say it because you don't want to sound stupid. How many people can relate to that? And then next thing you know, somebody says what you were thinking, you go, dang, I could have said that, right? and the interesting part is that you can't be afraid to say it because it is a learning opportunity. And the second part of it is that it generates a lot of conversation for you to continue to grow and learn. So I was like this, 16-year-old, turned 17 and graduated, and I finally got my first car, and I was driving to Warren to the tech center at work, and it just evolved over time. I continued to go to school. You just have to keep on pressing, no matter what the situation looks like, because you have to understand that it may not be for the situation that you're in. It may be for the situation that's ahead of you that you're not even focused on yet.
And being aware that people are watching you all along that journey too. I want to bring in Joy because you had a long career at DTE. Talk about where it started and your pathways and your advice in order to get to president and COO of the company.
Sure. So my relationship with Mishcon actually then started at age 15, very similar. I shadowed engineers at our company when I was 15 years old. And I came back when I went to college as a co-op, and I've been there ever since. I often say I came here from the womb, almost. But when I arrived, I actually started in the field. I worked as a technician for many years before going into leadership. And my career has spanned every part of the gas organization. I ran a compressor station. I ran, system operations before moving into higher levels of leadership. But what I can say is, you talked about having mentors. You also need sponsors. And there is a difference. Sponsors, folks that are going to make that pathway, create that opportunity for you because they see you in action. And I oftentimes coach other women leaders that, you need mentors, but you also need sponsors. And those are the folks that are going to open doors for you and give you very crisp feedback because they see you in action, because they have witnessed your work. And seek out both. Don't just anchor yourself to a mentor because he or she may only react to what you tell them. They don't necessarily have full context. So I have been blessed to have very just wonderful mentors and sponsors across my career, and I've tried to do the same for others. DTE is a very large company, 10,000 employees. We have operations across the country. And what I often coach folks on is, figure out where you want to grow and learn. Match up what you're great at with where the biggest challenges are. Find the greatness in you and look for organizational challenges that match up with your capabilities and then apply yourself. Seek them out. Ask for those opportunities.
I think you saying seek them out is the important word there. But let's talk about those that don't. I'm sure you've experienced that in your careers. What happens? What's the consequence of that?
Of not asking?
Of not seeking out these relationships.
Not seeking it out. I think what happens is you rob yourself of the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And if you don't, for me, I say be the architect of your own career. It is incumbent upon you, as much as everyone else that's trying to help you along the way, to chart your own path and pull people in to help you achieve what it is you're attempting to do. And if you don't, and if you aren't engaging others, then you're missing out on that opportunity.
And Nancy, a lot of times you hear women say, but I can't get my foot in the door. They won't listen to me. I can't.
Well, look, I experienced the same thing. I was a lawyer for, God knows, 6 years and hated every minute of it. And I really wanted to get into, entertainment. And it really took me a good full 2 years because breaking in was really, really hard. And it was one of these things where I would go and just say, I'm not looking for a job. I just want to know what you're doing. Just make those contacts. And it really took a really long, look, entertainment is not brain surgery by any means, but somehow it was so tough to jump in. And I was relentless to talk to everyone. When there was a job, trying to convince, someone said I was overqualified, someone I wasn't qualified. It was really hard. And thankfully, to your point, there was one person who actually believed in me and said, I'll give you a shot. Once you're in it, and I think the point that you made about designing or controlling your destiny or designing is a really tough decision, I think, for a lot of women. I think when you get into the job, you're focused on doing the best you can. You're focused on really doing, it's far less about, and you don't actually believe that you can actually control it. It's by someone that anoints you as opposed to saying, look, this is the job I want. This is what I'm going after. And I think when I started in entertainment, clearly this was not, you couldn't have that directive. There were way too many men. There weren't any women in it. And every step was really, to your point, by having someone who would be your sponsor to say, look, I'll give you a shot. Now I think, thankfully, there are so many more women in the workplace. And I do think, and while there's men available to help, I think there's a really strong bond between women that really are here to support each other. And frankly, and that's kind of also one of the inspirations of Boss Blue, of just having a sense of a network of women who you feel comfortable you can reach out for guidance and for support.
So, and any of you can answer this when we talk about this network of women and reaching higher levels, that C-suite, or being on the corporate boards. Are you seeing change and shift, more diversity, more opportunity?
I myself, I think that in my business, I was one of the first presidents of an entertainment company, and it wasn't because, and it was really breaking at that point. There still aren't that many. There aren't any actually, except for Sherry Redstone, CEOs of media companies. So we have a long way to go. And within the ranks of entertainment, you have a lot of women. And when I built my team, it was primarily all women, and it was the greatest group. That I went from Warner Brothers to CBS, and they all followed. And we had a great amount of fun. It was like family. But I think that as now, and I think in all companies, whether it's corporations or boards, all of this requires intentionality. And I think there's more intention on the part of the leaders that there has to be more women, has to be more women of color, and people of color filling these ranks. Same thing with boards. I mean, I'm on several boards, and at this point, and being involved in the search committees, we're being very intentional about it, which I think is great. I mean, there's a long way to go. And, there's some recent court case that essentially tried to kind of eliminate the corporation's responsibility actually to fill the board chairs with more underrepresented people. But I think, as this has kind of been the theme of the week, I think the companies have their own values, they have their own principles, and they really have to adhere to them in order to make sure you have the right people working in your company, as well as those that are working on the board.
Yeah, I think Nancy said it though, it starts with the commitment at the top. It will not happen unless that commitment exists, and there is an intentionality in making that happen. And I'm seeing more interest. There's still a long way to go. I think that as women ascend into some of these top leadership roles, I think that even more progress will be made. Right. And in particular, I'm interested in seeing more African American women sitting on boards. We are seeing some interest in certain sectors in industry, but not all. And there is an opportunity, and we have a lot. As African American women, we have a different perspective, we have different experiences, and they are valued and certainly can offer great value to companies on boards.
Yes, please. I am. an observer, and I have consciously been very aware of that intention at DTE. Talk about the diversity within the company and at very high levels.
Yeah. I think that once you make the commitment, you got to measure it.
Yep.
You got to make sure that you are actually instrumenting the commitment. And if you see you're not making progress, that calls for action. I'm happy to say that I'm a part of those discussions, and we are measuring our progress. And we are seeing opportunities. We are looking for those broken rungs on our ladders. And we certainly aren't where we aspire to be at the end, but I am just proud to say that we're at least starting the process and certainly activating where we see the opportunity.
And the intention is there.
The intention is there, and it's genuine. I say this often, I can work anywhere. I can work anywhere, I guarantee you. I choose to work at DTE because I feel comfortable there.
Obviously, we watch that DEI intention grow because of horrible things that have happened in our country. But was this intention there prior to that at DTE?
Yeah, it was. And I think it intensified afterwards. And we're accelerating activity as a result because I think our community certainly had an awakening. Our employees had an awakening. Our customers had an awakening. This entire country had a similar awakening. And I think it gave everyone reason to pause and reevaluate.
The automotive industry. You are an anomaly in your position, having an automotive supply company. Black women aren't really in that space. You're one of the only.
Yeah. It's been interesting because it still is interesting, but you can't work in an environment for as long as I have and not be skilled at it. You can't not know who your competition is, what it is you need to do to maintain some even balance of being in the club, if you will, right? You know, you have to be able to participate with some knowledge and gain respect of people. And so even though I traveled as a Black woman alone, I had a white mentor, an Irishman who loved the city of Detroit and really sponsored me, if you will, to take the next step. And back to people noticing you is because people pay attention to you. So regardless of how it sometimes make you feel, you have to still keep making positive steps, because the bottom line is that if you can't love on yourself to make sure that you can compete and participate in the game, you can't expect somebody to work harder for you than you do for yourself. But the guidance that you get, expressing your desires to your sponsor, you can't make them do all the work. Oh, like, here Jeanette comes again. What do you want now? Have an idea what you want. You can't ask people to mentor you if you don't have an idea, you know, because they're busy people too. And you sought them out because of something about them, their leadership skills, you know, they're quick-witted, able to manage the situation, managing things in crisis. Women, even when I worked in my early days at GM, couldn't get into certain jobs because they said we were too temperamental. Really? I mean, and so this is a battle. You can get to that, right? Even in your industry.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and so you have to still fight the good fight regardless of how it looks. And so it is hard. Because there weren't any, you know, girls' clubs that you can say, oh, girlfriend, you could do this. Just, you know, go ahead. Go back in there and say or do this. And so I did prevail, but many didn't. You know, they didn't get the opportunities that I got, and they didn't have a chance.
But I'm saying, and that's still happening today.
It's still happening, and I'm saying that too. It still happens.
But I think the challenge that we need to issue is that, you know, we need to encourage more sponsors.
For sure.
We need to encourage more allyship. And I think calling it out and being very deliberate in asking companies to really show up in a different way, I think will go a long way in changing that dynamic.
And there's another aspect of it too, is like what companies do to hire and the recruiting side of it. Because I don't feel, that there is a pressure. You hear it from the corporations, like, we'd like to find a person of color to fill this position.
There isn't.
I don't think they go deep enough, frankly. It's like you see the same people in the recycled world of, these are the names that are approved, so to speak. And I think from a recruiting, as long as we keep relying on recruiting agencies to help us fill these positions, they need to do a better job of going deeper into the pool and finding, because there are amazing, and being even more intentional from their standpoint of going deeper into the employee pool to find some really stellar people.
Yeah. I knew time was going to fly when I knew who my panel was going to be. We are out of time, but let's hear it once again for Nancy Tellem, Joy Harris, and Jeanette Abraham. Thank you.
That was a great panel. Welcome back to our coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference, streaming right here on OneDetroitPBS.org, a joint production between Detroit Public Television and the Detroit Regional Chamber to bring the Mackinac Policy Conference to you. Stay with us. We have much more programming ahead. We'll be right back.
From Delta Faucets to Behr Paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929. Support for this program is provided by the Cynthia and Essa Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit Public TV, the Kresge Foundation.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit Public TV, among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving. We support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Visit dtefoundation.com to learn more.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
There's nobody in this community that does not understand what we have here. They know we have a crown jewel.
That story is captured here, and the places that made that happen are well preserved right here in the marine sanctuaries.
I wanted answers to how this happened, and I wanted solutions so that communities never had to deal with this again.
Watch Great Lakes Now on the last Wednesday of every month at 7:30 p.m.
And let's take you back into the session now at the Mackinac Policy Conference called Community College and the Path to a More Equitable Economy.
Simplistically, we have a supply and demand connection problem. And in the middle sit community colleges and training systems. Now, post-World War II, this was a push system that was driven by, on the supply side, a K-12 education system that prepared people for either college or vocational training and would push them into this pipeline of preparation so that employers on the demand side, who already knew what the jobs were, could catch them coming out. It don't work that way anymore. Jobs are evolving at a different pace, and so we now have a system that works somewhat in the reverse. We have what should be a pull system with employers saying, here's what I need, here's the specialties that have changed. It's not necessarily a degree, it might be a credential, it could be stacked skills. This is what I need, let me pull it out of the system and create a pathway for the supply side. It doesn't work either. Let me explain why. And this is where I might offend a few, but I think this is the problem that we face today. We never made the shift from the push system. The demand side lost faith in the ability of the pipeline to deliver, so they stopped feeding data into it. Employers today do not feed the data into the system the way they used to. We don't know what to train for. And when we do know what to train for, we've not reversed engineered the curriculum or the credential stacking. On the supply side, when you don't know where you're going, all roads lead there. Imagine being a high school student and only seeing, as it started very much in the 90s and through the knots, college is my only option. And liberal arts is this, and I might be medical school for that or lawyer for this, but you lost that ability to see a pathway to what a career could be or what the beginning of a career could be. And while you may have entered in one career, you discovered other things you were good at in that process. Well, that's been removed. In the middle, the community colleges, the training system, held hostage from both sides, unable to work with the K-12 system because there's no pathway. Remediation becomes a huge issue. The demand side not feeding data, not communicating what they need. And oh, by the way, funded through a system that doesn't give a damn about the supply or the demand side when you really get down to how money flows. So other than that, this workforce system is tremendous. That is my simplistic definition of what the problem is and why we're having this workforce disconnect between supply and demand. So with that, let's go to the panel. And Dante, are you getting what you need?
Sometimes. No, there's a big gap, as you said, David. You know, the mobility space is super diverse and interesting. There's a lot of companies that have long histories, and there's a lot of new companies with long futures. We see gaps in, you know, every company now, and it's not just mobility, but every company now is becoming a digital company. And with a digital company, you need software. And software science, you know, computer scientists, electrical engineers, that's the big squeeze. That's the big, for us, that's the big gap right now. And if that gap was just existing, you know, in one of our regions or another, that's one thing, but it's very universal. But we have a compounded problem. Some of our people, and the governor said this on Tuesday, some of our engineers don't want to be in Michigan. And that's another hurdle that we're facing here, because our R&D center, which is an engineering firm, of course, is in Michigan. Our manufacturing, of course, is elsewhere. But so that's
why don't they want to be in Michigan? What's the answer to that question?
The new they want more flexibility. They want to work from home. Some people want to work at the office. Some people want to work from home, and some want to be with their family or their spouse, and their spouse is somewhere else, in another state. And so that's we're competing with that. And with this work from home, remote work, this hybrid work, a lot of our employees that are seeing, and I've talked to other employers too, they want to not be at the office. Like I said, some do, but you know, many don't, and they don't want to be even near the office. They don't even come to the office once a quarter. You know, they'd rather just use it as a business trip, just once or twice a year if they had to. You know, treat it as like just a business trip. You know, so we're competing with other companies or spaces or family locations that are elsewhere in the company, elsewhere in the country. You know, University of Michigan, which is our home in Ann Arbor there, you know, over half of their people come out from out of state to go to school there, and most of them go back outside the state when they leave. So there's a big pipeline crunch right now for us. And it's not just, you know, and again, it's not just Michigan, but we're seeing that compounding effect. Also our headquarters in Plano, where we do our autonomous driving connected technologies, they're also finding a pinch. And Silicon Valley as well, where we also have a presence. So it's everywhere. But.
Wow. Dr. Ivory, you're the longest serving community college president in the region.
But don't remind me, please.
You have been dealing with the assumptions that the supply side is ready for community college and the assumptions that this system works for employers. And frankly, it hasn't worked in a lot of years. Why is that, and how do we assure, as we're dealing with this issue of placement, that we're dealing with the equity question as well? How are we assuring we're moving people along the pipeline that perhaps have not been in the best schools or perhaps have been left behind by other issues?
Yeah, let me say, first of all, let me thank you, Dave, the Chamber, the Ralph Wilson Foundation, the Bomber Group for encouraging this transformational moment, because I do think it's a transformational moment in terms of the need for collaboration, and this is a huge step in the right direction. 85% of the students, 85% of the jobs will require some education beyond high school. There's been an interesting paradigm shift, but I think the paradigm shift has been progressing for a while now, and I think we've come to recognize that we have a lot of work to do. 60% of the students we receive at the community college are not coming to us as prepared as we would want them to be. And then we get that 60%, about 25% of those students are completing within 6 years. Now, and it's not unique to any one institution. I think that's for the most part across the board. And I would say that the community colleges, we have one of the best community college systems in the country here in Michigan. I've always been so proud of the work that we do. In terms of the talent gap, I'm one to always say that I don't see it as much as a talent gap. I see it more as an opportunity gap at times, and I think I have to emphasize that as we talk about equity. The issue of equity became more pronounced during the pandemic. We recognized that the things that we needed to do. I met, and not the person's real name, a young lady named Charlotte, and she talked about how desperately she wanted to be in school, but she had to drop out because she could not afford daycare. She could not afford transportation. She didn't have health care. All kinds of issues that precluded her from staying in school. Now, that story repeats itself over and over and over again, but it's about equity. And we've got to pay attention to that. So, and we can't always address it by talking about remediation. Because what does remediation do, or developmental ed do? I mean, we're asking students to take non-credit courses, which means they're going to extend their time in college or in terms of completing that degree for an extended period of time, because now they're going to be taking classes that don't necessarily, they're not credit classes and won't count toward a degree. And sometimes it forces them to not be eligible for financial aid. So, but the issue of equity is huge, it's large. I don't think it ought to be the end all. It ought not to be the one thing that we hang our hat on, but I think we have to pay attention to it if we want to address this whole talent pool issue. And I think that the schools got to do a better job. I'd be the first to say we've got to work harder, do a better job. But I think our private partners also have got to open those doors, look for internships, look for cooperative kind of opportunities that get our young people into the workforce. And I think we can be creative in doing so.
Great. Now, what tools can be used? I know that one conversation that's been had on the island is the notion of earned income tax credits. The legislature is talking about them, et cetera. Is that a tool that helps address the equity issue?
It's one tool. It's one tool. And I think that anything that encourages one to be involved in the workforce is a positive. However, it comes with some areas that probably need to be addressed, but I certainly would never find anything wrong with talking about anything that would encourage one to be involved in the workforce. Anything we can do to encourage work is just, it's hard to be critical of that. So I would say yes, the earned income tax credit is a very positive tool.
Great. Kim, the state 60 by 30, you're trying to help repair that connection between supply and demand. Talk about that a little bit.
So Governor Whitmer has decided that, and in consultation with a whole bunch of folks, including Philanthropy and others, how important it is that we address talent. And I know that I've been in this space for a long time, as you know, Dave, and for a long time I felt as though we were kind of speaking to people in all sectors who weren't really listening about talent. I mean, the business community has been saying for a long time how important it is for us to have talent and to have a plan for talent, not just say it's important and just check a box, but to really have a plan. So we were so happy to bring on Sarah Shapicki, who's sitting up front, to run our 60 by 30 office. Carrie Ebersol Singh, who I think many of you know, ran it before her. The idea being that we need to have 60% of our working adults in Michigan to have a post-secondary credential, whether that be an associate's degree or a certificate. We need to make sure that people have those credentials because the business community needs it. We need it because we really recognize that a rising income is really what we should be aiming for. We need to have a state where more people make enough money. Part of my job is also running the poverty task force for the state of Michigan. People are not making enough money, and we know that education, I'm a true believer in the power of education to not only, we know that there are all kinds of outcomes that you get when you have a more educated populace. Better jobs is just part of the story. There are better health outcomes. There are all kinds of different ways that having those credentials helps. So we're being strategic about working with regions in the state of Michigan to have them have their own goals. I want to just have a gold star for Oakland County that has its own goal that they are making tremendous progress towards meeting. And we really want to work with leaders in regions all over the state to have them, because we're doing on a statewide level with programs like Reconnect, which is a program that gives free college tuition to people ages 25 and older. We may be having a change in the age that might be coming up, who want to return and get that credential. Futures for Frontliners, which was kind of our best way to describe it, is a kind of a program that we had to help those folks who are on the front lines of the economy when the rest of us had the luxury of staying at home. They went out and worked every day, whether it was pumping, getting our cars to work, whether it was working in the hospitals, who don't have that credential, giving them the opportunity to go back and get that credential. So we really are trying to be really strategic about not just putting money on the table, because as Dr. Ivory said, we know that folks come to us with a tremendous amount of competing interests. They have families that they have to raise, so they need money. So it's not as easy as just going back and getting a degree. They have to be able to support their family while they do that. So wraparound services are really important. And so we're trying to really kind of find a formula, we have navigators that work with us with our Reconnect program that are intentional about within 5 to 10 days of people signing up, calling them, making sure they understand how the FAFSA works, really having hands-on contact with them right away, making sure they're connected with their advisors back at the community colleges they're attending. So, we think that those kind of things will be helpful to people like Dr. Ivory's team so that they can, that transition is more smooth. So we're really excited about those programs. Of course, COVID has been a challenge to us in some ways, although we feel momentum again now. We have already had about 2,000 people who've already earned credentials through Futures for Frontliners. So Reconnect just started last year, but we have momentum on that. We've had several people, hundreds of people who have gotten the associate's degree, and then we're having people who are going back to get those credentials too, and those certificates too. And those certificates are important. We're trying to really be strategic about finding those certificates that employers are looking for. So just really trying to ensure that people are plugged in to both of those programs and that people have ownership of this goal, this statewide goal to get us to 60 by the year 2030.
So again, the earned income tax credit, is that a tool that is going to help as you're looking at clients coming through the state?
I am a huge supporter of that. As I mentioned, I also run the poverty task force for our state, and that I would say that's probably our number one priority because we know that it works. It had bipartisan support for many, many years, and we've seen it work on the national level through the federal EITC. Lawmakers here made the decision to cut the match here in Michigan from 20% to 6%. We know we need to get back up so that people are getting more of those dollars, and it's helping the business community. There's a reason why there's such momentum. The business community wants this too because they recognize it's a tool to get people back to work. So there is no downside to increasing that EITC match, and we think it's critical for our state so that we are giving support to the people who need it most.
Great. So Kylie, my partner in crime on the philanthropy side, the Wilson Foundation and the Ballmer Group combined don't have enough money to fix this system or change this system. but we're working on a few things together. Talk about Philanthropy's unique role.
Yeah, well, Dave, first of all, it's been a pleasure to work with you and your team on the Detroit Drives Degrees Community College Collaborative, but also members of the panel here. I mean, to your point, we don't have enough resources. One thing I love about Ballmer Group's philosophy, we believe that government is the largest philanthropy. So we partner with the state of Michigan, with Oakland, Wayne, Macomb County, the local municipalities, because we know that what we have is a drop in the bucket compared to what government can do. And so how do we incentivize collaboration, use our flexible private resources to incentivize collaboration between government, nonprofit, and business? That's what we're about.
Hey, talk a little bit about D3C3. I have to stop every time before I do that. It's much easier, though, than Detroit Drives Degrees Community College Collaborative. But talk about its purpose and how it's structured.
Well, we got involved with you guys because, one, we believe wholeheartedly that community college is a pathway from K-12 for many of our in Southeast Michigan. And what I really love about D3C3 is that it's a way to help centralize a decentralized system. I sometimes look at my colleagues in California where they work in a more centralized system, and I say, oh, if we only had a more centralized system here, maybe we would see better outcomes. And what D3C3 has allowed us to do is really bring together all of the community colleges in the region, organize them based on some national principles that have come from Georgia State University, as well as some clusters of different areas of focus. And so I'm hopeful that through our investment and partnership with you, the Chamber, and the members of the team here, that we can all work together to have more centralization to get to better outcomes for residents in the region.
Great, thank you. So we're going to turn to the audience for questions. There'll be a couple of microphones roaming. COVID protocols. So the microphone has to be held by the staff person that has it, and they'll be wiping it off every time. So this is another way of saying we're not going to hand you the mic and let you talk. But now we have COVID as a great reason to do that. So questions from the audience. Mary.
One of the questions that I have is in the system that you started the session, Dave, talking about supply and demand, basically. And having some experience covering education as a young reporter and then being involved in education institutions and watching, part of the magic, I think, that for community colleges, flexibility. I think it's very hard for four-year universities to be really nimble. But I also think maybe I'd like to hear a little bit about the challenges of trying to get faculty to be flexible and to not think in the semester format, to think in badges or certifications. And community colleges, depending on the program, seem to have good relationships with employers, but that's not universal. So I just want to hear how you're looking at that challenge, because I think it's a challenge, but maybe I'm wrong.
Great question, Mary. So Dr. Ivory, are we still in traditional formats or are we flexible?
I'm fine. I somehow knew I'd get that question. The faculty, certainly over the last 2 years, really, they were about resilience. They did a tremendous job of being able to be flexible, to pivot. They embraced the hybrid model, personal and online stuff. They did some incredibly creative things. I don't know that we would have made it without that level of flexibility from faculty. And I think they will continue to. I think this has been a learning experience for them, all of us. Now we know that we can get things done. Again, this past 2 years demonstrated that, and our faculty, and I would say all over the country really, been very flexible, and we could not have done it without our faculty.
COVID has certainly added to that. We've had to make some special dispensations. Dante, as you're looking at Toyota, are you looking for a degree, a certificate, a skill set? What's the criteria you're looking at, and what do you depend on community college for in delivering that in terms of this flexibility?
Dave will take anyone. No, okay, we're not that desperate, maybe, but no, 4-year degrees, of course, are common in my area in engineering. But you know, I talked to our chief engineer for our connected technologies, and he says, we don't need people from MIT and Harvard to program. You know, you don't need everyone to have those degrees. So we're looking at community colleges to also feed this interim step where there's some coding knowledge, but they can work a little bit more with digital tools and programs and that we build in-house maybe even. We need people more digitally proficient, more fluency in digital spaces. And community colleges can provide that space. We also rely on community colleges to help upskill our current staff. And whether that be mechanical means such as welding or refrigeration, but also software knowledge, problem solving, communication. These are all skills that we all need to have. So community colleges also can fill that gap. And of course, as companies need to be more attractive, I think community colleges have to be more accessible. And when we look at K through 12, the whole pipeline, we need to introduce the STEM careers as something exciting, as something sustainable, as something that can push you in the future with a good quality of life. And some exciting careers. I think K through 12 have to be, to introduce those topics. I think community colleges have to do, to be more accessible, and then companies need to be more attractive. And we all need to have the message, communication. We need to communicate that message better.
So back to that notion of a push-pull system. The demand side of the equation wanted to manage the outflow of the pipe by creating a filtering system. Typically, do you have a degree? Do you have an associate's degree? And what I've seen from the employer side of this equation, they still have those in place. Is that true at Toyota? Is there still a screening mechanism, or has your HR department been able to say, no, we've got to have this skill set stacked, not necessarily that degree?
There's still some, there's still that thinking where we need a degree. When we say the word engineer, that's a degree.
Right.
But I'm working to create an interim, so we have technicians that do a lot of testing, a lot of hands-on working with product and testing those. And then we have engineers, of course, designing, but there's more and more of a gap between those two. The engineers more and more are at their desks or at home or in a different state. And more and more we have technicians, they have to be with the tools, the products, hands-on with the equipment. And there's this divide of labor. And so I'm trying to create this interim labor, which I'm calling an engineering specialist. It's nothing official yet. I hope nothing leaves this room, because nothing's been official in our company yet.
Don't worry, Dante. We're streaming live. It's okay. No one tell.
Oh, great. But the engineering specialists that people may have a 4-year degree, they may not. They may have a 2-year degree. I mean, we have people that are very, very sharp and talented that have 2 years of college, and some of them are better than our people with master's degrees to be actually practically working. I mean, it's very mixed up. So we can't be strict that way. So I really want to have more of a continuum where we fill the space and the needs more.
We need to have you translate that for a lot of other employers. It's so great to hear Toyota's thinking in that way. Other questions?
Yeah, hi, Justin Remington from the Michigan Education Excellence Foundation. We do some promise funding. I would stand up, but I spilled a breakfast burrito all over myself, so I'm going to stay seated. The question I have is around, and Dante started to touch on it, as we think about this supply and demand need, and right now there is this massive need for workforce, but I think sometimes what we often forget about is when you look at incarceration rates and others, we don't always take into account neurodivergency and mental disorders and some of the things that not all kids can be carpenters, not all can be plumbers. And so where does this talking about aspirational vision and what you can be, yesterday in the Skillman session, we heard from 3 incredible teens who are well on their way of being entrepreneurs. So where does that fit into all of this?
Great question. Kim, how are the programs you're working on dealing with that issue?
Well, I think that it's going to require, we all know that COVID has shown us that the world has changed and the way that we have to approach education has changed and the way we're approaching credentials has changed. And we know that we have a number of very talented people who are facing barriers that prevent them from getting the credentials that we've always recognized as being important and participating in the workforce the way that we have wanted to do that. So I think it's just going to require tremendous creativity. The way that our poverty task force works is that we have 14 state directors at the table. So we have the Department of Corrections, we have Workforce Development, we have DHHS. So trying to figure out how all of these different departments in state government can serve to be kind of almost coming together to come up with innovative solutions using their background so that we can address some of the challenges that you're talking about. Certainly, we recognize that people learn differently, that even what you learn and the way you learn it, kind of skills-based proficiency, as Mary alluded to, are things that we need to look at. I mean, I will confess to being I worshiped at the altar of Lou Glazer for a long time, as some other people in this room have. And so I am a person, and I served on a university board. I'm a person who has a deep appreciation for four-year degrees. I should put that on the table. However, I've had to change my thinking in some ways because I have to look at reality. And we recognize a two-year degree is critically important. Certificates, when they are developed in a way that both meet the needs of the workforce and are really enhancers. College is not just about learning a trade that you practice. And we know that the economy and the workforce is too dynamic for that. I mean, what you learn in engineering school 2 years down the road could be completely, extinct or defunct.
How many people with JDs practice law? Right,
exactly.
Right.
So we have to recognize that learning really has to be a lifelong pursuit. And before we talk about kind of the end of that pursuit, we have to really be more intentional about the beginning, that K-12 experience, that pre-K-12 experience. That has to be part of the conversation. And so we have the Department of Education at the table, and that's how we're approaching our work. We recognize it's not just something that's going to come out of the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. All of the departments of state government have to be at the table, as well as partners in philanthropy and certainly the employers.
Right. And Kylie, Balmer Group's been working at that aspirational side of the equation. Talk about those programs.
Correct. So what I really love about some of our learnings is that we realize that this is not the end, as Kim mentioned. Just having that exposure early on in the K-12 system, career work experience, or Grow Detroit's Young Talent, and even talking with the Lieutenant Governor this morning, he said, Kylie, it shouldn't just be over the summer, right? Grow Detroit's Young Talent, wonderful program, but how do we work with employers more closely to provide these internships, apprenticeships, throughout the year, so that when children are making decisions on where they want to go, is it a 2-year, a 4-year, or directly into the workforce, that they are making an informed decision. And so we're investing a lot in career tech education programs in the K-12 system. We're looking at, again, career work experience programs, but really partnering with employers. 2 employers here now, GM, Barton Mallow, Toyota. How do you work with them to build these relationships beyond just summer programs and make them more long-term?
Great. Next question.
Hi, Punita Thurman with the Skillman Foundation. Kim also is a fellow disciple of the Lou Glazer vision for 4-year degrees. I really want to stress the question of equity, right? We're talking about how does K-12 and workforce, and how do you keep these pieces working together? And would love to hear from you. While it's great that MDE is at the table, our system in Michigan is really fragmented around accountability of ensuring that the most vulnerable or most underserved young people are actually progressing through K-12 and through higher ed, and wonder what you see as possible for how government can be coordinating and holding both a vision and an accountability to make sure our most underserved are served to their fullest extent.
Thank you, Punita. Kim?
That's a really good question, Panita, and I would say that one of the things that we're hoping to do, we work obviously very closely with the community colleges. As a former university board member, accountability was really kind of paramount for the particular board that I served on when we talked about having one of the worst graduation rates, six-year graduation rates in the nation. We have to look at what are those disconnects that are preventing us from having college success. So when we look at designing programs like Reconnect, where we're giving money to these community colleges to be able to produce, we really can't just look at it as being punitive. We also recognize that we have to also give supports to those colleges and to those students. We all know that students bring their whole selves to the educational experience. So we can't just talk about what happens between 8 and 3. We have to have those wraparound services for their parents. It has to be a multi-generational approach. And so we're really trying to, as we come up with programs and as we get into the next generation of programs like Reconnect, how do we, yes, boost accountability for the colleges that we're working on, but also work with them to address societal problems or problems that are within the purview of state government, so that it's not just the stick, but most certainly the carrot too.
So on that note, you mentioned outside of the time in school, we're going to see the state funding more after-school programming?
I think that the state recognizes, well, that's the power of partnerships with philanthropy, right? So, I mean, we recognize that, those hours are critical outside of the classroom. And so, one of the things that's in our department that 60 by 30 works with is our MySTEM program. So trying to boost programs that are, yes, within the regular school day, but also boosting outside of that 8 to 3 period, so that, when we talk about education as an ecosystem, yes, it's a after-school program, but it's one that's exposing more, and it's an equity play too, because it's exposing students who might not have access to the kind of STEM learning within the classroom ordinarily, but it's really kind of incentivizing schools to have those STEM opportunities. So those are the kind of things that we're doing when we talk about really boosting both after school and during school early injection of kind of STEM, those jobs of the future, so that they even know what the jobs of the future are. We're still learning what the jobs of the future are, but that has to trickle down to our K-12 teachers, to students, to counselors, so that they have a clue that those kind of opportunities even
There's a navigation system and a connection.
Absolutely.
It's a great point. Dr. Ivory, how is your community college working in the K-12 system on connecting better? What could we do to, across the community college system, make better connections and accountability to that system?
Some of the conversations, and I'm thinking about California. They have this interesting campaign where they're working with parents, trying to have parents have a better appreciation for what the workforce is looking like now. And I think particularly as we talk about skilled trades and for people of color, it's still somewhat of a struggle to accept that the workforce now, the courses, the programs in terms the skilled trades are as attractive to some populations as they probably should be. And because for so long, parents of color they could only look to skilled trades. And so now they're saying, well, I've worked awfully hard now, and I've saved for my kid to go to college, and now you're telling me that they can't go to the Columbia, or they can't go to University of Michigan, they can't go to the Tier 1 universities and Ivy Leagues, and they've got to now do the welding thing or the other kinds of skilled trades. That's the real struggle that we're having right now. It's not a sexy kind of construct for a lot of students, and so they're passing up just a tremendous opportunity. And that's the thing that I find that's an interest and struggle. In addition to that, the cost for community colleges to embrace the skilled trades like we probably would want to, it's going to require more money because skilled trades is a very costly proposition. And it's not like the liberal arts. You're talking to liberal arts, you know, you can offer your English and your history and your psychology, and you take those liberal arts classes. You're not talking about, it's not capital intense. You're not buying a lot of equipment. You're not. So those are the kinds of things that I'm saying that we need to talk about and offer better solutions.
Next question.
Randy Fernandez, I'm the city manager of Marysville, Michigan, but I'm also a trustee for St. Clair County Community College. So first of all, I want to thank the governor's office and Kim, those two that you talked about, frontliners and that helped, okay? Everybody's heard of the Kalamazoo Promise, right? Okay, now's the time for the Community College Promise. Why can't Philanthropy work with Toyota and Ford and GM? I mean, we've got, right, the current president has pushed a nationwide 2-year community college, hasn't taken hold yet, but why do we have to wait for the federal government to do it? Why can't our state be the first one with the Michigan Community College Promise? State's sitting on billions of dollars right now from ARPA funding and other things, all right, but that, you want to create a legacy, you want to attract talent, you've got to, so, you know, help Dr. Ivy, help our president. The lady to my right is from Schoolcraft College. Why not start now? The opportunity is there. Jill Biden, right? She's the, right, community college professor, things like that. I think now's the time. The Kalamazoo Promise has worked. It's attracted business there. People have moved their kids to Kalamazoo because of that. Why couldn't we attract the Michigan Community College and get people from other states to move here?
Thank you, Randy. So, Kim, can you get that through the legislature, perhaps?
Well, I noticed he mentioned philanthropy. So.
I noticed I'm ignoring that, yes. But a fine point. Have we invested enough public and philanthropic dollars into creating this pathway? It is now the time to do it.
Well, I mean, I think programs like Reconnect, I mean, are designed to do exactly that. I mean, we're hoping to attract more. I mean, certainly there are people who stopped out, or there are people who never even considered college before who are doing it because they recognize now that the jobs of the future and the jobs of the present require more than you get from a high school diploma. So I do think that we're moving in that direction. I do think we have great opportunities. I think that we need to we're working to get, as I mentioned, this regional approach so that leaders in counties like Oakland County, where Dave Coulter has been really intentional about working with the community college there, with the four-year university there, with the trades unions there, with the K-12 system there. We need to have it at that level. I mean, yes, we do need a state vision, and we have one. I mean, I really feel very optimistic about our goal to get to 60%, but we recognize we've got to do it one community at a time. So I think that there are communities that have a template for how you make this work. We just look for Sarah to come to your community one day soon to get other communities on board with that local investment, and then the state is standing there with tools like Reconnect and Futures for Frontliners to help power those kinds of partnerships that are necessary.
Great. Kylie?
Dave, I just want to weigh in on this because Kim makes a wonderful point around the regional aspect. Everything happens locally, right? I mean, the state can only do so much. And so that's why the collaborative that we're supporting, the D3C3 collaborative, is all about working at that local level, right? Having the community colleges come together to work together to get to better outcomes, and where the state can lean in and the local municipalities, that's what should be happening. But it should definitely start at the regional and local level.
Great. Are there other questions? Great, one over there. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Hey, a couple of comments. Community college, the pathway to more equitable economy. Can't emphasize enough the importance of community colleges. Too many individuals go to a four-year school not knowing what they want to study for not the right reasons and economically, and we need to capitalize on our community college a lot more than what we are today to spend our dollars and get better education. But we also, from a business side, a partnership, not just philanthropy, not just our school systems, but businesses being proactively engaged in mentoring, co-ops, sponsorships. And last point, you comment about skilled trades. Bragging a little bit, our COO came up the carpenter's rank 2 weeks ago, graduated from the Harvard 11-week MBA program as a group leader. And it's not a job, it's a career that businesses can offer, and a trade job can be a starting point, but the emphasis needs to be a career. And what training and development of businesses, so using the community college and all these other aspects, is an opportunity we need to capitalize, and we collectively and collaboratively need to work together to provide opportunities and make Michigan a better economy.
Great, thank you, Ben. Dr. Ivory, are you getting the type of support and collaboration from the corporate community, the business community, that you think is necessary to heal the supply-demand gap?
Yes, I certainly think that the private sector, our private partners, want to make it work. We're having a lot of discussions. They serve on advisory panels and advisory committees for particular skilled trades. Yes, I think we're getting there, and in collaboration is obviously the one word that we need to really embrace and do everything we can to do more of it.
Great. Dante, what's Toyota doing with the community colleges in that regard, and the K-12 system for that matter?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Dave. So first on the community college, Toyota was a co-founding partner for FAME, Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education in Kentucky. Very, very helpful for our plants. We're bringing that to Michigan. It's starting, the FAME is starting with the Washington Community College next fall, so the fall of 23. So that is going to be, and the technicians or the 2-year degrees we have in R&D, yes, we're not talking about thousands, so the numbers are not big, but we do have technicians in prototyping and technicians in maintenance that can really benefit from that program. So we're really excited to bring that up from our manufacturing know-how up to Michigan to use it in our R&D site. And so that's one. And it won't just benefit us, that'll benefit other companies as well. And then K through 12, Toyota's really excited about, and I think other companies have similar programs, but new this year, just announced, Toyota is called Driving Possibilities. Toyota's putting $110 million into working with K through 12 STEM programs in the 14 operational communities we have in the United States. And our first, we're modeling what we have in West Dallas at an underserved or underprivileged STEM school pre-K through 8. We're going to replicate that in Michigan for our R&D site. And again, because this is one of our operational communities. Now, whether that be in Washington County or not, that's up to, it's being studied right now. We're looking at the needs, we're looking at who can collaborate with us, and again, pre-K through 12 to really excite that. So that's going to be exciting to announce when we have more details on that. But that's a big deal for us.
Great. That'll be terrific to see the program come here. Russ.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave, and thank you to all of you speaking on behalf of us as a region and a community college system. I want to respond to my colleague who's a trustee in St. Clair and just say the idea of access to community college is something that the people on this stage have nearly completely accomplished, and I want to say on behalf of Henry Ford College, thank you. If you want access to a community college in Southeast Michigan, you have Pell Grants if you're below the poverty level, and that will cover all of your costs of tuition. If you're a graduate of a Detroit high school, the Detroit Promise will cover all of your costs for tuition. If you're over 25 years old and you want to reskill, now this governor and this legislature have given you a path to community college across the entire state. And if you worked on the front lines, as Kim mentioned, you had an opportunity to get community college for free. So access is something we're making really good strides on as a state and as a region. Where we need to go in the future, and I would encourage my colleagues who are watching this to think about helping us as community college leaders take the next step, requires two big next steps that we're at a disadvantage and we're losing the fight in the national competition for talent. The first is we don't get enough of our students through the system. Our graduation and completion and success rates are too low, and it's embarrassingly low. So you should ask your community colleges to have standards that we must meet. And if you want to look at ours at Henry Ford College, you can look at it. We're not proud of our graduation rate. We've said it publicly, and we're going to try and make it better. Every community college in Southeast Michigan should be able to do that. And second, employers need to help us by coming together and showing our students where those jobs exist. And we should be able to give you the skills you need. These folks on the dais here have helped us get to this place. But as a community, we're going to have to take on those two next big barriers. And I'll just say, Ballmer and Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation have taken that seriously, and I appreciate you convening the conversation.
Great, thank you. Russ, thank you, and thank you for stealing my conclusion. And I think we cannot emphasize enough the need for this to be a seamless connection from employers to community college, from K-12 to community college, and heal that middle space. So thank you so much for those remarks. Greg, we have another question?
Thank you. I think you're doing a great job with the issue of education and training and prepare the workforce to the future. But I see another problem. I like to hear from you about it. The employment rate nationally, it's a 3.6. It's a low. It's mean we don't have enough human resources to fill those jobs. In Washington, for last 10 years, 12 years, they tied the immigration flow to this country. We used to give 2.5 million, 2.7 million new immigrants, most of them below the age of 40, to add to the workforces. If that trend continue and we educate our kids for better jobs, where are you going to get people to fill up the jobs? We have shortage now in every area. You go to a restaurant, you go to the police department where the kids used to dream to be police officer and firefighter. In Wayne County, we have 200 positions, and the sheriff department empty. We can't fill them in every police department. So we need to address the shortage of human resources in this country before it gets out of hand and we start seeing factory and business shutting down because they can't find people to do the job.
So from a data perspective, do we have enough data to know where those jobs are and to start? Well, I love the term reverse engineering when I think about this instead of degree granting. Can we reverse engineer those open positions and start stacking skills? Kim?
Well, I mean, that's one approach, but I wanted to speak more about what he was talking about with the importance of immigrants, because I see that Poppy Hernandez is in the room from our Office of Global Michigan. That is very much a part of our agenda when we talk about 60 by 30, because we need to have Michigan not just be a welcoming state, but a state where people come and get educated as they do, but that they stay. And so we're really trying to be more intentional about having partnerships with our four-year universities, with our community colleges, with employers, so that that talent that we're getting from other countries, because we are trying to create a state that's very welcoming, will get trained here. They're coming here, you know, we have an amazing college system here in Michigan, and people want to come here and be educated. What do we do to keep them here? And so it is really true that in order for us to get to that 60 by 30 number, you know, when you look at the demographics of where we are with, you know, birth rate and other things, factors like that, we have to be creative. And it's not just going to be us getting more of the existing population to have the degrees, but we have to get more people into the state and have the people who come here to be educated to be sure that they stay here and that this is a state where they would want to stay.
Great. And veterans are another one that continue to haunt me. Is it a lack of a navigation system? Is it a lack of a pathway? Why aren't we seeing vets in particular find their way into these open jobs?
Well, I think that we are. I think we have a really dynamic leadership with veterans now, with the state, and I think that there is a recognition that we have to have a sense of what the training needs are and what the needs of employers who want to hire veterans. What do we need to do as a state to make sure that those connections are happening? And I think that we recognize that that's something that we need to do, and we are trying to be more intentional about doing. You'll be hearing more about that.
Great, great. Back to the notion of openings. Toyota got a lot of positions it can't fill, Dante?
Yeah, we have a lot of unfilled positions. And, you know, as a legacy company, we also have people working in traditional automotive spaces still. We're still making engines, we're still making transmissions, but we're bridging, we also have to be ambidextrous, and we're now designing battery packs and motors and all the electrification parts of the car. So we are allocating talent inside the company as much as we can. Toyota is known for not laying off people or workforce. Our workforces are very stable, and one of our tenets of respect for people. And so we're taking our top talent. You know, if you're a good engine engineer, in my area especially, they can be a great battery engineer. There's no reason why they can't be. Good engineers are good engineers, and that's what we need. But as we pull people from our traditional technologies to our new technologies, we're creating holes that we need to backfill. And that's hard to draw people in. So we're having a hard time to draw in people into the new spaces, because we're competing with the Teslas and the Facebooks and the Apples and the Rivians. And it's hard to bring people into the traditional spaces, because who wants a traditional space in a new age? So those are the two fights we're doing right now.
Great. So we're coming to the end quickly here. I want to make sure that we give each of our panelists one last shot. If we're going to bridge this supply and demand issue in all of its complexity, Russ already stole most of it, so but what do you want from the corporate community? What do you want from policymakers to make this work better? Kylie, let's start with you.
Well, as I mentioned, from our perspective, we have wonderful employer partners that we've been working with. We're looking to understand the skills that are needed so that when we fund K-12 initiatives for career exposure, that they align. Same with our community college partners, understanding who's in that pipeline currently. Can we help our employers fill open positions? So I think it has to be employer-driven, Dave. I mean, honestly, one thing about, I think, cooperative work experience opportunities is that you learn from employers very early on what their needs are, the pipeline. And so we're going to continue to fund in the K-12 space based on what employers are sharing with us, as well as in the post-secondary space, again, based on what employers are sharing.
Great. Kim?
I just feel optimistic that this conversation is happening, and it's happening broadly. I mean, this was not something that people always recognize as a top priority for our state. And so the fact that it has been surfaced as something that both the business community and the state have prioritized, I think is a good first step. I would just say everyone in this room has a role to play, whether it's philanthropy, whether it's the media, whether it's our school systems. I would just ask everyone to kind of evaluate what your institution is or is not doing, because policy can't just be something that comes out of the minds of a bureaucrat like me, or I'm not really a bureaucrat, but I'll play I'll play one on TV. But it can't just be something that we're coming up with. We have to continue to have those conversations. And so I'm really excited that those conversations are happening, and that not just conversation is happening, but real policy is coming together, and we're starting to see results from it. And I think the future looks bright on that front.
Great. Dante?
Certainly human capital is our most important resource, and will be the determinant of the rise and fall of our company and any company. So as true as Dave said in the beginning, and true with the Toyota production system, we believe in the pull system. So as Kylie said and Kim said, companies have a lot to do with that. So we need to pull correctly. We need to clear out our future needs. And the pipeline, we have to look upstream of the pipeline. And Toyota's doing that. Other companies are doing that. The pipeline is only as strong as its weakest link, right? So we're going to look there for leaks, for constrictions, for strange curves. That pipeline has to be straight and flowing. So we're going to reach all the way back. We started with 4-year degrees. We've always had that steady relationship. But now we're looking at community colleges, but we got to get people to community colleges and graduating from community colleges, and that's the K through 12 program that we're doing. So that we have a lot of responsibility there.
Great. Dr. Ivory.
Thank you. I would just hope that we would be careful with the narrative. Again, I've had the good fortune of having worked in a lot of different places and written and discussed and researched a lot of different institutions. We have a very good system of community colleges in this state, and I think we're all doing a pretty damn good job. And I don't want it to be we shouldn't become overly simplistic in terms of what completion means. I mean, there are a lot of variables that influence completion. And when I hear us talk about completion and I look at the numbers, I mean, we're all at about between 14 and 21%, and that's not a lot of distance there in terms of completion. But let's consider the equity issues and the variables that influence that. We want to do what needs to be done, and I can tell you, we're delivering in a very serious way. Are we going to get better? Yes, we're going to get better. We understand the important pipeline issue and in terms of talent, and we're going to get there. But when you look at what we're doing in this state, I want us to be proud of what we've been able to accomplish. A lot of institutions, a lot of states are looking at what we do for direction, and I'm proud of that.
So community colleges and the Chamber have entered into a partnership with Detroit Drives Degrees Community College Collaborative. The focus is on some specific industries to start, but how do they create a collaborative, creative, innovative way to pull people through this pipeline and meet demand? We're excited about that, the Wilson Foundation, and our partners at Balmer have been at the table with us. The community college folks that are here and participating, could you just raise your hand so we can all see you? So these folks are doing that hard work, and I'm excited to announce that the Wilson Foundation is going to commit up to $20 million on this innovative collaborative to meet the demands. And Kylie hasn't have a number yet because we're still working Steve and Connie over. But
you put in enough, Dave. You don't need our.
But I know Balmer's been at that table as well, and we think this is a beginning, but it won't work without the employer side feeding demand, driving that system, and it won't work without the supply side preparing students, showing pathways, and the community college system itself busting down old cultures and becoming more nimble in how it approaches this work. So I'm thrilled to announce that. I'm delighted with this panel. Help me to thank them. Thank you very much. Enjoy it.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm Christy McDonald. We are so glad that you are with us as we talk about a lot of the pressing issues that are facing our state and kind of where we stand right now and what kind of efforts and cohesive thought that we need to have together to move the state forward. One of those things is talking about higher education, talking about being able to afford it and making sure that there's a pipeline in our K-12 system that will get kids to the next level. Joining me now is Jamie Jacobs. She is the Deputy Director of Michigan College Access Network. Jamie, it's good to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
You know, we're talking a lot about higher ed out here and trying to raise the percentage of people in Michigan who have an advanced degree beyond high school. And there's a lot of different factors that come into play. And then we're looking at economic development and bringing in new business, and they want to see those numbers. Let's go ahead and take a step back first. And let me ask you exactly what Michigan College Access Network is doing right now to kind of help all of that come together.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I think there's a lot of pieces at play and a lot that we need to think about as a state. We need to think about supporting our young people, supporting our adults to return into higher ed, but also thinking about what this means for the state. So we are taking a sort of network-based approach. How do we all come together? We go, you know, the old saying, you go further together. We're a state that hasn't done a lot of togetherness around this work, right? The business sector has been relatively isolated from the higher ed, sort of relatively isolated from K-12 and Michiganders in general. So how do we realize that what's good for Michiganders, which is better access to financial stability through education, which allows you to access in-demand, high-wage employment opportunities, how do we make sure K-12 understands that? That's what's good for individuals is good for K-12, is good for higher ed, is good for business, is inevitably good for the state. So we build local collaboratives to help focus on that work. So much can be done at the state level. There's so much policy that we can talk about. How do we have better financial aid policies? How do we better support students to have access, to have school counselors in their building that actually have ratios that allow them
can
to
help
serve
them and tell them what the path could be
what
for
are the
them.
pathways?
What are the opportunities?
We were just talking about that. I think it was Kim Trent who mentioned it. The director of prosperity had said the pathways are no longer clear, right? There's that we've lost the number of adults we need to help students think about pathways, but the pathways have become a little murky. So how do we better connect those systems and get more adults into that system to make sure that we can help students, whether that's a traditional age high school student or an adult learner who's looking to come back or to skill up, understand where they should spend their time that's limited on the educational journey. We've got to do a better job at that.
We have to talk about finances because we know that it is good to have a degree and that gives your financial trajectory and your career trajectory a boost, but you need to have the money to get there. And college has become so expensive. And also we've seen the funding from the state for our state colleges and universities slashed and never even back up to the same place that it was even in 2007. How can we afford these educations?
We've got to prioritize it. We have the funding. It's clear we have the funding. We've got to sort of put it where we think it needs to be put. I think this budget that's been proposed, the governor's budget, the House budget, the Senate budget, some of the most significant investments in K-12 and higher ed that we've seen in a long time. Significant proposals around expanding the success of Michigan Reconnect to reach a younger age population. What a great opportunity. Investments in traditional age students coming out of high school that have more financial aid. Michigan is basically at the bottom of its investment in students, in state financial aid, let alone its investment in the institutions, right? So just looking at investments in students, investments in Michiganders to get on these pathways, we've been at the bottom. This would move us in the right direction. And I think there's a lot of positive momentum, but we've got to seal the deal. So
what
really
are some of the
interested in that.
conversations that you're having up here with business leaders and maybe members of Philanthropy and whatnot about how to achieve some of those goals?
We've got to do it together. We've got to communicate. There's a disconnect for years, for what probably is decades. The business community sort of rested on its laurels, and students came through the pipeline that needed to come through the pipeline. They could grab educated students to fill the jobs they had in demand. The shift to a knowledge-based economy, what feels like to lots of us overnight, dramatically shifted, sort of flipped this system on its head, and we haven't responded. So the business community sort of hasn't been pushing data. They never needed to, but they've never been pushing data into the higher ed systems to help inform the pathways, help inform the training programs, help inform the curriculum, but also what students should be on what pathway. So a lot of our conversations have been about that. Let's partner better. This is in your best interest. How do we better communicate? How can we as a statewide player help pull that information and that data that you have as businesses into the other sectors to inform what's happening so that there's sort of this push and pull, right? Yeah. That we can push students into pathways, guide them on those pathways, but also know that businesses are pulling them up and pulling them through and are ready for them to sort of catch when they come out.
That's right, and retain that talent. This is a huge part of the piece here in Prosperity in Michigan. Jamie Jacobs, thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate it. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having us.
We'll continue with our coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference and take you into the next session right now called Data to Make a Difference.
Especially when it comes to research on race relation and equity. One of the biggest challenge that we had to contend with is just the way research is done in the cyclical way. We find ourselves now today coming off of the summer of social justice with the murder of George Floyd, but also the disparities that were highlighted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we realize that not all things are equal when it comes to how we experience our lives. And so as part of that interrogation, we said, well, how can we start in a meaningful way? And the first thing is really how we are established as a center. So it's our flagship initiative devoted to studying and highlighting the experience of the more than 40 million Black Americans that live in our society, tracking progress and outcomes towards a life well lived. And you see that I have this thing that popped up, which is a 100-year commitment. And that is truly a commitment that, despite when salience and prevalence of this conversation wanes, it's a commitment to continue this work for the next 100 years. And while we hope that we don't have this problem for the next 100 years, it's a commitment that we will continue to study and measure and to understand what the Black experience is like and to understand what progress we're making or not making. I think other than the what is the Center on Black Voices and what are you doing, I think the other question that I get asked the most is, why is Gallup doing this? What does this have to do with polls and election polling? Well, I would like to say that we've always done this as an organization. So for the last 85 years, how we've leveraged our reputation for research rigor, but also as public trust, where we are measuring and monitoring public opinion, is this idea that we use this trust in public opinion research to establish new measures that shape global conversations. So this is something that we do naturally through our work with the public sector. One of that being in that our work and the research that we do help do some incredible things today for the United Nations, whether it is modern day slavery, so understanding what modern day slavery looks like and its prevalence in our global world today, or it is about financial inclusion. So this is really understanding what access looks like for individuals and businesses when it comes to receiving financial products and services that help meet individual needs, but also boost opportunity for financial growth or financial opportunities that are afforded to people through financial index. And that is also another sustainable development goal that we track and measure for the World Bank. And a third and final one is this idea of we're also the institution that is measuring food insecurity. So when we think about our goal of ending hunger and food insecurity across the world, this is a measure that we track and monitor on a yearly basis of how well we're doing towards meeting those goals and aspirations that we have. So this idea of leveraging measurement and understanding that there is no progress without measurement and really tackling complex world issues and problems is not something that's new to us in terms of the way we operate and show up for our clients. And so that's also one of the things that we heard from our associates when we contemplated what do we want to do and how can we provide meaningful input to the conversation and the change that's needed. And that's why we created the Center on Black Voices, as that way of saying, let's bring the same way we show up for our clients authentically, let's bring this idea of research rigor, understanding the human experience when it comes to advancing racial equity in our society. Well, what are we doing? We have 6 key research pillars at the center. And the reason why we landed on these 6 research areas, when we want to know and to understand, well, where are those manifestations of systemic disparities? How do they show up in our lives in terms of the opportunities and the abilities that Black Americans have to lead a life well lived or to achieve equitable outcomes? And we know that the intersections and the way we live and experience our lives and what gets manifested in terms of opportunity and access cuts across these 6 key research areas. And so you see justice, health and well-being, economic opportunity, jobs and work, education, and community and environment. And what we're hoping to do at the center is to create this listening machine that we are constantly measuring key metrics. We're calling them the Sustainable Development Goals for Black America. And it's really coming up with measures that are responsive to self-report data. This is responsive to how people's lives are going and being impacted across these 6 research areas, and providing those insights and discoveries from the center to policymakers in terms of creating evidence and insights as to what Black Americans' perceptions are, what their experience is across these 6 areas, and where are those expectations for change. Another thing in terms of the way we're structured at the center, and I mentioned that this process started with self-interrogation. It also is a process about humble curiosity. We wanted to create a center that provides this listening machine that creates research in a very inclusive way. So it's not just research on Black Americans, but it's research with Black Americans. And so there are a number of other limitations that we had to realize that the way we design and how we're executing on our mission, we had to ensure that some of those issues and limitations that as an industry, we are designed to address. One of them being just a sustainable effort. I mentioned that research around race relations tend to be cyclical. And so when you ask the question, are things getting better or worse, you always get that response, it depends. It depends on what you're measuring. It depends on what the last measurement was. And so the idea is that we will ensure that we're constantly measuring and tracking the experience of Black Americans across those 6 research areas. And in an effort to make this accessible in democratizing data, what we will do is to allow for all of this research to be publicly accessible. Because what we know that access to research and information for decision making has been a barrier and a limitation for quite some time in terms of how do we ensure that we're amplifying Black voices and lending these experiences into those conversations where individuals are having conversations around change and what needs to happen when it comes to advancing racial equity. Another big piece in terms of what we realized as a center that we had to be intentional about is also how we're executing and leveraging this research. We understand the data, the power of data and the use of measurement when it comes to being able to enact change. But what we know is that people's experiences vary widely based on geography. And so as part of the work that we do at the center, we look for local partnerships to provide hyperlocal data so that we can highlight the experiences of residents at an actionable level for which change will be enacted. So when you start to think about cities and how we experience our lives differently based on where we live and where those solutions will come from that will impact our lives and our everyday experience, doing that through partnerships, providing hyperlocal data and actionable data for collective action was part of the way that we knew we wanted to be intentional with how we were executing on our mission. And the point of, so what have we found so far? So we've had 8 studies since our launch in July 15th, 2020. And what we're realizing is the impact that data is having to that conversation. The first being tracking progress towards change. And I have 2 key measures up there, and every quarter we're tracking people's experiences with mistreatment and discrimination. And what we're finding is that when we ask people about everyday scenarios and everyday experiences, whether it's shopping in retail, whether it's going to a restaurant and receiving less courteous service, to more egregious actions of being physically or verbally assaulted in your daily interactions, we see that Black Americans experience it differently. So they're disproportionately more likely to report having these negative experiences with mistreatment. Why is that important for tracking? If we're really moving towards racial equity, accepting our humanity and how we treat each other and relate with each other is important. So that's a measure that we are also tracking. And I want to go through in terms of some other key areas. It's really about amplifying Black voices. We have measures around justice that looks at what are Black Americans' desire when it comes to the need to be safe in their communities and their neighborhoods. And what we are seeing is that that is particularly important when it comes to the narrative that to say Black Lives Matter is to be anti-police. Well, that's not the case, because what we see and learn is that Black Americans are just as likely to say that they want the police to spend more time or the same amount of time in their communities because of their desire to being safe and wanting to be safe in their communities. But what we do know is that they don't want to be brutalized when they have their interactions with their police, and our research shows that they're disproportionately more likely to have negative interactions with the police. So having the ability to track progress around these and to redefine the measures that we have are the ways that we're using our data and leveraging our data to influence the conversation, to show the disparities that exist within our society, but also in our experiences. So when we start to think about what change looks like, we understand whether or not we're making progress or not. I'll just quickly just share just one measure around health equity. So this past February, we had it was health and wellness was the theme. And so we had a measure to really try to understand what is this idea of quality and health quality, and what does that look like in the conversation towards health equity? Well, what we understand in terms of asking people about their availability or ease of access to finding a provider of their racial background or ethnic background and experience. And we see that Black adults are disproportionately less likely to say that it's very easy or somewhat easy for them to find culturally responsive care. But why is a measure like this important for us to track and understand? It's important for us to track and understand because we now know and understand the impact that having culturally responsive care has to this definition of what it means to receive quality health care beyond just whether or not you have access to a doctor. We see that those who have access to culturally responsive care are significantly less likely to report having these negative experiences when they are receiving care. So we start to think about what are those important measures based on people's experiences, based on their perception, but also based on their expectations for change. And by understanding if we are continuing to improve, whether it's increasing diversity or reducing the disparities, what we should see is these changes in people's experiences when they're encountering these different systems in terms of the measures that we're tracking. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Joining Camille Lloyd on stage, please welcome Matt Elliott, President of Bank of America, Michigan, Angelique Power, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Skillman Foundation, and to moderate the discussion, Sandy Barua, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Detroit Regional Chamber.
All right. Camille, thank you. That was awesome. We needed a bigger flourish at the end, but that was absolutely awesome. I know one thing is going to happen during this panel, and that is we're going to run out of time because we have so much to talk about. But Camille, thank you for bringing this vision to us. Angelique, Matt, thank you for being a part of this, and thanks for sharing your valuable time with us here. So I actually want to start with an announcement, a little, non-Mackinac, but the Center on Black Voices, where Camille serves as executive director, has been working with the Chamber and a whole group of organizations, we're going to get into that, for almost 2 years now. And I am very proud to say that the Center on Black Voices is coming to Detroit. And we're going to, thank you. Yeah. And we will have, and I want to celebrate the folks who are helping to make that happen. And I think we have a slide somewhere coming up. The Gilbert Family Foundation, the Song Family Foundation, the Skillman Foundation, DTE Foundation, Bank of America, Barton Mallow, Henry Ford Health, and Piston Sports and Entertainment are all agreed to be with us and help bring the Center on Black Voices. And we still have asks out. So operators are standing by. Feel free to call anytime. We're happy to do that. So I want to celebrate that because we're so excited, Camille, to be able to work with the Center on Black Voices. But it's not just the Center on Black Voices. And Angelique, I want to start with you. We are all part, everyone on this stage and many more, of something called the Racial Equity Blueprint Group. And Skillman is a key part of that and was a founder of that. Talk to us about the Blueprint Group and Skillman's role in kind of helping to birth this.
So Camille talked about a few years ago when we witnessed the murder of George Floyd. And I think it's important to remember that this is a few months into the pandemic, and that the world was sort of on pause at that moment. And so when this happened, there was a collective, there were uprisings that were led across the world by young Black and brown people in particular. But there was also a moment within each and every person and institution of saying, like, we have to take action and we have to do something differently. So my predecessor, the mighty Tanya Allen, actually reached out and made some phone calls and asked people to come and sit at a table. And while it was a like-minded table, it was unlikely folks to sit there. And the conversation began while she was at Skillman, with some staffing from Skillman that was also offered. And I want to shout out Jessica Anders, who's really been working hard with the Blueprint Group. But what's happened is that it's one thing to set a table and to start a conversation. It's another thing to have people come back week after week after week. And Matt was part of those initial conversations, and Sandy, you were too, and some folks that are in the audience. I think the realization in the beginning was that, change moves at the speed of trust, and trust moves at the speed of relationships. So I assume, from what I've heard, there was grieving, there was processing, and then that changed to mobilizing. And so where we are today is that the Blueprint Group has moved beyond some initial organizations, which actually I wanted to shout out all of the initial folks. It was Detroit Future City, New Detroit, United Way, the Damon J. Keith Center for Civil Rights inside of Wayne State University, Fisher Foundation, Bank of America, and Skillman. So lots of folks that were involved. And then since then, there have been outreach to hundreds of others to come and join the table as it moves into actually concretizing in two strands. There's a data strand of local data researchers, and I can talk more about that later, that will work hand in hand with Gallup to make sense of this data. But then there's also an education strand. And I think that's really important because 2 years later, we're facing backlash of even talking about race, of even acknowledging racism. And certainly we're looking at book bans and bans in schools for having these sorts of conversations. So education is one strand of the Blueprint Group, data collection is another strand, and that's how it's starting to concretize.
Yes. Camille, when we look at the members of the data group, they're fortunately on this slide right here, and the Gallup Center on Black Voices is a member of this data group. You've been at that table now for almost 2 years. Can you talk a little bit about, your approach and Camille and Justin's approach that they've been taking, over these almost 2 years now to really work with the community as opposed to, just providing something to the community?
Absolutely. I think one of the things in order to be successful this work is to be inclusive. And I mentioned earlier that it's about approaching it with humility. And that means, despite, all the experience around research and background, when we come in to work with a community, you all are the experts. You all have your own data. So understanding really the goal is to provide a common premise that leads to collective action and having actionable data. And you cannot do that without working with organizations and individuals that are on the ground who live in those communities. And so as part of that work, it's going into the city to say, what would meaningful data look like for your city? What is it that you all are interested and driven and passionate about in terms of advancing racial equity? What does it mean to achieve racial equity within Detroit? And understanding that the players at the table who are the individuals who've devoted their lives, their careers, or their organization's mission, those are the individuals who are best suited to say, well, how does data play a role and how will that be helpful for you all? And so that's the approach that we are taking at the center, is to really approach it with humility and curiosity to say, what is it going to take to have impact and create change in people's lives?
Matt, I'm going to have two questions for you. So first, I want to take a step back. So you're a prominent business leader working for one of the world's best known corporations. I think many of us, including myself, have been struck by your personal passion around this issue. Just taking a step back, what has kind of brought you, Matt Elliott, to this conversation?
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be at that table. And I can tell you I've learned a lot through the process. I think Sandy, it really starts with not so much me, but why is our organization at the table? And there's an inside and an outside reason. The inside reason is that diversity and inclusion is a core part of our business strategy. We define one of the core pillars of our responsible growth strategy as being, we got to grow sustainably. To do that, we've got to be a great place to work. So what we say to ourselves is, can you bring your whole self to work? And that means the mantle of leadership that falls on me is to be someone who can demonstrate that so that everyone who works on our team feels like they're sponsored. Their voice is there, It's present in the room when they might not be present, right? So that's the internal piece. The external piece is we also feel like as an organization, we like to exercise what we call the power of the and. And what I mean by that is we can deliver for stakeholders and shareholders, and we can help solve big challenges. And clearly, these barriers to economic mobility and just barriers in our society generally are big challenges. And so when we do things like, we decided and we announced a $1.25 billion commitment over 5 years to driving and breaking down systemic barriers to economic mobility. We do that really because we also feel like that's our obligation. It's good for us for business, by the way, but we also think it's our job as part of the global society to do it. And why is that resonant to me? Really because, I think a lot of it has to do with my mom. So my mom growing up was someone who started her career as an admitting clerk at Lansing General Hospital. And someone walked in one day and said, "Surely you're like the Rock of Gibraltar, you'll be here forever." She quit that day. 8 years later, she had a master's degree from Michigan State while raising my brother Joe and me. And then, she would always tell me about the struggles that she had trying to establish her career in the 70s as a woman. And so I've always thought about that as a leader, that I want to be able to be that kind of a person who is speaking for folks who aren't always in the room, because I get a chance to be in that room.
So my second question, as promised. So businesses are data-driven. I would say financial institutions are even more data-driven.
You got it.
So this is an issue, as important as it is, has had varying levels of kind of data backing it up. What have you seen in your time since the murder of George Floyd and the advent of the Blueprint Group? Talk to us about kind of your and Bank of America's engagement in this, and what has kept you at that table?
Well, I start with the second piece of that first. I think what keeps us at the table is because of the fact that this is core to our strategy. What's new, I think, is that we're not alone or as alone as we might have been pre-George Floyd or pre-pandemic. That increasingly people are recognizing this idea of being a great place to work, of being inclusive, of driving ESG, has lots of positive effects. We know that, from an operating point of view, that companies that have diverse management teams make better decisions, they're more profitable. We know that they're more attractive to consumers. They're more attractive to prospective employers. And so all of those things are kind of like the business case. And I think increasingly folks also realize that if you really want to have a great culture, you have to be human. And the old saying is that culture eats strategy for lunch. And I think it's true. And so under both headings, you need to drive a culture that is inclusive and human. But at the same time, this idea behind supporting and nurturing your human resources is real, and this is a part of it.
Angelique, you mentioned in your opening comments about how there's now starting to see a little bit of a backlash about conversations about racial equity and efforts to close the racial equity gap. In the days, weeks, and months after the murder of George Floyd and other incidents that have occurred, there was a lot of talk about this time it's different. What is your perspective on, is this time different? How so, or if not?
So real talk?
Better here than any other place.
No, I don't think, if you and people have done this, they've looked at the racial equity statements that were made, and there were lots of grand gestures, and so far that's really what they have been. They've been gestural. And I think there's a misunderstanding of what equity is. It's so overused and misunderstood. It really isn't just about representation, although that's extremely important, or belonging, although that's a component of what makes things successful. It is shifting power and shifting resources. It's following the money where it's going inside of any institution. It's accountability, where communities hold us accountable. It is transparency. It's recognizing our privilege, and asking who has ownership, who's making decisions on behalf of whom. And so the work has stalled from the moment that I was getting, racial equity proclamations from, Sephora or different places. And I think that where we are now is learning how to do the daily work of operationalizing it, which is something that every institution needs to do, including, and especially, I might add, philanthropy. So how do we take a look at ourselves, look at how we fund, who we fund, metrics that we place, validation systems that we have, budget thresholds. We did a racial equity audit at the Skillman Foundation this year, where we looked at where every penny we're spending goes by race. And we looked at that for our grantees, which is extremely important, but we looked at that for our endowment, that's where like the majority of the money is. And we looked at that for each vendor that we use. We are in a process of sitting with community and listening sessions and learning what they need us to keep doing, what they need us to stop doing. And as we move through a process of change, this racial equity audit will be released. Because data is powerful, and it needs to be used to hold us accountable to whom we've made these racial equity statements on behalf of. So that's part of the Blueprint Group, is to come together and move beyond talk, but to really add teeth to these statements and start with ourselves to demonstrate change, and then collaborate with this 100-year commitment so that we sync to what's happening nationally.
So Matt, please. Matt, building off of what Angelique just said, it's unfair to ask you to speak for corporate America, but Matt, please speak for corporate America. I see Jeff Donofrio here. We could ask him to speak for. But Angelique, I think, was very candid, saying that, hey, there's all these great statements made by corporate America. How do you think corporate America is doing in living up to the pledges that were made in the summer of 2020?
Well, I think because of what Angelique just said, that it takes a while to operationalize this. There's probably a gap between knowing that and acknowledging there's work to be done and then actually putting it to work. However, with, I'll call it, the weaponization of this discussion, it becomes increasingly risky. Because if you're really going to start this work honestly, you've got to admit and you've got to understand and acknowledge and talk about the fact that systemic racism exists. Mm-hmm. And if you're somebody like me who grew up in DeWitt, Michigan, I didn't experience it then, and I probably don't ever experience it now. The only reason I do is because I see the data. I have friends like Angelique and other friends in the audience who shoot me straight, and I get a chance to live through their eyes, like their lived experience. It's one of the values of the data that we're going to gather from Gallup. So that's a risky proposition. And then if you're going to take it further, I'm looking at a banker colleague of mine who I've known for about 25 years. Like when Eric and I are in places with other folks like us, say at the country club, let's use the most like banker cliche we can. Are you talking about race? Are you talking about equity? Are you talking about gender equity? I can tell you, since George Floyd, I've actually done that. Yeah. I've had rounds of golf ruined because I got off on this big tangent around race. Gratefully, actually. But the point is that I would say it's going to be incremental. But if and when, and there are these organizations out there for sure who integrate this thinking, this work into their work, like the way that the Chamber has done it by adding a racial equity lens to the data reporting, the way Business Leaders has done that, the way lots of companies have begun to report out on human capital. What gets measured gets done. And consequently, if this is part of the measurement, this is part of your scorecard, then I think this is something that can persist for a long period of time. However, the beginning of this conversation requires risk.
Camille, you all started this in the aftermath of the George Floyd murder. Been at it for 2 years now, specifically here in Detroit, where you're working with all of these organizations that flashed up on screen and others. What are you seeing in terms of the effort around this work? The work to close racial equity gaps. Here you are, the big Gallup organization with your wonderful offices in Washington, D.C., and you're working with these very small, on-the-ground organizations. I can only imagine how some of that gets received. In fact, we've all been kind of part of those discussions about why is this Gallup organization here? How do you overcome that? And then how do you build those relationships, especially as the effort goes on and becomes harder over time?
I wore my Gallup green too, Sandy, but I want to piggyback off something that both Matt and Angelique said about this idea of waning intensity. And we asked about organizations. So a part of the jobs and work study, we asked the question of employees or workers, are you seeing any of these changes that are manifested in how you're experiencing your work environment? And I would say it's just about a third who are saying, yes, I'm seeing changes in my organization's hiring practices, promotion practices, and policies. So part of that is really quantifying those experiences. Are people's experiences being impacted by these commitment or this moving from moment to movement or progress, whatever you call it, is being able to measure the impact or lack thereof that we're seeing. And so to your question, Sandy, about, how do you overcome? I think if we are all of the same mind to say many hands make for light work, I think the data is just part of that conversation. It's not centering the data because it's really about centering change and impacting people's lives. And so in work, it's easy for us to say, as an organization that does research, we understand that there is no progress without measurement, but there is no progress without action. And so that just seeing the data as a critical piece, but not the only piece, right? And it's really kind of acknowledging that it will take a coalition to do this work and to be effective, where we start to see the change that we're looking for, which is Black Americans' ability to lead a life well lived and achieve equitable outcomes. So egos aside, if we're not all approaching this with understanding that we each bring different things to the table and acknowledging that if we are all collectively doing and targeting the same things, then that's where we're gonna start to see impact in people's lives. I think that was easy for us as Gallup to say, the data we don't have to be the ones that are leading it, because it's not our organizations that need to change the world. It's all of us that needs to make this a more equitable and just society.
So we're about to get the big gong. I want to end with two comments from two friends of all of ours who serve with us on the Racial Equity Blueprint group. One is Peter Hammer from the Damon Keith Center, and he constantly reminds all of us, that data is only data, right? That data in itself really doesn't do anything, but how do you use data as governance? And that's Peter's phrase, how to use data as governance. Yep. And the other one is our friend Doug Beninati-Stewart from the Max and Marjorie Fisher Foundation. And I tell you, he said this like on the second meeting, in the summer of 2020. And he said, if you ask a resident in the Rosemont neighborhood if they see another young, well-meaning person walk up to their porch carrying a clipboard, asking them questions about their lives, their first response is, what's different about this one than the 400 other people who've been walking up this porch over the last 40 years? How are you going to change my life? And I think those are two great comments to end on. Angelique, Camille, Matt, thank you so very, very much. Thank our panel, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Making Michigan More Competitive is sponsored by Business Leaders for Michigan. Please welcome Awanate Kavanaugh, Chief Executive Officer of Bedrock Manufacturing Company and Chairman of Michigan Economic Development Corporation Executive Committee. Maureen Krause, President and Chief Executive Officer of Detroit Regional Partnership. Sandy Pierce with Huntington Bank. Doug Song, Chief Strategy Officer of Cisco Secure and co-founder of Duo Security. And to moderate the discussion, Paul W. Smith, host of WJR News Talk, 760 AM.
All right, we've had a long, it's been a long week, and it's been a great week, and going into this weekend, pretty happy with the weather here. Mayor Archer, you remember when it snowed when we were up here. So it's a beautiful week we've had, and I think it's been a beautiful conference, and I thank Sandy Barua and all of his hardworking team and staff. They've done a great job. All right, we come here with a simple question that, boy, if we can answer this, we'll have accomplished a lot. The question is, what do we do to make Michigan more competitive? What do we do to stop hearing about major companies, including some of our own, going elsewhere to expand? We need it to happen here. So what are we going to do to make Michigan more competitive? You've already met these folks as they've come on the stage, so I'm just going to go right to Maureen. We just finished a lunch discussion focused on Michigan's economic competitiveness with amazing folks like yourself and like, John Ricolta, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell was there, Matt Cullen, a whole bunch of folks. So share a brief summary of what we heard and the ideas suggested that rose to the top of your list, Maureen.
Thanks, Paul W. It's terrific to be here. You know, the main conversation that I think we all had was around talent. We have terrific talent here, second largest number of engineers in the country. Our manufacturing talent is very experienced, but we don't have enough of it. It's not a unique problem to Detroit. So how do we keep the talent we have? And how do we make our talent smarter and more able for the jobs of the futures? I would say that was a main theme of what we heard.
We have Sandy Pierce to thank for putting the topic of Michigan's economic competitiveness into this agenda of the conference this year. Sandy, what pushed you to ensure that we talk about economic competitiveness this year? What was it, Sandy?
The example that I want to give, we can all look at other states that we've heard that companies even that are headquartered here have gone to. And the example that I want to give is where our company, Huntington Bank, is headquartered in Columbus, Ohio. And they entered the RFP process for Intel in May. And in 7 months, they won a $20 billion investment for the largest chip manufacturer in the world in Columbus, Ohio. So that's why I became so interested in, it's not the weather, what are they doing that Michigan isn't? And so we did some research, and I went and I asked. And so I'm just gonna give you a couple of quick factoids. Number one, they had a great site that offered infrastructure and that offered flexibility for growth beyond the site that they needed. 926 acres that was put together by a private entity. And they had heavy and reliable power near them, and they had water and wastewater capacity. Number two, strong workforce and talent commitments. Every engineering college in Ohio committed to providing graduates to Intel. Every community college in Ohio and every technical college joined up to participate, not compete with each other, participate. Jobs Ohio has succeeded regardless of who was in the administration, who was in the governor's office. Not always easy. There were obstacles that they overcame on every administration. But that is talent acquisition incentive, Jobs Ohio. Number three, incentives. The Ohio legislature passed a mega project incentive in last year's budget before Intel, allowed property tax abatements and the job creation tax credit to go to a 30-year term. And finally, speed. And Ambassador Ricolta talks about this all the time. The cohesiveness in that state, regardless of your party affiliation, the private and public partnerships, it won what will be, is predicted to be $100 billion of investment in that area and 500,000 new residents over the next 10 years.
Good things to think about for sure. Awanate, in addition to your day job at Bedrock, you also chair the MEDC, so you're all development all the time. From the MEDC's perspective, what is Michigan doing right in the fight to attract and retain employers in Michigan, and where do you think Michigan needs to do more?
Thanks for the question, Paul. It's a lot of what
the MEDC does right is indicative and shown by some of the projects that we've gotten recently. With the leadership of the new CEO, Quentin Messer Jr., some of the senior leaders that we've added over time more recently, and the team that was there before, I believe that the MEDC has really been able to find their sweet spot with getting big projects and getting small projects as well. Small business has been a focus since the beginning of the pandemic, and that will continue as well. As Sandy mentioned, there are also things that not just the MEDC, but we as a state can do better, both private, public, governmental, nonprofit, and it starts really with a clear vision. A vision that we can articulate and execute upon, because I think everyone agrees that Michigan wants to win. We want to win projects, we want to grow the population, we want jobs, we want great lives, but we have to be able to first articulate a vision, develop a strategy that involves education and economic development. And when I say education, it's everything from pre-kindergarten to 12, it's university, it's workforce development, and then looking at some of the things Sandy said about speed, making sure that we have all the players at the table developing tactics, and not just government, but including government, because those of you that have been coming to this conference for many years will realize there's been versions of this conversation for decades. And so we need to pick now as the moment where we're going to show resolve to solve these issues.
Finally, this is an issue that is not just competing with our other states in this great country. We're competing with the world now for business and opportunity. So I'm going to ask a gentleman who has a lot of experience in that area, Doug Song, who works at Cisco, which of course is national and international. From your perspective, Doug, is Michigan competitive? And if not, why not?
So I think we have a larger role to play, particularly in the new jobs, the new economy of technology, innovation, and so forth, than we actually get credit for. Right? People don't generally think in tech of Michigan essentially as a growth state. I think it's evidenced by the fact that we have not actually grown our population and so forth. But neither do they actually think of auto actually as a tech industry, which actually is. The big challenge, though, is that as the World Economic Forum, they just had a report on the future of jobs. There's 75 million jobs that will be displaced by technology, with 133 million new jobs being created that are digital. And we have to fight harder for the jobs that remain in manufacturing. Our manufacturing levels are back up, but with a third less jobs. And in some cases, like an EV, as many of you know, it takes 30% less labor to actually develop. So we have to fight harder for not just the jobs that we have, but for the jobs of the future. And those really are driven by technology innovation. If you look at what Jobs Ohio X are doing, they're talking about the fact that the economy of the future for Ohio is being driven by technology innovation. We have all that here. But we don't bear that reputation in many respects for, again, how folks think about us. And so I think there's a lot more that we have to do to line up a reputation for Michigan as a hub for technology and for innovation.
There's a lot of concern about this. In fact, somebody at the luncheon earlier, when we were saying it's a conversation about making Michigan more competitive, they said this is a crisis. We're in a crisis. I want to hear what you guys say about that. Just speak up.
I like what you just said, but we have to worry about K through 12. And when you look at where we stand in the state of Michigan, let's not go global right now. Let's just stay in the United States of America. We are 33rd in the 8th grade math scores, 39th in 4th grade reading. We're 41st in high school graduation. We have to invest in our children for the jobs of the future. And we have to have them graduate and give them a path for jobs that will be available. But people aren't going to come to this state when they look at those statistics and they don't have the talent here.
So one thing I'll add, Paul W., and building on that, it's that investment. As a state, we have not invested for a long time in many things. Improving our infrastructure, investing in K through 12 through our university system. We've spent money, that's true, but we haven't invested to improve it. You know, when you build a house, and I think about when my parents built their house, we sold it 50 years later. Nothing was original on the house. Things had been upgraded through the years and improved. And we need to do that in every component of our state to show businesses that we are interested in our foundational infrastructure that they want to invest in. We haven't done that. And the other piece that's been touched on that we really need to spend time on is this thought about getting along. As Awanate said, we all agree. I guarantee every person at this conference agrees we want better jobs for our residents and we want more investment in our state. So that's our foundation. Let's build on that foundation and see how we get to be the state that people want to come to, that companies want to come to. We've kind of lost that vibe, and I don't know if we've just taken things for granted or we've thought, well, it's good enough for now. It should never be that way. We have to look at investing and having the thought that we should always be looking to do better.
The two things that you said, investment and getting along, are actually related. You can't make the investment unless you're getting along, right? So when you go to other states, and I've talked to friends that have competed for jobs and had RFPs, states that you wouldn't believe based on the ranker publicly show up with their governor, the leader of their state house, and the leader of their state senate, all talking about come to X state. And that doesn't necessarily happen here all the time, or rarely ever. And so to make sure that you have that investment, whether it's education, economically, workforce, talent, all the things that we named, you have to have that spirit of collaboration.
I think one thing that is important to note is that, for those jobs of the future, right? Even now, pre-pandemic, 1 out of 67 jobs, according to LinkedIn's chief economist, were actually remote. But post-pandemic, currently, 1 out of every 7 jobs posted is actually remote. Place matters more than ever. And I think we have not done enough to really, again, build the kind of aligned vision of what we want this place to be at a time where, again, folks are wondering, is someone going to kidnap our governor? And, all this. It is a race to the bottom, when we're only having conflict, East versus West, union versus management, black versus white. We do have to come together in ways, again, that, demonstrate that we're all in it to win.
But look at what we do have in Michigan, and I like to repeat some of the stats. I mean, we have 11,000 inland lakes. We have 19 million acres of trees. We put the world on wheels. We have the best engineering talent in this country, and we control 30% of the freshwater surface. So those are pretty good natural resources and human resources to brag about and to attract people if we can come together.
Arts, culture, sports, we have so much.
Right.
Well, then it comes back down to, then what the heck's going on? I mean, sounds great to me, but I live here.
Right.
What are we losing? From your vantage point, what do these other places have that we don't? That's even having some of our own people, students and workers, become attracted to other places and go there.
It's interesting, we were talking backstage, as a relatively new transplant to Michigan, I had never thought about coming to Michigan for tourism or livelihood prior to coming. And I came for a job, and I'm still here 6 years later, and I love it, and I'm here on stage, so thank you for having me. But the thing that we are missing is there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, right? There's many different populations of talent, some of whom come here for 2 or 4 years for university, and then some of whom leave. People that grew up here and went through the K through 12 school system and then moved along, or others like Doug and I that grew up somewhere else and would stay. So you can't have a one-size-fits-all solution, but people want a lot of the same things. They want to have a good life. They want to have a good job. They want to have mobility. They want leisure activities. And those are things that we have parts of, but we need to create a vision of the life that they could have that enables them to come join us.
And I think when you look at, especially on the stage, many of us have lived in other places. I've lived in Arizona and Indiana and Illinois. And having that perspective and seeing how other states do things really helps you understand what we could do better. It is that all being on the same page as one team Michigan. It's really important. I've been privileged to do international work where I've had businesses in China and India say, we want to be the Detroit of China, or we want to be the Detroit of India. And I've thought, can I bring you home with me so we can all believe that? Because we have to build on the assets we have. It doesn't mean we're not working really hard to fix the ones that need to be fixed. And I think having our leadership, our political leadership, our business leadership, all on that same page is going to be really important so our residents believe that we have assets that are valuable to others and we can build on them.
Just as an example, I think we need to find the political will to actually seek a shared success that's larger than ourselves. In other states, we see things like $500 million in Indiana that they deployed across 92 counties for placemaking. We opened an office in Austin, Texas, where they passed a $7 billion millage for public transit, just in that one city. I mean, we couldn't pass a $4 billion millage across 4 counties here for the same. We have a lot of these things I think we need to figure out how to come together on as political coalitions. And for me, that's why we're here, right? We have to find the right intersection of business, politics, and society, philanthropic sector as well as nonprofits, to really solve these pressing problems in ways that we can all agree with in a highly polarized time.
Awanati, you had said about the idea of these other states that are going for businesses, putting a unified face forward, bipartisan, unified face forward. And one of the things we picked up from our earlier discussion was the companies feel sometimes there's too much uncertainty in Michigan. And part of that is term limits. You get working well with somebody and they're gone because they can't stay any longer. I've been against term limits from the beginning, but we don't need to argue about that right now. But the point is the uncertainty, and the other one that was, John Rakolta said to us that he actually went to a company once that was considering Michigan and chose somewhere else. He said, why did you choose somewhere else? And he said, because in Michigan, you're all too ready to fight all the time. And when I bring in a company and build my business in a state, I don't want to have to think about fighting. I just want to work hard and be successful. I never thought of that. Have you guys thought of that?
Alden, let's change the conversation and let's come together. We talk about all week, I've heard come together, come together. That's what it's going to take. Is we don't want the conversation to be about that we're fighting with each other. We want the conversation to be about we've never seen a state that works so well together across political lines, across religious lines, across race lines, public, private. We need to change the conversation, and the only ones that they're going to be able to do that is us.
Okay, but Sandy, and you know this, you wouldn't be as successful as you are if you didn't. We can say these things, but our actions are what speak louder to everybody looking at us around the country.
So Paul W., I didn't want to give this example, but I think it's just a stark example of what we deal with. In the past year, I've spoken with 3 companies, 2 from overseas, 1 from another state. And I have to say, kudos to Detroit. You are not my first talking point anywhere where a company asks, oh, how are things in Detroit? Mayor Duggan, the team, spectacular job. It's not a negative anymore. It truly isn't. No. But I'll tell you what is, and you're meeting with a company that wants to invest millions in your state, and their first question is, do you really want to kill your governor in Michigan? How in the world do you start a business conversation with that?
No, we don't.
But the company starts it with you. I don't start it, but the company, that's our image. So we have to, I agree with you, Paul W., we have to talk about what we agree on, but we have to learn those lessons and listen to what others think of us and look at other examples and move forward from there.
Let's give a round of applause for these folks. Panel number 1. We have another panel coming our way. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Joining Paul W. Smith on stage, please welcome Sandy Barua, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Detroit Regional Chamber. Tina Fries-Decker, President and Chief Executive Officer of BHSH System. Quentin Messer Jr., Chief Executive Officer of Michigan Economic Development Corporation and President and Chair of Michigan Strategic Fund. And Howard Underleader, President and Chief Financial Officer of Dow.
As our conversation continues with a new group of people, they were also together earlier at the luncheon in their groups. They were discussing a lot of different things, the crisis, the talent. We talked about 300,000 women leaving the workforce in Michigan over the last several years, the uncertainty, the term limits. There's a heck of a lot that needs to be discussed.
I'm sorry, are we the B team or you're saving the best for last? Just want to be clear on
I want to make it
our
clear
role
that
here.
I did not pick the group, nor did I put them in any order whatsoever. I'm happy to be helping out the chamber, and I think it was Sandy Baruha that did all of this. I'm just guessing. So I'll start with Sandy. We're at the chamber conference. The chamber leads our region's economic development agenda. How did the conversation over lunch compare with your thoughts going into the lunch? For one, I'll give you a little help here. I never thought people would look at Michigan and say, I don't want to go to Michigan. They're always fighting. I mean, it never occurred to me, ever.
Yeah. Well, listen, in terms of, what I thought we would hear at the lunch and what we heard at the lunch, it was what I thought we were going to hear turned up to 11. Right, and here's I heard this, and I'm going to refer to my friend Jeff Donofrio. We need a handful of things, right? First, I do want to celebrate. We passed a great economic development package in December. So thanks to the legislative leadership, thanks to our governor, thanks to all the economic development organizations that helped put that together. And the other good news is, my friend Quentin, we stole him from Louisiana, and he's done a fabulous job. So two really good things, right? But what I heard and what I feel, and I'm anxious for everyone else's comments too, is that we've got a long way to go. Jeff Donofrio at lunch talked about where is our common shared vision of where our economy is going, what our industry needs, and how are we mapping to that, right? How are we mapping the skills of tomorrow that our industry of tomorrow, where we have competitive advantages, what are we mapping to that, right? How do we, ensure that we make the state more attractive for, especially young, talented people, and how do we then communicate that to people? And then finally, the sense of urgency, and all of our friends, John Ricolta has really been pushing on this, which is we need a sense of urgency. We need action. Not soon, but sooner than soon. And he's talking about a commission, or, maybe that's the right idea, but whatever we need to do something robustly, we need to do something big, and we need to do it quickly, and it needs to be in a bipartisan way.
I think the way it was summed up, we are, no matter what, playing catch up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's not always a good position to be in, but it is important to recognize the position we might be in, and now do something about it. And we've talked about this. We've talked up on this island for years and years and years about problems. We've walked off this island. Heck, I even had a hat that said we've solved the mass transit problem in Detroit. I think I got that hat every year. But anyway, be that as it may, we do have the mass transit problem solved now in Detroit. We better move on here. Let's go to
please,
Tina Fries-Decker. Your footprint now extends from one end of the state to the other, so congratulations on the merger and coming out on top as the leader. Clearly, more population means more patients, which is good for Spectrum Beaumont. Is Michigan doing all the right things to create an environment that is attractive to both people and businesses from your point of view?
Well, I think there's a couple things that we need to do to make sure that we are really successful as a state. And when I think about it, we want to make sure that Michigan is a place where people come to live.
I'm sorry, can you hear her?
Yeah, hey folks.
Mic doesn't seem to be on back there.
Yeah, so let's fix that.
No.
Okay.
And I would go over and lean and put my chest in her face so she could talk to my microphone. But this could be misconstrued.
Don't do that, Paul W.
Maybe we not in this day and age. There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
There we go.
So I think we need to do a lot for our state. We want to make sure that we are a great place where people want to come and live and work and thrive here. And I think that requires us to build upon what we've done for centuries, which is really think about innovation, think about our people, and think about the places that we have. So we need to be more innovative and connecting with all of our team members to really invest in them and invest in services that allow us to partner with businesses and universities to accelerate people being embraced and ready to go to work in our fields. One of the things we've been doing is with Grand Valley State University, we actually realized that we need to not just invest in nursing, but we needed to invest in expanding the pipeline. And so we partnered with Grand Valley State University to expand the pipeline of 500 nurses over the next 6 years. And it took a little give and take on both parties, but we came up with a really innovative approach, and we actually hope that many others copy it, because we think it will be really good to expand the pipeline, not just for nursing, but we could do it for other areas. I also think we need to focus on well-being. You know, all of us have team members, and there's a significant increase in mental health and mental distress in our workforces. When I look at the health rankings by state, Michigan is the 42nd state where people have mental distress. And that impacts all of our workers and all of our kids, everybody in our state. And so we need more access to the services, and we've been partnering to figure out how to improve acute care access, but we also need to focus further upstream, because we don't want to be dealing with crisis after crisis. We need further prevention and what we're trying to do to address things before it gets to a crisis. And so that's a big effort to make sure that we're taking care of the well-being of our team members. And if we do so, they're going to be more productive, more creative, and more engaging in the workforce. And then the third thing I just want to comment on is we need to make sure that our environments are supportive for our team members to come to work every day. That could be creating a belonging and inclusive environment. We know that the environment has a huge impact on the health of people and their productivity, and so we need to make sure that we have environments that support people, women, to come to work every day, that they feel like they belong and included in the process. And I think Michigan can do a lot to make sure we are a welcoming and belonging state.
Excellent. Howard, we'd like to ask you, I think they said it in the announcement that Howard Ungerleider is involved with one of our great international companies that, thank God, continues to stay in Michigan. We really appreciate Dow in every way. As a Fortune 500 leader, you do business all over the globe, as I mentioned. You call Michigan home. Compared to other nations and other states where Dow is in fact located, what are Michigan's strengths, and where do you think we fall short from your own experience?
Yeah, Paul W. Well, thanks for. We appreciate you as well, and certainly representing Dow, representing the Great Lakes Bay region, Midland. Thank you for everything that you've done. I know you've come to the region quite a bit. Last couple of golf tournaments, the Great Lakes Bay Invitational, which is an LPGA event. You've been there live, and really appreciate that. I also serve. I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Business Leaders for Michigan. And we recently put together our Compete to Win plan. And so just a little plug for everybody. I see Jeff and Ryan and this. I'm doing your work, Jeff. Go to businessleadersformichigan.com, and the Compete to Win plan is right there. And it really says we need to focus on 4 things to be a top 10 state. We need to do better by our kids. We need to invest in our people. We need to help reinforce and be supportive of Quinton and the MEDC and really advance economic development. And we've got to get the basics right. And I would say, I am an optimist, and while there's fighting and all of those things in Michigan and frankly around the world too much, we are playing catch up, right? But we are catching up. 12, 15 years ago, Michigan was a bottom 10 state across almost every dimension. Today, we are middle of the pack. So we have caught up, and we should be very proud of all the work that the governors and the legislature and the business community and all of us, frankly, as citizens have done together to get us to the middle of the pack. That Compete to Win plan and those 4 bullet points really will get us to become a top 10 state. And there's really reason to be optimistic. If we were a top 10 state today, we would fundamentally have more than 350,000 more jobs. That's the equivalent of all of the US employees of Facebook, Google, and Apple relocating to the state of Michigan. The average household would have more than $11,500 of additional household income. We would be adding about 60,000 new Michiganders or Michiganians, and I don't want to offend anybody, I'm sure there's some of each of you in the room, but we'd have more than 60,000 new Michiganders every year. That's like a new Royal Oak, or almost 50% larger than Midland every year coming to Michigan. So there's great opportunity, great optimism, but we've got to do better.
You know, with your golf tournament, with the Movement Festival that just happened back home, with the great Chevrolet Detroit Grand Prix on Belle Isle, presented by Lear, which will soon be next year downtown Detroit. Every time we come up with one of these must-see events that people write on their calendar the year before and say, I'm going to go to Detroit and I'm going to go to that, they come in here and get a whole different perspective of Detroit. We've all seen it. We've all heard it. We've all had people say, wow, I've never seen anything like this. This is not what I expected. Chet Huber, the father of OnStar, who's now teaching at Harvard Business School, brought in, I don't know, is Mayor Duggan here? I don't know, 62 students, 60 students. Well, you did some stuff with them too.
Yeah.
Of these Harvard Business School kids, brought them in here. They had lunch at the backyard of the Manoogian Mansion. They went in through some of the auto factories. Christopher Illich made it possible for them to go to a Tiger ball game. They got a great visit to Detroit. Now, those are 60 kids who I can promise you have never thought of Detroit as a potential destination once they get out of Harvard Business School. And I can promise you that some of them now feel that way, and they've already said, because they take these kids around the world, and they stopped doing it for a couple of years because of the pandemic, so they said, let's start it back, but let's start it in America. Where do we go? And because of Chet Huber, one of the places was Detroit. I thought that was spectacular. And I never would have heard about it. I just ran into Chet Huber. We need to talk about some things like that. I suspect Dow has invited students from around the world to see what you do and to do what you do. And Quentin Messer, who Sandy just heaped praise on as he came out from his job in New Orleans. He was a New Orleans superstar. Now he's a Detroit, Michigan, and Michigan overall superstar. He had a stellar record of business attraction in New Orleans, and we're lucky to have you in Michigan. That's a fact.
You're too kind.
And now that you've been here a while, give us your analysis of Michigan's approach to attracting new businesses and the best practices you want to implement from your previous assignments.
Sure. I think maybe there's three things. Gratitude is the seed for getting more. So I'm grateful to be sitting on stage with leaders like this, being here at a conflab. We have some of the best minds globally that are thinking about how to change the marketplace, whether it's healthcare, whether it's research, chemicals, financial services, mobility, you name it. So gratitude is the seed for more, so we can't lose perspective on what we have. The second thing are two things that my dad told me. You have to be your own best critic. You have to be relentlessly objective, but you also be your own best cheerleader. We are very good at being the critic. We must celebrate what we have here. Think about the fact that Dow continues to make investments here in Midland, Michigan. Think about what Tina and her team are doing at BHSF System. They could be doing other things, but they continue to invest in Michigan. We continue to be able to keep Sandy here when every chamber, every organization in the world is trying to recruit here. People want to be in Michigan. Yes, there's work to be done. Three quick things. One, we need to win the talent war. We will. I think Tina raised a critical point. When Michigan decides, and I think this is a challenge, to become the best mentally healthy state for entrepreneurs and employees, that's going to be tremendous.
Two, there's obviously, we talked about sites. We need to make shovel-ready sites. Ambassador Ricolta, Ray Curry, Congresswoman Dingell wrote a praiseworthy op-ed in Cranes. And the final thing, I encourage everyone, please speak life into our great state. We have a wonderful state on 2 peninsulas. We take a backseat to no one. The last thing I'll say, you never meet a Texan who tells you how crazy Texas is. They tell you that God shines brightest on Texas.
Everything's bigger and better in Texas, just ask.
But everything is better in Michigan. We have to own and celebrate that.
Paul W., maybe just to add a couple of thoughts to Quentin. I think one of the other things, and we're really starting to ramp, with the infrastructure spending that we've agreed to do and the big economic development package that we've agreed to do, that's real progress, and I applaud the governor and the legislature for getting all of that done. But what we also need to do is help support Quentin and have a consistent economic development incentive program that survives through political cycles over the long run, because in business, you have to have certainty, you have to have consistency, you have to know what you're going to expect before you can invest. And so that's one of the critical things. And the other thing, and I know Quentin's really working on this, and frankly, other states today are doing it better, and that's one of the big reasons why Quentin's here, is to have better overall customer experience, either for businesses or companies that are here, that are expanding, or for businesses that we're trying to attract. We have to get better at being a one-stop shop with limited complexities, and that understand that Quentin can have those shovel-ready sites and have those options and those packages available, that whether you're investing in an R&D lab where Dow is in the process, thanks to Quentin's help, we're going to invest several $100 million of new money into new labs for material science, or whether it's EVs or anything in between. Semiconductors as another key example. We've got to support Quentin and give the MEDC the ability to provide that capability.
Absolutely well put.
I appreciate Quentin's comment about gratitude. It is really amazing to work with people here in Michigan, and I think there's 2 things that we can embrace right now to helps us with the competitiveness, and that is collaboration across industry, across the entire state, across everything, just really thinking with a full heart of how do we collaborate to get this done, and then have the courage to take the first step and risk some things, try some things out to make sure it's better, because we will never improve if we don't try, even if it's a small step, to move forward.
And just a quick last thought in line with what Sandy Pierce was talking about. We really are what we tell people we are. And we used to tell people we were a mess. When family members or other people would come in to visit, what did people do? They automatically drove around to the worst parts of Detroit and said, see, this is what you've heard on the news. See what I'm talking about? Isn't this terrible? Luckily, we've stopped that. Now we have plenty of great places to take people and show them and brag about our great state of Michigan. We are now all officially deputized to help Pure Michigan, to help Quentin, to tell businesses they're going to love being in Michigan, because we know this is a great place to live, work, stay, and play. Thank you.
Please welcome Arn Tellem, Vice Chairman of Piston Sports and Entertainment and Chair of the 2022 Mackinac Policy Conference.
Got me again. I'm honored to be here and introduce our next featured session, a fireside chat with Emmy Award-winning NBC broadcaster, Ann Arbor resident, and Michigan's own Mike Tirico, who's done tremendous work for us this week, and a man who is dear to my heart, Flint, Michigan native, founder and chairman and CEO of Platinum Equity, and Detroit Pistons owner Tom Gores. It's also great to have, along with Tom, his wife and partner, Holly. They have an incredible marriage and partnership. Holly has a very strong voice in everything that goes on in Michigan. I want to also acknowledge his daughter Katrina and her boyfriend Tyler Hockman. I'm confident in telling you that there is no one like Tom Goris, and it starts with his big heart. No one has a bigger heart than Tom. Working with Tom and executing his vision over the last 7 years has been a real honor. Every day, I get to witness how much he cares about improving the lives of others, of leaving this world in a better place than he found it, and always striving, in his words, to be impactful. He's an inclusive and collaborative leader, seeking out everyone's voice in the organization, including players, coaches, basketball, and business personnel. In our 7 years working together, we have moved the franchise forward on many fronts, and with every decision and initiative, we've challenged ourselves to make a difference. I'm proud of the work we've accomplished, and I'm even more excited about our future together. Let's have a look at the video.
It's interesting about dreams, right? I mean, of course, I always wanted to own a sports team. This is an unbelievable city. It's an unbelievable organization. I will be impactful.
Pistons are actually the talk of the NBA after making a couple of deals to land 3 picks in the top 20. The rebuild, very much happening in Detroit.
Is there going to be a learning curve? Yes. We're going to make mistakes? Yes. Everybody does.
I knew Dwayne was good. Of course, he's got all the accolades, the track record, but we care about the community. The reason I like Dwayne is because he cares too.
One of the best talent evaluators out there is Troy Weaver.
This is a storied franchise. We have greatness here. We want to restore that greatness just like a classic car.
With the first pick, the Detroit Pistons select Cade Cunningham.
Work hard, be consistent every day, be a good teammate and lead as much as I can.
Big day for the city of Detroit. In just a few hours, a ribbon-cutting ceremony will be held.
First time since about 1988 that both the Pistons and the Red Wings will be playing inside the city limits.
Palace Sports and Entertainment and Olympia Entertainment are now joining forces. Metro Detroit music fans will now have a whole new way to buy their tickets.
This is the brand new Henry Ford Detroit Pistons Performance Center. It will be the first NBA practice facility to introduce publicly accessible food when Plum Market opens and fitness.
On behalf of Tom Goris, our owner, I'm really excited that we're able to make this announcement today that we've acquired the Phoenix Suns G League franchise.
This is major that TG, the Detroit Pistons, and Platinum Equity stepped up big time and gave a $1 million donation towards those efforts.
If it wasn't for him donating to us, we wouldn't be able to donate to those other organizations.
I said in the early days that I wanted to be impactful. I wanted us to be impactful.
That donation will specifically benefit the Save Detroit Play Center by creating an entrepreneurial program for the city's youth.
We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Goris, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow. There are going to be 60 courts like this in neighborhoods all over the city.
One of those people moved to help is the owner of the NBA team, the Detroit Pistons. He pledged $10 million.
But I really want to use the crisis now as a catalyst to revitalize Flint.
Hundreds of families stood in line tonight to receive free toys.
Tom and Holly have been doing this for 12 years, and I think they've approximately put out about 120,000 gifts over the course of that time.
The owner of the Detroit Pistons is donating 100,000 PPE masks
to be given to Detroit police officers, firefighters, bus drivers, and other city workers serving the public.
We've heard chants of, I can't breathe. Hands up, don't shoot.
In Detroit, a 9th night of protests underway with a plan to try to keep things peaceful again.
Tom and I were talking last night. He came up with an idea, an initiative he's going to tell you about. But again, it's all about social justice. It's about empowering you, giving you a voice.
I wouldn't have, imagined getting an opportunity, especially this young, just to include us into, social justice and, giving back to the community. The fact that Mr. Goris is allowing us to have a power and a voice means a lot to us.
This is just a wonderful project that's going to touch the lives of so many people.
He came to us players. He asked us, what do you guys want to do to give back to the community? I think the tour is what did it for us. You know, being able to go into a community center in Detroit and see different services that it brings to the community. I feel like a community center helped shape who I am, provided a safe space for me, so it'll provide a safe space for kids.
The great thing about Tom, his heart's in the right place. Sure, we wanted to improve the team, that's at the heart of it, but equal to that was his passion and desire to make a real difference in Detroit. And he's backed that up in spades.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tom Gores, founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Platinum Equity and owner of the Detroit Pistons, and Mike Tirico, host of NBC Sports.
Well, hello. Great to see everyone. Great to be here as we wrap up the week. I just have to let you know that this is Tom's first time here for the conference. And if you come back in a couple of years, we're gonna have to move your appearance up a couple of days, because this will be night one of the Pistons hosting the NBA Finals in a few years.
All right, yes,
right?
That's right.
We'll do that, right?
That's
So
right.
I have not had the pleasure of sitting down and interviewing or having a conversation with Tom. My time in the NBA ran until 2016. Our paths didn't cross. And we had a conversation Monday on the phone, and just like two people connected to Michigan, it took us 5 minutes to find something in common. We're both married to Downriver girls. So I'm like, okay, now we're in business. Now we can talk. Tom, that video that Arn just shared was awesome, because I follow what goes on here. I didn't realize there were that many things that your connection with the Pistons here since 2011 has led to. And I'm gonna ask you to share, if you don't mind, what we shared on the phone. Why is a guy who was starting in Flint without much, took a cross-country trip, started cold calling, and is now one of the most impressive private companies in the world, why do you feel like this is your calling at this point in your life?
Well, first, I think I can. I was blessed enough to get successful, be successful. I grew up in Michigan. Michigan did a lot for me. I was born in Nazareth, Israel. I came over when I was 4.5. Went to kindergarten. I really barely spoke English. And Flint and Detroit and the whole thing took care of me. I feel obligated. It's really not a matter of want to. It's just a responsibility. And at the same time, what an incredible platform to make change. The thing that excited me as a kid, Mike, was if I ever had a chance to help people. That was a big deal. And the minute I made any money, I went and bought my mom a watch. And, it just feels good. But it's my responsibility. There's a lot to do.
And you've done it in the community. And I'm curious, as we're sitting backstage and you see all those moments of when marches were happening, post George Floyd, go back to your words 11 years ago about the connectivity. That community thing doesn't always come through when people own sports teams. But you really feel a feel for that, and you connect your players. It's not just a Tom Gores thing, it's a Detroit Pistons organization thing that I think when we see that, we realize what you guys have truly accomplished.
Yeah, and look, watching it, the only thing I could think of is to not let you guys down. Not let the city down. They supported me in becoming an owner of the Pistons, and I have great responsibilities. So watching it, as much as I absorbed all these things we've done, our thesis is connectivity, empowerment, all of that stuff. It's just like the company I built, Platinum Equity. It is the thesis, but honestly, it's a bit overwhelming. And at the same time, I have to say, for all that we've done, we're just scratching the surface. We're not even close to doing, what we need to do ultimately.
And what I love about that is, we can have an opera, a ballet, so many traveling things that represent a community, but sports is the one entity where Detroit is across the jerseys. You go to Charlotte, you go to LA, you go to Salt Lake City to play the Utah Jazz, and the team represents Detroit. But now the franchise is representing this area and what it's all about. What have you found as you've come back home and seen the things that need to be done in our community, in our area. What have you noticed as the change that has started since you've been a part of this the last 11 years?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that, you always have these big dreams to make a lot of impact very early and very fast. And I think we've made a lot of impact. But honestly, it's not moving fast enough. And it's a bit disappointing. What's exciting is we've got a sports team and a platform to continue to make change. And obviously, Mayor, you're here, and we're all trying to make change. I think part of our job is not to wake up feeling like a hero. There's just a lot of work to do. And as much as I love basketball and, I'll go to the games when I can, I have a lot of work to do for this community. I'm excited about making change and accelerating change. And one of the things about a basketball team is these players also are very smart, and they can influence a lot of folks. And that's been fun too. My approach with the players is to not be afraid to be personal with them. They're players, but they're people. And that's where it has to start. And I think just the culture that we have right now with Dwayne and Troy as leaders is excellent. And Arn knows I'm here, right, Arn? Arn, I'd be remiss to not tell you thank you very much and that I love you. And came on board 8 years ago. He literally moved everything in his life. Nancy, his partner. I mean, really, I can't thank you enough. I saw Arn last night and he kept hugging me. He knows more people than I do in Michigan. And he was like all of this with me last night just to make sure I was here. And so Arn, I'm here. And as an agent, Arn, where is Arn?
He's back doing a deal somewhere, probably. He's lining up the next guest.
He's a real change agent. And Arn's goal, coming from being one of the most famous agents, was to make a difference. Yeah. And Arn, wherever you are, you've made a difference. Nancy, you too.
No doubt.
Yeah, there you are.
No doubt. There he is. I sent somebody a picture of our Tuesday evening visit with Lee Trevino, Isaiah Thomas, Tom Izzo, Alana Myers-Taylor, the 5-time Olympic medalist, and Mia Hamm. And somebody said, how did all those people get to Mackinac Island? I said, Arn, tell them. That's the answer.
That's funny.
I want to get to the topic of the conference a little bit and how this connects to you and the Pistons and Platinum and your family foundation as well. The topic's the business community's changing role in polarizing times, right? That's just such a hot button. We want to know, how can we get everybody to hold hands and kumbaya and get along? So you've described why you want to make an impact and the personal connection with Michigan. Let's talk about how we do that, because it's not easy. Like you said, a lot of nice words said here, but the actions are the hard part. How, in your view, does that happen?
Well, you have to establish, in my view, common ground with everyone. And that means we have to listen to each other. In as much as I think we've got a lot of division, I think we also have as much misunderstanding as we do division. And I've found that great people can misunderstand each other. And unless they talk and they listen, they don't really find out how to get to where they have to get to. And as you asked me the why, I think we have to ask our partners and people we talk to about the why. And why do you feel this way? Whether you're right or wrong. So we have to engage with that voice and be open. Otherwise, we're fraught with misunderstanding. And to me, that's an important part of the culture. I run my company that way. I run my family that way. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to take this advice, but my thing, and I have 3 kids, was I didn't like the answer no that Holly and I would give to the kids, or the answer yes. It was why. And the beauty is why is it's a process, and everybody has a voice. Right. Your answer doesn't have to be yes, and a lot of times for the kids it wasn't. It ended up a no. But they had a voice. They had an opportunity to express themselves, and everything seemed a little better, even if the answer was no. And many times, they came to the answer by themselves. Right. In a small percentage of the time, they were successful in getting a yes.
So you empowered them to answer the question?
Yes. Yep.
Interesting. And you find that you can, did that work, by the way? Damn, why didn't you guys tell me that 20 years ago when we were raising kids? It would have been a lot easier for me. But do you find that works when it's not family, when it's not your kids, when it's organizations that may not see the world the same way you see them?
Absolutely. I think it's the only way. And look, sometimes you have to give the order and you have to give the mission and the strategy. But to miss a voice in the conversation is not going to make anyone feel good.
Right.
And you check a big box when you get the voice in. And then if the marching orders are X, Y, Z, they're marching orders. And that's how we run our company. It's very collaborative. But you have to start with the why. And if you don't, you're just giving orders. And you're not really creating a lot of momentum and buy-in, whether it's your life, whether it's a basketball team, whether it's a community.
We talk about a word a lot in sports, and that's culture. We're going to hire this coach, and he's going to bring that culture. This GM is going to bring a culture that changes this organization. It sounds really good, but it's really hard to define.
Yeah.
So before I ask you about culture with sports, I want to ask you about culture with Platinum, because what is it? It's about 50 companies or so?
Yep.
And it's such a wide variance of different businesses that Platinum touches, right?
Yep.
Everything from the games and bingo cards that you use at a charitable fundraiser, to Ingersoll Rand, to golf carts, to a whole bunch of different things. How do you get one culture, or at least the seed for culture, to spread out over something as wide as Platinum is and help set a culture? Because that's what we're trying to do here this week, is get this culture to be part of everyone on both sides of the aisle in our state.
Yeah, I think, first of all, culture a lot of times is confused for a feeling. Culture is more than a feeling. It's the way you act. It's how you function every day, your processes, how you communicate with each other, the why, and so on. And although I have all kinds of different people at Platinum, they're like-minded in a certain way. So I don't like rude people. I don't think you get that much rude. It's not I love strong people. But if you're rude, there's really no room for it. You're using the rude weapon for nothing, and especially if you have power. So there's certain things within Platinum I've never allowed. And if you're a rude person, you come in and you just yell at the person at the desk for no reason, that's not going to work in Platinum. I can tell you, Aaron, I haven't yelled at you yet, but like this. But, that, first of all, is not a quality place to live. Even if you got some results, the journey matters and how people feel matters.
And that strikes me as this inflection point with the basketball team, because what do we judge sports on? Wins and losses. Did you win? Did you make the playoffs? All that. But how you get there sometimes really matters. You can get there with a bad culture, with the wrong guys.
Right.
And you may be a comet and fly high, but then we won't hear from you for quite some time.
Yep.
So how has that culture building gone with Arn, mentioned Dwayne Casey, Troy Weaver, who, if you don't know, is one of the most exceptional people in addition to being a rock star in terms of talent evaluation in the NBA. How is that culture building going for you as you look back and assess it right now?
Well, we have great leaders. Dwayne and Troy are both, good leaders, and they know exactly what they're doing, but they're also both very respectful and they communicate well. And I think having respect is the beginning. Even with our players, we know they can move around and so on. There's trades, it's just part of the business.
Right.
But we have to have respect with each other. And, they're more than just basketball players. And Arn and I and Dwayne and Troy, if we have to move players, so that we want to talk to them, we do everything we can, and then to make sure they land. Because it's important not to feel just like a basketball player, in and out, like just a goods.
Right.
So that, to me, if you don't have respect, there's no culture to build. You have to start with respect. And if you communicate your feelings, and then you go from there. Sometimes they're tough decisions, but just showing respect and the courtesy to communicate, I think, establishes trust.
Right. And we're seeing that, I think, with the kind of people you're bringing into this organization right now. The topic of diversity has been in every boardroom, every conversation. How many people have somebody new in charge of DE&I at their company that didn't exist 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So diversity is a hot buzzword, but it also needs authenticity to it.
That's right. Yep.
So we talked about culture. As you're looking at your companies and looking at the Pistons as well, how do we reconcile diversity, achieving that, yet doing it within our culture that we've built to try to make sure that that's a harmonious connection?
Yeah, I think, Diversity needs to be embraced, not as a, hey, we should have diversity. If you don't embrace diversity, you don't see other people's points of views. So I think the first thing is that diversity is good. It's better. Better decisions get made, more collaboration gets made. You're not narrow-minded, you see the whole world. Right. So we see diversity as a must-have in terms of, oh, that's what we should do. It's the right thing to do. Right. We have to also understand and buy in that it is a good thing to do. In diversity, I think with our minority groups and so on, we do need more process. We can't say get diversity and not run the numbers and run it like a business. We do have to know if we're interviewing 5 people, X, Y, Z, this has to be in the interviewing process. We have to have a fair process. So there's also that part of it,
right,
Mike, in that we've got to run it systematically and not a word. It's, to me, one of the frustrations out there in the lack of progress is we use these words with no plan to execute on it. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing without execution. So I think that's the other side of diversity is, one, realize it's a really good thing. It's not just, oh, we should be diverse. I mean, that's a great life and a great business and so on. But we also have to run it like a business. We have to make a commitment to it.
In that video, obviously the accomplishments stick out, the team downtown, the Henry Ford Performance Center, all of that stuff really resonates. But what stuck out to me was towards the very end, the sound bites from the players. Yeah. Because now we're stringing a few things together, the culture part, the diversity part, and the empowerment part. Because you are now empowering young players who maybe don't know a darn thing about Detroit. They don't have the connection like you have to Flint.
Right.
You're empowering them to be a part of the solution that you're using the community connection of an organization with. So what are the experiences you found in the empowerment part of this that carry from Platinum to the Pistons to your family foundation as well that are really starting to pay dividends in the Detroit community?
Yeah, sure. I mean, empowerment, again, is a very big word, right? And I think it's a great thing to give. But at the same time, when you give empowerment, you have to create accountability. Right. And you've got to get people invested. Otherwise, you have empowerment on its own. If we empower you, let's get some results and let's get you invested. So with the players as an example, after the George Floyd thing, we held a company Zoom, a Pistons Zoom. We got all the players, Arn and I, Troy and Dwayne. And, obviously everybody was upset about it.
Right.
But we can't do everything from up here. Mm-hmm. And I can't. I know where I am today. I'm not living the ground every day. The players are, and they have, and they've been hurt, and they've been through tough situations. So I talked to Arn and Dwayne and Troy and said, look, how do we just get their voice out there? I don't want to make these big decisions. And we had the Zoom. I let them know that we wanted to do something, that I was not going to define it myself, but we were committed to do something to make more progress and faster, and that we would like to engage them. And it took pretty much the season. They're busy and everything. Sure. But they went, they visited the site that we now have, and they dug in. And they're fully invested, and now it's theirs. It's not mine. I don't care about my name there. I care about momentum. And now we have our players who visit there, the community center. I mean, you were going to say it, but and so on. So that, to me, is more important than just the money. We've created momentum, and it does tie together in the way we do everything, whether it's Arn and the business side of the Pistons or Platinum. We've got to get people invested. The momentum, I can only get it so far.
Right. Hold off on that community center for a second, because I want to explore that for a minute. I want you to come back to the players, because here are the guys you draft, here are the guys you bring into Detroit, and they are the faces of something you own, and an entity that the community runs behind and feels like they can support. What have you noticed from the 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds who are coming into the NBA? They're learning about what life is going to be like with a significant forward-facing role, yet you're sitting there empowering them to be part of that change. What are you hearing back and seeing back when your players are doing these things?
Well, I'm seeing that these young folks are really smart. And maybe it's, the internet stage, and they know a lot. and a lot more than we give them credit for.
And we're talking some of the guys who are only 1 or 2 years of college,
right,
yet have been exposed to a lot from age 12 and 13 in these AAU circuits.
And they've got a lot to say. And I always see the players as raw in terms of they'd love to say what they want to say,
right,
but they don't have a venue to do it sometimes. And as an owner, I think I should provide a different venue, a comfortable one, not one, I obviously grew up in Flint, so I begin to relate a little bit, but even so, just recognize them as people and not just great basketball players and what they could do for you. More, what do you want to accomplish in life and so on. They really have a lot to say. I find young people amazing compared to like when I was their age. I had no idea, and they're just, much more informed on everything. And I think creating that conversation, I think sometimes the players are surprised that I want to.
Yeah.
And of course, I do, but I've noticed they really have a lot to say and intelligent things to say.
I want to go back to you for just a minute because I really found this fascinating in our conversation. You really had a vision, and you didn't know what it was necessarily, because when you left to head out to the West Coast, it wasn't with a destination in mind. You didn't know what was out there. It wasn't, I'm going to set out to build Platinum Equity into one of the top private companies in the country, if not the world. Can you just go back to the story of we're going to get in the car, we're going to go, and how Tom Gores helped make all of this that we're talking about today a reality?
Sure. Well, let's see. 22 at the time, and I was in the software business and just tried to build a software business. My dad had just passed away. And my dad's the architect of our family. My mom is the builder of our family. They really work together well. And my dad had passed away. And he has always told me, look, like, Tommy, like, I didn't bring you here now to stop. You have to keep going.
Right.
And it was both really sad for me, but also inspirational in that, that was his vision. I think that's why vision is so important. And about 9 months later, I finally was in the car and put a little music on, and it really just got me inspired to not disappoint him. And so I needed to move to the West Coast to, help build this software company. I had met Holly probably 6 months, I think 6 months after my dad died and everything.
Michigan State Spartans both, right?
Yeah, didn't meet there. She avoided me, I guess, but yeah.
Like, honestly, it's like a Pavlovian experiment. Say Michigan State, somebody yells go green, somebody else go white.
Yeah.
It's great, good. I'm glad you got that out of you, that's fine. You can do that to the governor when she comes up in a few minutes as well, so go ahead.
So long story.
So we're on the road.
Long story short, so, Holly, you're involved in this ride. And I said, look, I got to get out because that's where my opportunity is. I have to go west, part of this software company. I asked Holly if she wanted to go. We didn't know each other that well. She said yes, surprisingly. And we drove out. And, got settled there, eventually moved my mom there and stuff, and then started Platinum in 1995. With nothing, by the way. I always tell my kids, in this world, and if there's any kids out here, everybody's successful so young and everything. I was broke at 30. So just so you know, that's, but I had great work experiences between 15 and 30 that built who I am.
So you had something to fall back on in your soul.
And I had a lot of intelligence and experience and all that stuff. And I think that's important too, Mike, in terms of I think it's important for kids to be able to fall back on something. Mm-hmm. I get the sink or swim thing. I'm not a believer in it. I think you should go fly and you have home there for you. Because home is your haven, and it doesn't make you weak to have a home. And, my parents did it to me, even though they had nothing. I always had a home to go back to, and I just think that's a really important thing. And I've seen parents do it different ways. I just think there's nothing more valuable than having a comfortable home. And so, so Platinum, and then, here we are.
What a great story. It's an amazing story. You think about the journey here, and now here you are with such a connection to the city, to the state where you grew up in, and continuing to build on that. And for those who didn't see it yesterday, maybe you spent too much time at a cocktail party. Not that anybody in this room did that yesterday. But But Tom, Pistons, a great announcement yesterday about a community center, $20 million project. And we saw some of the pictures a moment ago. This is the start, but I know from our conversations, this is not the end. What's next in your vision and your ability to leave a legacy here and give back?
Well,
yeah, absolutely. Please.
Well, hopefully it's the first of many in just learning about this community center. And as I said, our players really drove, why it made sense, what it could do for families and stuff. And
when you say the players drove it, like they know, because a lot of them grew up.
They did.
Playing hoops in community centers like this around the country, and they see that a place to play can change your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is being built and done in a way that it's not just going to be a place to play. It's going to be a place to, move life forward. There'll be a lawyer if they're buying a house. There'll be a laundromat. The thing that we have a hard time with, again, I go back to, what we have to do a better job at is there is no tomorrow if we don't handle today.
Right.
If you don't know how to buy the house or just get the simple things done in your life, there is no tomorrow. So we constantly talk about the future, and we have to express and show to kids and the unfortunate kids especially, is that the future is close. And the only way they're going to feel that the future is close is that tomorrow is okay, that it's going to be tomorrow, not 5 years from now, that tomorrow is just a little bit better. So I'm pretty excited in that it's a community center, kids will go there, they'll have a good time, it'll be a stable place to be, there'll be tutors, there'll be laundromats, the things that everyday life has to happen. Like tomorrow we have life, there's groceries, there's the basic things. So I'm pretty excited about that.
That's awesome. Congratulations on that. It's really great. I love the quote, there are no limits to what you can achieve. So as you drive in the lane, if you get knocked down, you get fouled, you go to the free throw line, just a reminder.
That's right.
Get back up and do it again, right?
Absolutely.
I love it. The ambition, the investment, all of that is really impressive. It's more than I know, which really speaks to a lot of what you guys do. You're not seeking the credit for it. You're out there getting the job done. And that's why I appreciate you coming out here to do this today in this conversation. So with all of this, let's wrap up with this. You see these things, you have family here, you're back in Michigan. What are you, as an individual, most proud of with all of the things that have been a part of the last 30 years in your incredible journey?
I'm proud of creating that culture. Leaders like Arn and Dwayne and Troy and everybody underneath of them in this culture of collaboration and so on. And of course, I'm proud of the things we did with Say Detroit. We empowered the kids. But I think there is a rhythm to our culture. And at the same time, we really just haven't begun. I mean, I think we have done a lot, but I've never been a person to look back that far. I look a little bit and appreciate it, and then I'm just looking forward. Mm-hmm. So, now I'm really thinking about the future, Mike. And one of the things that concerns me about the future, and it's been on my mind actually quite a bit for a while, is that I feel like in our world, especially in our social progress, is that we are controlled by crisis. Right. And while we're controlled by crisis, we don't pursue opportunity. Mm-hmm. So in the next several months, I think probably by the end of the year, I want to create an organization. The community center is just the first of it. I'll personally put $100 million in myself. This is an announcement.
Whoa.
Wow. So, and the thing is, the money by itself will not solve it. We have to have an organization set up, just like my Platinum Equity does, that is able to handle crisis, but the cost of crisis can't be the cost of opportunity. And I think that's why we're not making enough progress. We have to handle, these crises are not going to go away. So I'm going to set up an organization. I have a name. I'm not allowed to disclose it. I guess we got to get it trademarked or something. But I really want to have an organization like Platinum that both handles problems. I can assure you one thing: we're going to have more problems.
Right. Yeah.
That's 100%. The question is, can we do this in a way that we don't sacrifice opportunity and we get distracted? Because we all go and everybody's well-minded to try to help out. We all swarm to the problem.
Absolutely.
But then what are we doing about creating inspiration and opportunity for kids to go forward? That is the future. So I'm excited about setting up an organization that can do both. And these will be two different leaders. It'll be two different divisions, just like I would set up a company. It'll be set up in a way that's business, but it has different goals. It's charitable. But it'll execute in a way that we can actually make progress. One thing ends up canceling the other out. And I really think, it'll be one of its kind. I do think that's a dilemma for us in that we get distracted, again, all well-minded people, by the problem.
Yeah.
But if the problem takes away the opportunity, what do we really accomplish?
Right. It slows down our growth towards that.
Right.
Man, that's awesome. Count me in. I'm sure count a bunch of people in this room in.
Absolutely.
To be a part of something like that.
Yeah,
because it's nothing like being part of a winning team, and you can't be a winning team without great leadership. And your group proves all of that. All right, we're out of time. Warriors or Celtics? Who's going to win the championship?
Oh, jeez. Celtics.
Celtics, all right.
Yep.
Good. Eastern Conference guy, that's good, because then next year, when you play them in the playoffs, you can take out the NBA champs. There you go.
We're ready. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, Tom Gores.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this break. The next session begins at 3:20 p.m.
Community-based reporting comes down to listening to the people who are impacted by the story that you were reporting, listening to their needs and listening to the way they are looking for solutions. And we cover topics and we keep covering topics and we come back and we track the progress. Our stories come from our ability to develop relationships and build trust in the communities that we serve.
Watch One Detroit Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Detroit Public TV.
Black Bottom was demolished. Black Bottom is gone, but its magic remains, its legacy remains. And as Detroit shows the world its true resilience as a city, and we celebrate the future, we also celebrate the past, beginning today and in this moment of memorial and recognition. So we never forget and always revere what was Black Bottom.
It was a moment that had been decades in the making. To remember a piece of Detroit's history, celebrating a marker that will forever memorialize the thriving, predominantly Black community that was Black Bottom.
I want to be clear, acre for acre, Black Bottom is the most culturally rich, historically significant area in Michigan's history, the whole state of Michigan, not just the city of Detroit. It's everybody's history.
All the seeds that was planted here in Black Bottom produced something that we bear witness to today. You're all a part of the growth and development of those seeds that was placed here in Black Bottom.
People stood humbly, looking on as they witnessed firsthand a moment that meant so much to so many.
I'm standing on behalf of the Michigan Historical Commission, also on behalf of the Michigan History Museum and our parent agency, the Department of Natural Resources, for this important moment. And honestly, I couldn't be more honored to have this as my assignment.
Every longtime family in the city has heard stories from their parents, their great-grandparents about Black Bottom, about Paradise Valley, about the history of this city and their family. So much of what we have today came from this area.
But Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan acknowledges that all of the stories about Black Bottom weren't pleasant.
And there is both good and bad history. This area was wiped out, Black Bottom largely so Lafayette Park could be built. A couple years ago, I was very proud of the fact that the name of that mayor was taken off our convention center. It's not a part of history that should be celebrated.
Ray Smith, one of the founders of the Black Bottom Group, says the process to get the marker started back in 2017, and it was not an easy one.
The main thing was the research in terms of making sure we got all the correct information to reflect the truth of this area.
Their hard work paid off. But the legacy of Black Bottom, a thriving financial mecca filled with pioneers of its time, is not only engraved on the marker, it's etched in the hearts of those like Barbara K. Hughes Smith and Sharon Sexton. Both had family members who lived in Black Bottom.
My ancestors were a part of Black Bottom, so I have a rich history of Detroiters, and some even came through the Underground Railroad here.
We caught up with them outside of the celebration to hear more about their families in Black Bottom.
This is my grandfather, Robert Isaac Greenidge, and he lived in Black Bottom and thrived there and made many contributions as a medical doctor.
Well, I don't need a marker to remind me that Black Bottom existed, but it's great that there is a marker that people can read, because there are people who go by and read historical markers. That it's kind of like a post. Okay, we were here, we existed. But what really got to me is the fact that the mayor of Detroit even admitted that Black Bottom existed, because for so long, Black Bottom wasn't included in the maps of Detroit, was not even talked about among white people. These are pictures of my family. This is my father. Like I said, he was the one who was born and raised in Black Bottom. All these people lived in Black Bottom, except for my brother. He lived with us. And we didn't live in Detroit at the time, but all these individuals, they were all very successful at what they did.
As Sharon and Barbara swap stories about the proud heritage of their Black Bottom family, they take solace in knowing that as real as these photos are, now so is the marker that commemorates Black Bottom.
Hi, I'm Satori Shakur. I'm a storyteller, theater artist, social entrepreneur, and founder of the Secret Society of Twisted Storytellers. So you know I'm committed and absolutely passionate about the diverse arts community we have in Metro Detroit. And I'm thrilled to be your new host for One Detroit Arts and Culture. One Detroit Arts and Culture began in 2020 during the early days of the pandemic as a way to connect us with musicians, artists, and cultural events we love and enjoy, and we're really missing. One Detroit is a way for all of us to continue to get our arts and culture infusion every week. Join me Monday nights at 7:30 p.m. on Detroit Public Television, or go to onedetroitpbs.org for all the stories we're working on.
Coming up in a short while, Governor Gretchen Whitmer will be giving her keynote address right here at the Mackinac Policy Conference. Stay with us.
The story of Michigan's last century is well known and often told.
We put the world on wheels, assembled the arsenal of democracy, and built the middle class. Our success is rooted in our ability to attract and maintain families and talent from around the world. Now, nearly a quarter of the way to 2100, what will be the story of Michigan in the 21st century? For the last couple of years, and especially few months, we've been getting things done that would make our kids proud. To become the state we strive to be and live up to our potential, we must chase bold, century-defining goals. Together, let's electrify the world and become the epicenter of innovation. Together, let's preserve our public lands and protect our great lakes. Together, let's deliver on our kitchen table issues to create because that's how we get things done. Here in Michigan, know it. Our mission is clear, to build a state worthy of action. Together, we will.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Daniel Lepp.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I mic'd in good? That's good. I was thinking back, 2007, I was the chair of this conference, which is mind-boggling, except when I look at Sandy Pierce, and she was the conference chair before me. But it's amazing how we've gotten where we've gotten, and I have to say, this conference has been phenomenal. Arn Tellem, who took the bull by the horns, I would say, to really make things happen. And Arn, thank you very much. Because I know what it takes to do this, and you did a great job. And I want to recognize too Wright Lassiter, who is still going to be here within Michigan, but he's moving on to a great career in healthcare across the nation. And Wright, thank you for your leadership. And I also want to recognize every year, the one thing I did learn, and Sandy, you know this, and Wright, you know this, what staff did to make this happen, because staff made it happen. And thanks to everybody in the staff at the Chamber, Wendy, and the whole crew just does a terrific job. Every year. So I think it's my 10th year that I get to introduce the next speaker in both parties, which has been a blast, although introducing this speaker is a lot of fun for me from a personal standpoint. And we're going to talk a little bit later, but the governor has really had to deal with all kinds of stuff, and I think done a masterful job. Not that you're necessarily going to agree or disagree with what she's done, but I think she's weathered the storm. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce the governor of the great state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
Well, thank you. I am so glad to be here. And when Dan says we've dealt with a lot of stuff, there are a lot of other words that would describe all the things we've had to confront. But it's good to be back on the island. It's hard to believe that it's been a year since we were here, but that's because it really hasn't been a year, right? I want to start by thanking the conference chair, Arn Tellem, Chamber CEO, Sandy Barua, the Chamber leadership, and the staff for their hard work. And I think it's also important to recognize the people who show up long before any of us gets here and stay long after we leave. The chefs and the servers and the janitors, housekeeping, landscaping, desk staff, all who make this run smoothly. Since I rarely enter through a front door anymore, I can tell you it's a beehive of activity in the kitchen. And so let's give all the staff a great round of applause. So my keynote last year focused on our shared challenges and getting things done. I mentioned the wise words of Bobby Kennedy, reminding us to seek to understand with compassion and love. And I also remembered the great philosopher Ted Lasso's call on all of us to be curious, not judgmental. That, of course, is really Walt Whitman, but let's give it to Ted. Behind me is this year's theme. Clearly, we're all seeing a lot of the same things. The underlying challenge that is universal is our divide. To move our state forward, we must heal that divide by sitting down at tables with people who disagree with us. We must put our collective success first and do the hard work of being uncomfortable, because that is the way things get done, side by side. At our best, it's what we all do. We're Michiganders. We have heart and we have grit. We wake up every day to take care of the people that we love the most. This instinct is what drives us. And when we center our desire to act, we can get a lot done, including what I'll be talking about today. We must think beyond the year ahead, or even the next 4 years, as we grapple with big questions about our divide and the, as you put it, fundamental tenets of American democracy. So it's hard not to think about our future, Michigan, in the year 2100. Now, not to stress you out, but the year 2100 is only 4,000 weeks away. Perspective is a good thing, and sometimes it can be hard to come by in this political environment. But to me, probably like many of you, 1999 doesn't seem like that long ago. I was a newly minted attorney at Dickinson Wright. I was a Seinfeld fanatic. No kids yet. As we crossed into the new millennium, there was a little unfounded concern about Y2K and a real sense of boundless possibility. We had just rounded out one of the most consequential centuries in American history. There were world wars, proxy wars, and a moon landing. Penicillin, refrigeration, and television. Movements for gender equality and civil rights. And here in Michigan, we had a heck of a story to tell. In the 20th century, Michigan became the manufacturing capital of the world, with talent from across the world. We flexed our industrial strength to help win World War II. And in the post-war era, we delivered a middle-class quality of life at a great cost of living to generations of families. Now, obviously, that's a simple retelling of a complicated story, but the point is, we got a whole lot done. And now we're nearly a quarter of the way through the 21st century. My daughters are adults, and Nirvana is considered classic rock. A lot has changed over the last 22 years. And this is a reasonable time for us to start thinking beyond the next quarter, the next year, or even the next decade. The question we need to consider today is, what will be the Michigan story for this century? What will our grandchildren revere us for? What will they curse us for? And if you'll allow me to be a little existential, will we make them proud? Today, let's talk about how we can move toward the year 2100 with confidence by acting now to help Michigan thrive for generations. Let's work together, make our kids proud, and give our grandkids a bright future. First, a recap of what we've done since we were here just in September. Tough times call for tough people, and through everything the world has thrown at us, we've gotten a lot done. Today, our economy is growing. We are open for business. We continue to lead the way on everything from manufacturing to chips to sustainable development. A week after the conference last year, I signed our third balanced bipartisan budget to do many things, including fix the Miller Road Bridge and 99 other local bridges, putting $500 million, the largest one-time deposit ever, into our rainy day fund, bringing it to an all-time high of nearly $1.5 billion. We made the largest investment ever in childcare, helping employees get back to work knowing their kids are safe and cared for. We expanded our successful workforce development programs like Reconnect and Going Pro. People like Richard from Jackson, who'd been laid off, went back to school to realize his dream of working in healthcare. He wrote to us because he was grateful for the Reconnect, for giving him the initiative and opportunity he needed to start this new adventure. Now, we asked him if he might want to consider sending in a different picture. He insisted on this one. Richard's looking good, right? In November, KLA, a Silicon Valley-based Fortune 500 semiconductor firm, opened their second global headquarters in Ann Arbor, 600 jobs, bringing supply chain from China to the state of Michigan. For months, we've faced the chip crisis head-on, advocating for the passage of the Federal CHIPS Act, which will create and protect hundreds of thousands of jobs. We should all urge our delegation, I know Senator Stabenow's at the front of the line, to get this done as soon as possible. In December, we cut personal property taxes for small businesses and enacted bipartisan economic development legislation. Thanks to all of you who helped us get it done. The Detroit Regional Chamber was a huge partner in getting this over the finish line. And now we have armed Michigan with the tools to fight for every dollar and every job. And it's paying off. In January, we competed against several other states and won a $7 billion investment from General Motors, the largest in company history, creating 4,000 jobs, retaining 1,000 more, building batteries and electric vehicles. On that day, I stood next to a legislative leader who said the economic well-being of our state isn't a partisan matter. Another leader said, I was willing to work with anyone from either side of the aisle to find a way to make this work. Both of those guys are right, and I appreciate their partnership. In February, we forged a public-private partnership with Ford and Google to transform the Michigan Central Station in Detroit into a global hub for mobility innovation. In March, I signed the bipartisan Building Michigan Together plan, supercharging our work to fix the roads, protect clean water, build affordable housing, expand high-speed internet, and improve parks while supporting over 30,000 jobs. Yeah. Well, I hope you all like orange because you'll be seeing a lot of cones and barrels all summer. But best of all, the plan is going to improve people's lives. People like Mary from Detroit, a senior who wants the roads fixed so she can have a smooth, safe drive to church and travel more around our state. Or Rebecca in Charlevoix, who wants to buy a home in northern Michigan, but told me there's just not enough attainable houses, and that a lack of affordable housing is driving her peers away and worsening worker shortages. And Linda in Holland, whose granddaughter is a pre-med student at Wayne State, lived with her during the pandemic because she didn't have internet access at home. Also in March, I signed the 800th bipartisan bill to hit my desk. And in April, we landed a $1.7 billion expansion from LG Energy Solution, creating 1,200 jobs in Holland, building battery components for electric vehicles. In May, we opened the FRIB, the Facility for Rare Isotope Beams at MSU, and the Wacker Innovation Center in Ann Arbor, cementing our status as a high-tech R&D hub. And earlier today, we had more good news. Thanks to our Economic Development Fund, we fought for and won a $2 billion investment from Ford, creating 3,200 jobs at several facilities across Southeast Michigan. I think Speaker Wentworth said it best during our panel a few hours ago when he said that the headline is Michigan wins big. I'm so proud that we got this done. It was teamwork. And it's a testament to what we are capable of when we work together. Now, in the months ahead, let's continue the spirit of collaboration. Our task is clear. 1, finish our education budget by the end of this month so districts can get ready for the upcoming school year. 2, deliver a balanced bipartisan budget that invests in the kitchen table issues, ideally also by June 30th as required by law. And 3, deploy our remaining federal funds. 3 months ago, time is challenging these days, right? 3 months ago, I put forward my budget proposal, and here are a few highlights. We're focused on building a strong, growing economy by lowering costs for working families, powering small businesses, and investing in every community. But the core of my budget is top of mind for all parents here today, myself included: education. Every parent wants to help their children catch up and get on track for long-term success. Every employer knows today's students are tomorrow's workforce, and every educator wants to help their students thrive.
We all recognize that when our kids excel in school, Michigan succeeds. As we head into the fall, I want to be clear, students need to be in school. Last year, enrollment increased, and we've got to build on that trend. To do so, my education budget improves every student's in-class experience, builds up school infrastructure, and invests in our teachers. Building up our kids with the highest per-student funding ever without raising taxes. That means $9,135 for every student in every district. It means tutoring, personalized learning with programs like My Kids Back on Track to help our kids catch up and get ahead after a tough few years. It means textbooks and more extracurriculars, AP and honors classes. Let's also hire hundreds more on-campus mental health professionals to help our kids grow into their best selves. Building up our schools with $1 billion investment in school infrastructure. Now the need is clear, because we know just yesterday, Detroit students were sent home early because of high temperatures and a lack of adequate air conditioning. We can fix that. Let's do it. Together we can help schools build and improve facilities for kids to learn math and science and technology. We can improve their air and water quality and create good-paying construction jobs along the way. And building up our educators with bonuses and programs to boost recruitment and retention. It is a tough time to work in schools. Staff shortages, increased trauma, increased threats of violence, learning loss, all make this job harder than ever. To encourage our staff to stick with our kids, I propose bonuses and fellowships and stipends to help student teachers and help districts hire more than 15,000 new teachers. The last couple of years have been hard on every single one of us, to varying degrees, obviously, but including our teachers like Aaron from Detroit. Like a lot of teachers, Aaron had to ask for donations online simply for school supplies, and he lived with relatives to make ends meet. After 2 years, he quit. Now, parents know that the person in front of their kid's classroom matters. Just like you fight to keep top talent, we got to recruit and retain the best educators in every classroom to improve outcomes and better prepare our kids for the future. Excellent educators are critical to achieve our long-term economic goals, from becoming a top 10 state for small business to shoring up our manufacturing strength. And to that end, I want to thank Launch Michigan for informing our teacher recruitment and retention strategy. The My Future Educator Fellowship was a brainchild of this cross-sector bipartisan group, showing that policymaking works best when we collaborate to solve our shared challenges. Education is top of mind for us all, especially our kids. Braylon, a high schooler from the UP, wrote to me about our schools. She wrote viscerally about underfunded schools and the awesome power of a great education. She described schools with overcrowded classrooms, heating issues, and a lack of school supplies. She reminds us that investing in education leads to higher graduation rates and wages, in addition to societal savings and lower crime rates and incarceration. The hard truth is that Braylon is paying the cost of decades of political agendas and disinvestment in our schools. She reminds us that talent and promise reside in every county of Michigan, and it's our shared obligation to ensure that opportunity does too. Let's get it done and make her proud. Now let's talk about another opportunity to collaborate, entrepreneurship. Our work on economic development has been successful. Since December, we've landed big projects from GM, LG Energy Solution, and Ford. We must also ensure that aspiring entrepreneurs and businesses of all sizes have a reason to stay and to grow in Michigan. In towns and cities across the state, small businesses are the anchors of their communities. And the data is clear. Michigan's entrepreneurs are fired up. Despite 2 volatile, unpredictable years, hardworking entrepreneurs have shown relentless drive to succeed. Just in the last 3 years, over 420,000 businesses have formed in Michigan, including 312,000 since March of 2020. When the whole world turned upside down, entrepreneurs got to work. In 2021, an average of over 12,500 businesses were formed every single month. That's up 60% compared to 2018 and 77% compared to 2017. And the trend continues into 2022, with an average of 11,000 businesses a month this year. Let's make sure these small businesses succeed. Entrepreneurs need support from concept to cash flow. And then let's fund boot camps for aspiring and current business owners about how to scale up, and then offer them a grant to hit the ground running. Your expertise on how best to do this is truly encouraged and appreciated. Together, I think we can unleash the power of our entrepreneurs to uplift urban, rural, and suburban communities, create more vibrant places where people want to live and visit and spend and invest. We can get this done. We've accomplished a lot over the last couple of years. Since taking office, we've grown our economy, created good-paying jobs, and lowered costs for families. Together, we've focused on the fundamentals, jobs and roads and schools and water and so much more, all bipartisan, without raising taxes. I know, it's hard to believe, but it's true, not a cent. In fact, we've cut taxes. We repealed the tampon tax and cut the personal property taxes for small business owners. And I proposed 2 more tax changes to put money in people's pockets, repealing the retirement tax for our seniors and tripling the earned income tax credit for working families. Divided government does not have to mean dysfunctional government. Our work is proof of what's possible when we focus on our collective success. Now I want to look a little further ahead and talk about something I mentioned earlier. Michigan in the year 2100. The story of Michigan's last century is well known and it's often told. We put the world on wheels, we assembled the arsenal of democracy, we built the middle class. How did our predecessors do these big things? Can we live up to that legacy? Will we build a state worthy of our children and our grandchildren? We can, and we must. Today, there's so much good work going on all across our state. In factories where batteries are forged, to laboratories where breakthroughs are made. Universities where the next generation is incubating ideas that will define our future. Classrooms where students are finding their voices and developing their passions. In the dreams of every hardworking Michigander. We've got so much potential and promise, but we need century-defining goals to coalesce around and shoot for. Here's what I'm thinking. First, our shared prosperity. In the 21st century, Michigan will electrify the world and become the manufacturing hub of the future. From batteries and life sciences to electric vehicles and software, Michigan can become the epicenter of innovation. From our biggest manufacturers to countless small and medium-sized firms, Michiganders will find ample opportunities in 2100 to apply their talents in good-paying, high-skilled jobs. Second, place, this beautiful place we call home. We are the Great Lakes state, and with that honor comes an awesome responsibility. In the 21st century, Michigan will go to the mat for the Great Lakes. We're home to 21% of the world's fresh surface water, and we are the envy of every other state. We will protect that water and remain a bastion of bountiful natural resources, especially as climate change continues impacting the global supply of clean drinking water. And finally, our people. Much of our 20th century success was rooted in our ability to attract and retain families from across the country and around the world to bring their talents to Michigan. At our best, we're a beacon for people who want the basics, a good paying job, great schools, clean air and water, a chance to get ahead and hope for the future. In the 21st century, that must be our final essential goal. Create a great quality of life, maintain a good middle-class cost of living. That means building the best public schools to prepare our kids for the economy of the future and achieving our 60 by 30 goal to have 60% of Michiganders with a post-secondary certificate or degree by 2030. In just over 3 years, We've gone from 45% to almost 50% already. We are making great strides. And in the decades ahead, let's go farther. 90 by 60 has a nice ring to it. Someone really loves that. All right, good. It also means replacing our lead service lines and ensuring every Michigander has high-speed internet. It means more of the things that define Michigan's vibrant culture. Parks, craft breweries, Carhartt's continued domination of style, and high-profile global events from trade shows to sporting events that put the spotlight on our extraordinary state. These are goals that transcend 1, 2, 3, 10 administrations. They will be the result of decades of grit and determination. That's my vision. In the weeks and months ahead, heck, in the next hour, you'll hear a lot of other ideas. As always, I welcome honest conversations about our future. But know this, achieving our goals, however lofty or ordinary, is predicated on competent leaders in the private sector and public sector who have the courage of their convictions and know how to get things done. So as we chase our collective success, we must also be a state where women have bodily autonomy and equal rights. Well, this is a great focus group. Good to know. Michigan must also be a place that is welcoming and inclusive to the LGBTQ+ communities, to refugees and people of color. Because in Michigan, we know that everybody in is a better philosophy than everyone on your own. Michigan needs to be a state that works for everyone, no matter what you look like, where you were born, how much money you've got in your pocket, or who you love. And critically, we must build a Michigan that attracts talented young people. Heck, I'm focused on retaining talent in my own house. I have 2 smart daughters who will be graduating from U of M in the coming years, and they will be making decisions. Go Blue, all right, we'll say it. This dress is what happens when you move your child in and got to kill time at the M-Den. You know what I mean? I can say go blue, but I can also say go green. Anyway. But these 2 daughters of mine, like everyone in their generation, and many generations between mine and theirs, they're going to graduate, and they're going to make decisions about where to build their lives. I want the answer to be Michigan. Let's build a Michigan where the most innovative companies choose to invest, a Michigan defined by grit, where we come together to get things done. That's the Michigan I want for my daughters and for all of our kids. While other states go backwards, I want to move our state forward. As you leave here, I want you to think about Michigan in the year 2100. Think about what you want future generations to remember us for. Think about what you want Michigan to mean to your kids and grandkids. It's something I do often. So my mom died of glioblastoma multiforme, brain cancer. She was 59. On my 50th birthday last August, over my coffee, I sat down and made a list. I started with the things for which I was grateful. I keep those gratitude lists. I don't know how many of you do, but it's really helpful. So I listed everything I was grateful for, and it quickly evolved into the things I want to accomplish in my life. Unsurprisingly, a lot of it revolved around my family. As we talk about the year 2100, I know I won't be here. My girls might be. Maybe they'll have kids who will be too. As I look around the world, I am worried. I know many of you are too. Too many of us devote far too much time and attention to angertainment. Too many mimic divisive rhetoric to score cheap points or to achieve short-term goals. Today, too often, ideology prevails over ideas. I don't have time for that, and I sure as hell don't want to live that way. And I suspect none of you wants to either. I want to solve problems. I want to grow our economy and create jobs and lower costs, shore up civil rights, safeguard workers' rights, and protect human rights, because we must show the world Michigan is a safe, serious place where business should invest and more families should call home. And frankly, I want to live a happy, productive life, like we all do. Constant bitterness and negativity and despair are no way to live. I want to make my girls proud, not only in what I do, but how I do it. And I know that's something that we all feel. It's precisely why I'm hopeful about our future. We can reject cynicism and pessimism and fatalism that are all too pervasive today. We can solve problems together. We have an obligation to do so. Let's keep forging ahead and ensure others experience the joy that comes with our collective success. Together, let's make Michigan that epicenter of innovation and protect our Great Lakes and build a solid quality of life at a good cost of living. Underlying these goals is a simple motivation to build a state worthy of our kids, so they'll make Michigan home. To close, I want to quote President Teddy Roosevelt, who reminded us that the poorest way to face life is with a sneer. Instead, he said we ought to be in the arena, because there's no effort without error or shortcoming, and he who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. I have no doubt that Michigan's future is bright, and I will work hard every day to make it so. To the year 2100, here we go. Thank you.
Joining the governor on stage, please welcome back Daniel Lepp.
So, Governor, I've known you a long time, and I looked at the pictures and I thought of your mom. Your mom was I don't know that very many people have met your mom, but she was a phenomenal lady. She was a great lady, and her granddaughters have grown up just like her, and you can see in your eyes how proud you are of them, and they're going to grow into great ladies, and it's pretty cool. And I've known them since they were babies, so it's just phenomenal. And when you talk about them and you beam about it, it's great. And so good for you, and God bless your mom, and I like your dad too. So we got a couple of questions. It's interesting that as I think about it, we talked a little bit earlier today, that 4 years ago we were here, I think on the exact day, maybe not, and there were 7 people on this stage having a debate, and boy, has the world changed. And I'm just curious, and I think people here would like to know, you went through a pretty tough election, and all the stuff that's going on. What's your thought process over the 4 years from 4 years ago? Because it's really, when you think about it, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, there have been a lot of challenges, that's for sure. I don't think any of us could have ever contemplated the series of events that we would have to navigate. I'll say this, even on the hardest day, I still feel really lucky to be here. And there have been some heavy days, whether it was, the outcome of that infamous trial, or it was, seeing just the challenges around the pandemic and the incredible loss of life. We've had a lot thrown at us, but I feel very fortunate to be here. I love this state. I really, think we've got something special, and it's an honor to be the leader, even with all the heat that comes my way. Every day there's inspiration, and some days you gotta be a little more intentional to see the inspiration, but every day there are good people in our state who are working hard, showing up, doing what they need to do to take care of other people or solving problems, and that gives me a lot of inspiration every day.
That's great. And the greatest, like I said, as I repeat it, I've known you a long time. the great line that I hear from people talking about you is that you have backbone. And given all the stuff that's gone on in the last 4 years, your backbone has shown, and I think we as citizens of Michigan appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask one more question, because everybody wants to go see the Republicans debate to see who's going to lose to the governor. But you know, when you think about the 4 years that you've been, or almost 4 years that you've been in office, what are you most proud of?
You know, we've gotten a lot of great stuff done. We really have. You know, I talk about the 800th bipartisan bill. Everything significant that's happened, we've really taken these steps together. I think about the Ford announcement earlier today, the General Motors announcement, the historic investments in education to wrap our kids with the support now more than ever is so crucial as we want to get our kids back on track. We've grown the ranks of who's on Healthy Michigan. We have 1 million people now. We've added 250,000 people just in the last few years, and that was a bipartisan effort led by my predecessor. I mean, we've made a lot of wonderful strides. That skills gap that we are closing, I wanted to share that number because we were at 45% when I took office, and despite all the challenges of a pandemic and that we've been confronting, we've almost gotten to 50% already. We didn't think we could get there that fast. We knew it was possible, but we weren't confident that it would 100% happen.
Right.
The fact that we did it with all these additional challenges is really pretty incredible. So, you know, I'm never one to care about credit. I just want to get things done. And, you know, the legislature, we've had our differences, but we have found common ground on some really important things. And in this role, I remember Governor Snyder used to say, relentless positive action. RPA, he'd say it over and over again. And I think, you know, some of us kind of are like, RPA, you know, he'd say it so often. But it actually, it's really smart. It's about staying at it and staying positive and moving forward. And I think that's something to, you know, to center the work that we all do. I don't know that I'll grab onto the same phrase, but the philosophy, I think, is really important in leadership and the public sector and the private sector. And so long as we keep making space for others to be a part of solving problems and to empower voices that maybe traditionally have not been there, we're going to end up with a better result for everybody.
That's great, and we appreciate your service. It's been a tough 4 years, but you know, you battle it out. You're a battler. I know you, and we appreciate your service and your time, and so let's thank the governor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our main stage programming. Please make your way to the tent in the Tea Garden for the debate featuring Michigan Republican gubernatorial candidates that begins.
And that is going to do it for the main stage sessions of this year's Mackinac Policy Conference. Join us back online right here at onedetroitpbs.org at 4:30 p.m. for a debate featuring Michigan Republican gubernatorial candidates. Moderators Rick Albin from Wood TV and Rick Pluta from Michigan Public Radio Network will moderate that debate. You will not want to miss it. And don't forget, you can find all of the conference sessions and more online at onedetroitpbs.org. Follow us on Twitter and at Facebook. Tell us what you think of the conference, what you think of the speakers, and what's on your mind. We'd love to hear from you. A big thank you to the Detroit Regional Chamber for their support and their partnership in all that we do together here on the island and back at home. For all of us at Detroit Public TV, I'm Christy McDonald. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Take care.
From Delta Faucets to Behr Paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit Public TV, among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving. We support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Visit dtefoundation.com to learn more.